Hello and welcome to IRONMAN 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We're located in beautiful Kitzbühel in the Kitzbühel Alps. Zell is a year-round tourist destination. In the summertime, the shoreline on Lake Zell is a perfect place to relax, and in the winter, its ski resorts are second to none. The historic center of Zell is located on the western shore of Lake Zell. With the village's Tummersbach on the eastern shore, this venue played host to our 2015 Ironman 70.3 World Championship events, and today it marks the 15th stop on our first ever Ironman Pro Series. There are 2,500 points up for grabs today for our professional winners in the men's and women's field. I am coming to you live from the studio with the legendary Mirinda Carfrae with Joe Skipper as our special guest. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer, and Rinny, we're getting to the business end of the race season and of the Ironman Pro Series. What are your picks? What are you thinking about today?
Yeah, absolutely, Dee Dee. We are most certainly in the business end of the season, and in today's race, we have two women currently sitting in the top 10 in the Ironman Pro Series point standings, and that's Daniela Bleimel at 7th and Els Visser sitting in 8th right now. Daniela Bleimel is the reigning Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun champion from 2023 and 2019, so knows a thing or two about this course. We also have a number of other women racing today who are currently in the top 20 in the point standings. Hannah Berry is in 12th, Lauren Brandon in 13th, Katie Curran in 14th, and Ellie Salthouse sitting in 18th. And then when you add in Laura Madsen, Grace Tech, and Caroline Pola, the field will be tough. The pro men's field is also very strong with 5 athletes currently sitting in the top 20 in the overall points standings. That's Arnaud Guillot, Bradley Weiss, he's in 12th, Robert Callan in 13th, Stan Gostowers is in 18th, and Andre Lopez sitting in 20th. Then you have a long list of super fast guys looking to break into that top 20, including Jan Stratman, Nicholas Mann, Clement Mignon, Jelle Hines, Dennis Chevreau, and Mika Newt. The list just goes on, and I just can't wait to get this race underway to see who has what it takes to clinch the title today.
Absolutely, and we had a quick peek of our weather there. It was 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Our water temperature, our age group athletes will be in wetsuits. Our professionals will not, so brisk but not cold, we'll say. It's a little bit overcast. One of the things, Rinny, that all of our pro athletes, if you're watching their socials this week, have said, the scenes here in Zell, it's so perfect, it looks fake.
Yeah, totally. You see images. I know Lauren Brandon in particular is like taking photos like this does not even look
it
like
doesn't
real.
look real. It looks like a painting.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Absolutely. Of course, we talked about this is our 15th stop here in the Ironman Pro Series. And as a 70.3 event, there are 2,500 points up for grabs. Of course, the World Championship for 70.3 will have 3,000 points up for grabs. That is for our winner. And then points beyond that will be based on the points will diminish at a rate of 1 point per second to the first place finisher's time. So for example, if second place finishes 1 second behind first, they will receive 2,499 points. Of course, across the entire series, 5 scores for athletes count. The top 5 scores. A maximum of 3 full Ironman results will be counted. Those, of course, having heavier point totals, and our World Championship events also having heavier point totals. So when we look at the standings, you know, we're so far into the season, but with a lot of big points races still to come, a lot of changes can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some athletes are looking to get a great 70.3 score, and again, maximum 2,500 points. But then we go into championship season, Dee Dee, and Nice is up next. 6,000 points, obviously, for 6,000. Yes, 6,000.
Yeah,
6,000. I was correct the first time for that race, and then obviously the men go over and race in Kona. So yes, still a good amount of racing left, and lots of points on the line. So.
It's super interesting because some of our athletes, and we'll talk about this, you know, throughout the race, some of our athletes only have 2 or 3 qualifying races so far on the board, but then you have other athletes who are swapping out lower points results from earlier in the season, looking to put a better 70.3 result on the board. So it's really becoming a chess match, so to speak. You're watching what your competitors are doing, where they still have opportunities to race, et cetera, et cetera. So super exciting as we build to sort of the pointy end of this Ironman Pro Series.
And Didi, I think, like, in the beginning of the points series, we sort of were going back and forth. Who's going to factor? Who's not going to factor? What's it going to look like? And it was almost like, I need one more race before I can make that prediction. I still feel like that. I still feel like there's so much movement that can happen with a solid season end, right? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, every second matters, right? So it's not only where you're finishing, but how close you can be to the race winner. So we have such a deep men's field here today. So the points, they could get a chunk of points if they can just stay close to the winner. And I think we're going to see that very thing today.
Speaking of today's race, Didi, do you have any favorites or any thoughts on who you think will clinch this title here in Austria?
Really, really tough to pick. I mean, we've got, Jelle Heens, who is coming off the Olympics. So he hasn't been racing this distance very much, but he's always a favorite. Nicholas Mann has had such an extraordinary season so far that it'll be hard to look beyond him. But Mika Nude, we haven't seen a whole lot from him this year. His bib number was so far down the list that we almost sort of overlooked him. And of course, Jan Stratman as well, going to be fighting it there. And the women.
And the man on the screen, I think, Clement Mignon.
Yep.
Very good cyclist, obviously a very good athlete all around, but I think he's one that will factor in today's race.
And then you look at the women, I mean, of course, Ellie Salthouse, super solid. You can never count her out. We have Laura Madsen, I think is going to be great. For anybody tuning in, Lotte Wilms was a late withdrawal. She woke up this morning not feeling very well. So if you're a Lotte Wilms fan, she will not be competing today. She's going to save it for Nice in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, we are getting into that business end of the season, and yeah, just not worth risking pushing through sickness or not feeling well when, those big races are just around the corner, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, those are hard decisions to make. Because the points are so important, right? But certainly when you've got a 6,000-point race on the horizon, best not to sacrifice it. Let's take a look at some of our pro men, our top 10. That was Jan Stratman, who just raced by. Then in bib number 2, Nicholas Mann from Germany. He's a 2-time champion this year at Alcudia, Mallorca, as well as Les Sables.
And M3, that's Arnaud Guillot from France. He's 11th in the Pro Series point standings, finished 4th at the 2024 Athletic Brew Ironman Lake Placid.
Wearing bib number 5 today from France, that's Clement Mignon. He's got a couple of third-place finishes this year at Ironman Texas, as well as Ironman 70.3 Les Sables.
And M7, that's Helligins from Belgium. Third place finish last weekend in Tallinn.
And then next up, wearing bib number 8 from Belgium, that's Sten Gostowers. He's been really consistent this year. He finished 9th at the 2024 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
All right, and as we wait for the next pro man to come out, will be Thomas Steger from Austria. He's the 2019 Ironman Zell champion, so knows a thing or two about this course as well.
And wearing bib number 10 today, he comes from Sweden, except they're out of order. They came out of order. This is not Robert Callan. That is Andre Lopez, who is from Brazil, makes his home in Boulder, Colorado, engaged this week to fiancée Rachel Olsen, so he's going to want to make a paycheck to pay for that rock.
Absolutely, yeah. And M12, that's Bradley Weiss from South Africa. He's currently 12th in the point standings. He finished 11th at the 2024 Minerva Ironman Frankfurt just 2 weeks ago.
And so those are our top 10 seeded men by bib numbers. There's Robert Callan, a little late to the show. He's Robert Callan from Sweden. He is 13th in the points standings, and he was 8th last week in Tallinn, and a little late for his call-up, but we'll forgive him.
Yes, as long as he's not late to that start line.
Exactly,
that's all that matters.
What a stunning venue we have here. We'll just say it again. I think we're going to be saying that a lot throughout today's broadcast.
Yeah, just
This was a
beautiful.
terrific World Championship venue back in 2015. The course is going to be spectacular. Our hosts, we know that our bib number 1, Jan Stratman, has said he's come back time and time again.
And
Let's
as we
look
go
at our women.
over to the pro women's, this F1, Daniela Bleimel from Germany. She was 2023 and 2019 Zell MC champion.
And from New Zealand, wearing bib number 4 today for our women, that is Hannah Barry. She's 12th in our point standings, and she is our 2024 Ironman Cairns champion.
And F5, that's Katie Curran from the UK. She's 14th in the point standings. She finished 5th last week at Ironman 70.3 Tallinn. A lot of athletes backing up.
Yep, and wearing bib number 6 today, always a threat for the podium. This is Ellie Salthouse. She's 18th currently in the point standings. She was your 2024 Ironman Boulder 70.3 champion.
And wearing number 7, that's Laura Madsen from Denmark, 2024 Ironman 70.3 Les Sables champion. She fell in love with triathlon watching her father race as an age grouper back when she was a child.
And wearing bib number 9 today, this is Els Visser from the Netherlands. She is 8th in our point standing, been racing like a fiend this season. She finished 10th last weekend in Tallinn. A little disappointed with that finish, looking to improve on that one here.
And this is Lauren Brandon from the USA. She's 13th in the point standings. The 2024 best finish has been 4th at Cairns Ironman Cairns.
And wearing bib number 12 today from Germany, this is Katharina Wolf. She is 19th in the point standing currently, and she was 6th place at Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz.
And F13, that's Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. She was 5th place at the 2024 Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. She'll be one of the strongest swimmers out there alongside Lauren Brandon.
I always laugh at these athletes. It's so awkward to come out and stand and wave, but we appreciate them doing it. Wearing bib number 15 from Germany, that's Laura Jansen. She was 3rd at 70.3 Kraichgau and 7th at Ironman Hamburg earlier this year. So that is our men's and women's top 10 seeded athletes based on bib number, but there's lots more names we haven't yet talked about. Some people that will definitely feature in today's race in this spectacular course. Again, stop number 15 in our Ironman Pro Series. Getting down to it, Rinny, it's going to be such an exciting race. We're going to come back with all the action still to come here from Ironman 70.3 Zell MC. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We are getting ready to get underway here with our professional race. And Rinny, again, it takes my breath away. We had a little bit of cloud cover this morning, the sun burning that off. Our pros getting in the water, getting ready for their warm-up. This, our 15th stop in our Ironman Pro Series. Let's take a look at the course our athletes will cover today, starting as always with the Roca swim course. It'll be a single 1.9 kilometer, 1.2 mile counterclockwise course, easily considered one of the most spectacular swim courses on the European 70.3 circuit. The glacier-covered Alps provide a beautiful backdrop to the pristine water. Athletes will swim out 935 meters out in the lake in the direction of Zell City Center, and shortly before the shoreline, athletes will make a 90-degree turn and come on back for the swim exit into T1.
And onto the full gas bike course. It's a single loop, 90 kilometers, 56-mile bike course, offers steep climbs and fast ascents, and a total of 870 meters of altitude, and a total elevation gain of 650 meters. The course is characterized by fast passages, like on the expressway, and a climb up Hoch Kining, and a subsequent descent, which makes your heart pound. Just before the spectacular climb up the Hoch Kining, you'll have the chance to replenish your energy reserves thanks to a new aid station. The highest point on this route is the Flitzenstall. I definitely said that wrong, which is 1,280 meters above sea level.
And then our Hoka run course is a two-loop, 21 kilometer, 13.1 mile run that goes all along Lake Zell. The course takes athletes through the charming city center of Zell in the heart of the Austrian Alps, and they make their way to the turnaround at Tummersbach. Athletes have raved about this course, the fan support, and just the scenery itself. Not a lot of paved. It's a soft crushed gravel surface for most of it. So athletes really looking forward to that. Let's take a look at the top 10 standings for our pro men in the series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of change after Frankfurt just a couple of weeks ago. We got Matt Hansen still sitting in first place at 16,730 points. Jackson Laundry from Canada sitting in second there, 12,839 points. And Patrick Langer sitting in third, 12,527 points. Down to Gregory Barnaby sitting in 10th. Then outside the top 10, athletes looking to move up the standings today are Arnaud Guillot, he's sitting in 11th. Bradley Weiss is sitting in 12th. Robert Callan in 13th. Sten Gostauer is sitting in 18th. And Andre Lopez sitting in 20th. So we'll look for those athletes to possibly move up today.
And in our professional women, it is the two Americans, Jackie Herring and Danielle Lewis, who sit atop the leaderboard still. But today, with Daniela Blymel in the field, she sits in 7th place. She'll be looking to move up based on her finish here today. Others in today's field, Els Visser, obviously also looking to move up. And then outside the top 10, athletes looking to crash the party into the top 10 are Hannah Berry, who's currently 12th, Lauren Brandon, currently 13th, Kate Curran, currently 14th, and Ellie Salthouse, currently 18th. All of those women will be vying for valuable points in today's race.
And again, Didi, just beautiful scenery. I'll put this one on the list of races to possibly go and do in retirement, maybe.
Make it a hashtag don't call it a comeback.
As an age grouper.
As an age grouper.
Maybe just a team.
You heard
that might be.
You heard it here first. We're going to take
realistic.
a quick break before our athletes get underway for the official start of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Process, hair speed and now. Hey, Chris, come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. Watch me now.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We're located about an hour south of the city of Salzburg in one of the most spectacular race venues on the European 70.3 circuit. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer, joined in studio by Marinda Carfrey, and we'll have special guest Joe Skipper joining us a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to hearing from Joe Skipper as well. Today will be awesome to hear his insights, especially on this men's field, knowing the ins and the outs of a lot of these athletes. But as we go down and look at the athletes just getting ready moments before the swim start here in Zell See, we see athletes sort of shaking their legs out. We're still a few minutes away from that starts. So athletes will have hopped in and had a little bit of a swim. Some athletes do like to jump in and swim warm up. Other athletes opt not to. It depends on that water temperature. And again, it's a little fresh, but no wetsuits for the pros.
No wetsuits for the pros today. The athletes have actually been talking about it's unseasonably warm, even though the temperature doesn't necessarily indicate it. Apparently the humidity has been quite high. And of course we have 11 a.m. start time, which a lot of the athletes enjoyed a little bit of a sleep in, but that's gonna mean temperatures are gonna be a little bit on the toastier side. So a couple of the athletes mentioned that as we take a look down our professional men here. Of course, our skittle colored caps will have bib number 1, that's Jan Stratman, wearing orange.
Yes, and bib number 2, that's Nicholas Mann, and he is in green.
Bib number 5, Clement Mignon from France, he will be wearing violet.
And that's Jelleins from Belgium. He will be wearing yellow.
Robert Callan out of Sweden will be wearing a pearly pink cap today.
And Bradley Weiss from South Africa, he'll be in green.
And look for James Teagle out of the UK. He will be wearing orange.
And Maximilian Spirl from Germany, he'll be in pearly pink.
And of course, Mika Newt, all the way down at bib 44, he will be wearing a yellow cap. Those skittle-colored caps are just helping us identify some of your strong swimmers and some of your key notable athletes. And if we look at our women's skittle caps, it's going to be bib number 4, Hannah Berry from New Zealand in pearly pink.
Then we have Katie Curran from the United Kingdom in green.
Ellie Salthouse from Australia will be wearing violet.
And Laura Madsen from Denmark, she'll be in green as well.
Els Visser will be wearing a yellow cap. She's at bib number 9.
And Lauren Brandon, she'll be in pearly pink.
And Beck Clark will be wearing orange.
And Grace Deck from Australia will be wearing violet.
And Caroline Pola from Germany, the champion from Tallinn last week, she will be wearing yellow.
So again, these cap colors are more notables that maybe we'll be able to pick out in the swim. A lot of the time it's hard to sort of see past that front pack. We do try to get updates from athletes sort of further down the field, but generally the camera is focused on that front group. So we just like to be able to pick out who's who in that front group, who's doing the work, who's sitting in, who's playing games, and who's out on a mission.
Athletes anxious to get underway here, and our fans, we've got some of our age groupers. Of course, you see them in wetsuits. They are getting their warm-ups in. We've got great water support out there. It's going to be a spectacular day here at 70.3 Zell See Austria as our pro men lined up there. They will be the first to get underway, but they're going to top up their calories, and we're going to top up our calories as well here in the commentary booth. We're going to come back to you after this quick break with live action from Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
athletic it is.
She's funny.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Marinda Carfrey, and we have special guest joining us today, Mr. Joe Skipper, the man, the myth, the legend. We're going to bring him in now. Joe, welcome to the show. We've got about 3 minutes before our professional men go off. Want to get your thoughts on today's race, some of the favorites, both in the men's and women's fields. Who are you looking at today?
Thanks for having me on. I think for the men's field, I'm looking at Yellow Gaines. I think if he's going to do really well on a course, this course really suits him with the tough climb, especially the last 2Ks of it where it's pretty steep. And also, I'm liking the look of Clement Mignon. I think if he's on today, this is definitely a good course that really suits him.
Yeah, for sure. We were thinking the same and with Clement Mignon. But what about the women, Joe?
With the women, I think that I was liking the look of Els Visser. I think a very strong cyclist, fairly technical. She trains in the mountains in Switzerland. I think she's going to be hard to beat. Also, the Danish girl, Laura Madsen. I saw her out riding the course the other day with Tor Bendix Madsen, and she looked really strong. So she's been racing well this year. I think those two are going to be the girls to beat.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Joe Skipper. It's his first time joining us as a co-commentator. So if you're wrong, Joe, you're never coming back.
We appreciate your time, Joe, and hope to hear from you a bunch throughout today's broadcast. But we are about almost 90 seconds out from the start of this pro men's race here at Zell MC, and the crowds are pretty thick already, and I guess 11 a.m. start lends itself to probably more people getting out and being awake at the start. A lot of the time for these Ironman races, we're starting at 6:30, 7 a.m. But a nice brunchy time start is nice.
Good brunchy time. We've got our water support there holding our professional men to the start line. We are 60 seconds away, getting the crowds fired up here, our men fired up, ready to get underway here in Lake Zell. We've got 1 minute to go, and it's going to be a fast and furious start. Again, if you're looking for some of those cap colors, remember we've got Jan Stratman in orange, Nicholas Mann in green, Clement Mignon in violet, Jelle Heens is in yellow, Robert Callan in pearly pink, Bradley Weiss in green, James Teagle in orange, Maximilian Sperl in pink, and Mika Newt in yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. And just moments away from the gun here, Didi, you see the watercraft just sort of getting out of the way. They do not want to get trampled, but you see it's a deep water start for the men here, so you'll see them kicking their legs, sort of floating on their bellies, sculling with their hands, trying to stay on that start line.
Yeah, it's a nice wide berth, and the first turn buoy isn't for 900 meters, so our men pretty well spread out here. Again, looking for the right feet to line up behind. Some of those colored caps will be good identifiers, not only for us in the booth, but for the athletes on the start line. They'll be looking to try to find the feet they want to line up alongside and try to catch a ride.
And they're off, Dee. It's always fast and furious at the start. You see a lot of whitewater athletes trying to sort of find their position right away. It's interesting. Some athletes really like to be on the outside and have their own space. Other athletes want to be in the thick of it. And you will see athletes teaming up and chatting, you know, like, hey, we'll swim together, we'll work the swim hard, I'll take a lead, you take a lead. But with this swim, beautiful conditions, super flat water, no chop to speak of, and a nice long, almost 1,000-meter out to that turn buoy, so they have like a long straightaway, and they can just sort of gun it to that turn buoy at the far end.
So you see on the left of your screen, those are our professional men who are underway. Our professional women on the right-hand side of your screen making their way into the water for their start. They will get underway in just a couple of minutes' time. Again, some of our men's favorite swimmers look for Mika Newt to be in that lead pack. Maximilian Sperl, Jan Strotman, Jelle Heens, obviously coming off that short course strength of his. He should be in that lead pack as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll hopefully, you know, it takes a good couple of 100 meters to sort of start seeing those packs form. Most men can kind of keep up at the very beginning, but as we get into this race, then you'll start to see packs start to form, and hopefully we can get a close look and pick out some of those race favorites, see where they're at the start. But we have the women now lining up on the start. That's in that right side of your screen. Women are moments away from the start now.
And just to refresh some of those Skittle caps to be looking for, that's Hannah Berry in pearly pink. Kate Curran is in green. Ellie Salthouse is in violet. Els Visser is in yellow. Lauren Brandon in pearly pink. Beck Clark will be in orange. Grace Tech in violet. And Caroline Pola will be in yellow as well. Our women bunched up there down at the right-hand side of your screen. A lot of those favorite caps lining up that way, certainly, and some of the other athletes stretched out a little bit further to the far end.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the women sort of opted for that left-hand side of the start, and as you see those Skittle-coloured caps right there on the left, everyone else obviously in silver caps, but yeah, interesting, some of the women sort of opting to go on the second line, and I wonder, do they just not want to be, you know, I don't understand that.
You tell me. I mean, if you don't consider yourself a lead pack swimmer, are you better off maybe not being quite on the thick of it on the front line and just getting right immediately on the feet, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know. And they're off, Dee. I was never a great swimmer, but I never wanted to give an inch. You know, I would like to start alongside, you know, the fastest swimmer in the sport and hopefully get a little bit of a toe along. But yeah, I mean, I guess each to their own, and maybe you just really don't want to get beat up or super in the thick of it. But for me, I always thought, you know, I want to be right on that start line. I want to be toe on that start line, ready to fight for every inch on the day. Again, as soon as the gun went off, I was pretty much out the back door, but still wanted to have every chance to be right at the front.
And a familiar sight at the bottom of your screen there, that is the pearly pink cap of Lauren Brandon. On the far side, I would put good money that orange cap, well, since there's only one orange cap in our professional women's field, that would be Beck Clark. So no surprises in the first 15 meters of our professional women's start today here at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC.
Yeah, you see that clear break immediately. You know, Lauren Brandon is so good. You know, she has such a great kick and a beautiful stroke, but she gets out fast and then she just holds it. I wonder why they didn't sort of start together, knowing that they're both the two class swimmers of the field. Yeah, what do you think, Dee?
I think we'll think about that for a second. And I'll say that, you know, Lauren Brandon, she had a great start. Sometimes, though, she's a little bit of a slower starter and doesn't have that get-out speed. So I think sometimes she might like a little bit extra space, because you don't often see Lauren. She proved us wrong today, but you don't often see her in the first 100 meters. You see her sort of start to emerge 300, 400, 500 meters. She's able to sort of hold that threshold pace, but not as quick off the start. But today, she was quick off the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at the men, and of course, the top two guys have silver caps, so we picked the wrong guys, but so many fast swimmers in this group, and hard to always pick who will be out front there. But we do have an orange cap that most likely Jan Stratman or James Teagle.
Let's throw it to Joe. Maybe he recognizes some of the strokes from swimming alongside some of these superstars. Joe, we've got an overhead shot here of our professional men's field. We didn't pick the right color caps. Any speculation on who those two silver caps at the front is and who that orange cap might be, either Jan Stratman or James Teagle? Do you recognize that stroke?
Unfortunately, Dee, I'm not normally at the front where I'd recognise people in the swim.
I was giving you credit, bro. I was giving you credit.
I know. But I would say probably Jan Stratman. I think he's normally a front pack swimmer, whereas James Teagle's a little bit off. He might be like chase pack, so I would expect that to probably be Jan Stratman towards the front. If it is James Teagle, then he's really setting himself up for a great race, because he's been getting some of the fastest run splits in quite a few of the 70.3s he's been doing now. So if it is him towards the front of the race, then he's definitely putting himself in a great position to get on the podium. It's interesting though, listening to what you were saying about the women's race at the start, about how some athletes lined up on the second row, because I found that fascinating as well, because I'm like you, Marinda, I would never have lined up on the second row, and I would have thought that lining up on the far right would have been a much better idea and gave you a better chance for a good start in the race, because you get clear water, you're not giving away any ground at the start. And looking at how it ended up starting, some of the women that were on the right had a really good start as well. So you would have been on some fast feet if you weren't like one of the top swimmers anyway. So I found that fascinating, that some of them would give up free time in the water at the start before the gun's even gone off.
That's right. I think I agree. As a maybe not strong swimmer or weaker swimmer, you can't give an inch. I mean, racing at this level is super competitive, and it's also a mindset, in my opinion, being on that front line and being ready to fight, sitting sort of behind and being okay with letting the others take off ahead of you just feels like maybe not as aggressive as an athlete trying to win the race. And maybe, these might be first-year pros, and they're just trying to get out there and get a finisher under their belt. So we don't know the story of every single athlete out there, but yeah, I'd love to hear from, what that mindset is for maybe an athlete who would choose to start behind.
And as we take a look here at our lead women, that is Lauren Brandon. At the bottom of your screen, that yellow cap is going to be Caroline Pola. She's the champion from Talon just a week ago. Joe, tell us, you're a guy who likes to race an awful lot. What's it like to back up 70.3s weekend after weekend? Is that a great strategy? Do you get a little fitness boost from the first one? Or do you feel like you start the second one just a little bit tired and have to take a little bit of time to work yourself into the race?
I think it can go either way. It's a complete lucky dip, really. If you've had to go really deep in the first 70.3, then I think you're probably going to feel it a little bit in the second one. Whereas if you haven't had to go, like if you're not really in a battle towards the end of the run, like if you're in, say, third, fourth, or whatever position you're in, but there's like a little bit of a gap between the person behind, like 90 seconds, and you're not forcing it all the way to the end, you can bounce back quite well, and you could probably do a really good race in the second one. But if you have to go really deep for the first one, you're in a battle for the win or for a certain position, then you could really be noticing it the next week, and you might not feel 100%. But I've done some where I've done them back-to-back weekends, and I felt absolutely fantastic in the second one. And I've also had the opposite, where I've done it the second one, and I've thought that was a terrible decision. Why did I decide to do that?
As we come back to our men's race here, Joe, talk to me a little bit about this Ironman Pro Series. Has been such a draw for athletes that we're seeing like massive start fields for these races in the Pro Series, bigger fields than we've ever seen before, just drawing athletes in with the appeal of this Pro Series. Talk about how that impacts as we look here at a really large swim pack for our men. How does that change the race dynamic, the fact that we're seeing sort of historically massive fields, particularly in our pro men?
I think you can get away with being a slightly worse cyclist when it's like this, because you'll get a big pack out, and if you're, say, 10, 15 of you all get out on the bike, if you're sat 10 to 15 in the peloton or in the little pack, I mean, legal distance, you save some watts. You could save as much as 40, 50 watts, really. in the group. So you can get away with being not quite as strong on the bike, which changes the dynamic a bit, because if you had a lot smaller field and everyone was a bit more isolated, everyone has to work really hard on the bike. But this makes it a lot more tactical. So if you are trying to drop guys that are quicker runners, you really need to pick your moments where you're going to do it. Obviously, hills are a very good place to put an attack in, because the draft benefit isn't as high. So if you're in a pace line and you're on the hill, you're not going to save as many watts as what you would do on a fast, flat bit of road. So if you're a strong cyclist, you need to know where to put the attacks in, where to put the power in to distance guys that are with you that you know might outrun you later on in the race. Or even if they can't outrun you and you're a strong cyclist, you need to play your cards to your strength. So I think it makes it a lot more tactical. It helps people that aren't necessarily as good a cyclists, as long as they make the pack. If they don't make the pack, then it makes it very difficult, because if you've got a well-working pack up front and everyone's kind of contributing to their pace, then it can make it very difficult to bridge back up if you don't make the front pack. So the swim's very important. You need to be at the front, ideally in the group. If you're a strong cyclist, then you'd really need to pick your moments where you're going to try and put an attack in. And if you're not such a good cyclist, you need to keep vigilant. You know, gaps do open up. Some people let a 40, 50 meter gap go, and then it's very hard to close it if you're not such a strong cyclist. It's almost like what you'd see in, like, the racing seems like it's turned out to be a lot more like what you get in road racing. Although we can't draft in a proper pack, because there is significant watt savings to be had, the racing's got a lot more tactical, and it's all about being in the right position at the right time, knowing where to put the power in, who to be with as well. Like, there's some athletes that are really surgy when you're in a group with them. You know, they can like let a gap go quite big, and then they put in a big attack or big effort to close the gap to get back to legal distance. And you don't really want to be behind those guys, because if you don't quickly close the gap up as well, someone might slot in front of you, and you can end up getting pushed further and further back in the group. So yeah, just completely adds a whole new dynamic to the racing. You've got to be a lot more vigilant tactically. You've got to be a lot more astute than what you had to be in the past. And then what you'll probably see is a lot more of the races coming down to the run, because you're going to get bigger groups come off the bike. You're going to get, you know, in quite a few of the races, we've seen groups of 6, 7 come off in very short order. So it's coming down to, you've got to be a great swimmer, good enough to be in contention at the bike, and then have a fantastic run to finish the job.
Well, there you go. Changing dynamics with the introduction of this Ironman Pro Series. Thanks, Joe Skipper, for those insights. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Marinda Carfrey. We are underway here at Ironman's 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. Our pros in the water, our women approaching halfway, our men on their way back to shore. We're going to head to a quick break, but don't go away. There's so much action still to come. We'll be back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman Zell 70.3 Kaprun. It is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together. And by TriDot, better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And Didi, the athletes are underway. We are around 12 minutes in for the women and around 15 minutes in for the men. And we have 2 silver caps leading the men's race. Of course, we probably have a lot of athletes stepping up to the 70.3 distance after getting the Olympics out of the way, sort of trying, you have this sort of every 4 years, you have a cycle where athletes will focus entirely on the Olympics, and then they'll, take a break and sort of try a few different distances and move up. Joe, do you have something to add there?
Yeah, there's no one else in the room, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing.
Okay. So yes, 2 silver caps at the lead of this race, and then it looks like we had Jan Stratman there in the orange cap, we believe. And then as we pan back, we might be able to pick out a couple of the other athletes, but I believe Mika Newt should be up there somewhere in the front. But it looks like there's a pack of 4
looks a breakaway.
really formed. There's that yellow cap, 2 yellow caps there. Yellahines will be one of those yellow caps, and then obviously Mika Newt, the other one. I see a green cap in there. It could be Nicholas Mann, my guess, for that green cap, or could be Bradley Weiss, also a very good swimmer. So, a solid pack of 4, and then, maybe 20, 30 seconds back to this big group of men, sort of strung out there and sort of swimming sort of across, not all in a line, which sometimes you see when the pace is really on.
Yeah, my question to you, Joe, you had commented before the break about how these larger fields that we're seeing as a part of this Ironman Pro Series meant that you had to be a little bit more tactical on the bike because the group tended to be larger, and that really it favors some of the good runners who can sort of stay in touch on the bike because there's more men. Does it help some of the sort of second-ish pack swimmers who might actually find themselves amongst the lead pack because there's just more bodies to fill, more draft to grab as the race gets underway in the Roka swim course?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely favours some of the guys that might not have made the front pack in some of the smaller fields, because obviously if you've got a lot more people in the front pack, it's a lot bigger draft, like you say. It's why the start is so crucial. And if you're someone that might be on the fringe of making the front pack, there's 2 ways you could look at it. You could start with the top swimmers and you're there, or you've got to do is stay there. But the problem is a lot of people want to start next to the top swimmers, and I've made the mistake this year of starting there, and you just get swamped at the start, and you can get swum over, pulled back, hit in the head. And if that happens to you and you're someone that was a fringe, say, front pack swimmer, that can be it. It can be race over, or not race over, but the swim, making that front pack swim over. So the other option is to stay further to the right, a little bit out of trouble. You get clear water so you can get a good start for the first 100 to 200 meters. But the downside to that is you haven't got any feet, or you may not have any feet to stay on at the start. So you kind of have to cut in when you get a chance, hopefully without getting swum over. So there's 2 ways how you can play it when you make the start. Obviously for the faster swimmers, some of the top guys, like Magnus Manor, he could well be, he's probably one of the guys that's leading the swim right now in the grey hat, who we were wondering who it was. I'd expect it to be him. I've raced against him this year in Oceanside, and he was first out the water. But if you're a swimmer like him, it wouldn't matter where you start. Even if you get into a bit of trouble, someone swims over you at the start, you're that good that you can get out of trouble and you can just swim up on the outside, and you're going to find yourself at the front. Whereas someone like me, if I end up getting swam over, it really puts me on the back foot, and I'm not good enough to swim up to one of the better packs. So I kind of need it to be, I haven't got as much luck on my, I need more luck on my side. I can't afford anything to go wrong.
Well, there you have it. As we see our professional men, our lead 2 swimmers. It looks like our second male there lost his cap, but great shot here of our professional men heading back to shore with our age group field heading out on the first leg of the swim. And it looks like Jan Stratman is even losing touch with this lead pair of swimmers, but about 20 seconds back. Actually, it looks like that group might be sort of not that far out of touch. So while we've got 2 sets of 2 lead swimmers here, with Jan Stratman leading that second pairing. It was the big group that was behind, only a few seconds back, that included names like Jelle Heens and Mika Newt was in that group as well as potentially Nicholas Mann or more likely Bradley Weiss, I think, in that group as well. So our men a little bit more strung out, but my guess is, and Joe, would you agree that they will converge quickly as they make their way into T1?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I would also say that if that's Jan Stratman that has gone off the back a little bit, that's still a fantastic swim for him, and he's really putting himself in a great position, because even if it does converge, at least he's going to get through transition hassle-free. And I've actually recce'd the course because I'm actually in Zell MC at the moment. So I've cycled the bike course twice, I've done the run course, I've swam the swim course twice. So just to get an idea of how things might play out. And once you come out of transition, about 500 meters after that, you go down this small path. It's only about 1.5 cars wide, and probably lasts for about a kilometre and a half. And that is a crucial bit, because if you come out of transition at the back of that pack, and everyone's trying to still put their feet, their shoes in their feet in their shoes, you could lose quite a bit of time, because you can't overtake. That road could get quite blocked off by athletes all trying to do that before you get onto the main road, because that's going to be the spot where some people are still going to be trying to sort themselves out. So I think transition in this is going to be crucial, because I wouldn't be surprised if you see some people making this front pack, but then on that little bit of road where it's a little bit uphill, not much, just a little drag, very narrow, getting tailed off the back, and then some of the guys that are very strong cyclists and make that front pack put in a bit of a surge. If you can get your feet in quickly, you can put on the power straight away. I think you could force a gap, and it would be very hard for people to bridge back up, because the first 23 kilometers to the start of the climb is predominantly downhill. It's on big open roads. It's very fast. Like on a time trial bike, you're going to be going 55 kilometers per hour. And if a gap of 20 seconds opens up, I just think it's going to be extremely difficult to close that gap. And you're going to have to put in a lot of power, and that's going to be a lot of wasted energy before you get to the climb.
All right, Joe. And historically, this swim is pretty quick, so we should be seeing these athletes come out in the next minute or two. Last year in 2023, and it was around a 22-minute swim for the fastest men. So we're expecting the men here momentarily in transition, and we will be able to pick out those athletes as they cross that timing mat. But men just about to finish the swim here in Zell MC.
About a little over 100 meters to go. It looks about, if we estimate those buoys at about 100 meters apart. They've got one more to go, so 100 and we'll call it 150 meters perhaps. So we've got a lead group of 2 swimmers here, followed by one of our men's favorites, Jan Stratman, and another silver cap. On our women's race, you can see that is Caroline Pola in the yellow cap with Lauren Brandon. What I loved about Lauren's swim here, Rennie, she chose a slightly different line, and she didn't give anyone a free ride. So it looks like Caroline is doing a lot of the pulling. She's got a silver cap on her feet. That I don't think that's Rachel Olsen. Rachel's a great swimmer, but I don't think that's Rachel Stroke. But Lauren has been sort of side by side and hasn't given anyone a free ride in this. And we had Beck Clark was at the back of those 2 women, Caroline and the silver cap. So we had about four women off the front.
And Caroline Pola, massive lead last weekend in Talon out of the swim, and that just set her up for a fantastic day. And to be able to swim with Lauren Brandon, just incredible. So clearly a great swimmer. And we are now looking at the pro men, just about to step up onto dry land here and run out into T1. Let's see who
it gives you a sense of it, though, because we've got the 2 lead athletes here, and we'll get a name as soon as they cross that timing mat. And then we have Jan Stratman and another silver cap. That was Martin Damuth was the lead swimmer out. But that pack is only about maybe 30 seconds back as you see Stratman look over his shoulder
out to second
to see what the gap is. So Martin Damuth, as we take a look at our first pro male out of the water, swim split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival 24:07 for the 1.9 kilometer, 1.2 mile swim. And now it's a decent sized run. So as Joe was talking about, because of the relatively small gap to this massive chase pack of
it's only
guys.
17 seconds to Florian Engert in fourth, so he just got gapped at the end of that swim there, and then it's around 33 seconds down to that main pack, and that has Jelleheens in there, Mika Newt is in there, Maximilian Spirel is in there, among others. So, but it's a massive group.
Yep. Massive group, and again, with a long run here as we see our athletes making their way into T1, there is an opportunity to make up some ground when the deficit out of the swim was only 17 seconds from our leader, then Martin Dameth there. Again, you see that split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival 24:07, bib number 39. Not a huge gap, and so we could see definitely some athletes whittle away at that, just running up into transition.
And you see here in the transition, this is an Ironman, full Ironman distance transition. Usually for the 70.3s, the athletes will go directly to their bike and everything will sort of be laid out right there. But in this race, they do have their bags racked separately. So you see the athletes going to that rack, grabbing their helmets, putting their swim skin and goggles away, and then running off to the racks, just bikes on the racks there.
Yeah, a clean transition even for our pros. Shoes clipped onto the pedals, but everything else there in the racks. Our athletes will be wearing bib numbers on the bike today. We thank them for that. That's not a normal thing. Sometimes bibs aren't required on the bike, but it gives us a little bit of an extra identifying feature for our athletes to be able to call them out, as we see Jan Stratman making his way through transition over to the mount line. As we see on the other side of your screen, our professional women actually overtaking quite a few of our pro men in the field today. That's Lauren Brandon leading with Caroline Pola there in the yellow cap in second place.
Yeah, not unfamiliar for Lauren Brandon to be taking scalps on that swim. No shame in that, fellas. Lauren Brandon, just a class swimmer. You see Lauren now streaking ahead a little bit of Caroline Pola, possibly a little swim bonus on the line for her, I would imagine. But yes, Lauren Brandon taking control of the swim at the frontier. Caroline Pola right behind her. Beck Clark's in that group. We see one silver cap, which we haven't been able to pick out just yet. But again, momentarily they'll be out and we'll be able to see who's who.
And of course, on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got that chase pack making their way onto this full gas bike course. And this is that narrow bit of road that Joe Skipper was talking about, where it could be a little bit of a bottleneck and give an opportunity to those first two athletes, Magnus Manor and Martin Dameth, opportunity to skirt away because there was just two of them out versus this large chase pack of men going to get a little bit congested here across that mount line and through the first K or so of this full gas bike course.
And throw back to you, Joe, how frustrating can it be when you're in a narrow section like that and you're, say, one of the class cyclists of the field? You have to sort of sit and wait because you don't want to get yourself in trouble, force a draft penalty that soon in the race.
Yeah, it's definitely a crucial part and it can be frustrating, but what I would always try and do would be to recce courses, and I'd want to know exactly where them parts of the course are. So if I knew it was after 600 meters of transition, 600 to 800 meters, I'd be thinking, right, I need to have a quick transition. I need to really make sure I know exactly what I'm doing. I can get out there ahead of a group if I come out the water with them. And also, if it's like, say, if it was halfway around the bike course, I'd be thinking at this point, if I'm in a pack, then I need to move to the front of the group. I need to get ahead of others because, like as you say, it can be frustrating. Other athletes could slow you down. Some people aren't as confident on the TT bars. They can't put the power out. It's just time that you can lose, but it also could be a place where you can attack. You can keep on the pressure. If you're a good bike handler and you can put the power out on these narrow, twisty roads, it's a great opportunity to distance other people that you might not be able to on a flat, fast section where they can stay with you.
Joe, as we take a look at our lead females here out of the water, that's Lauren Brandon first out of the water with Caroline Pola in second and Lena Meisner
the Wahoo
in
Element
third.
Rival. Fastest swim time there, that's Lauren Brandon, 25:22 for Lauren. So not too much slower than those first two men.
Talk to me a little bit, Joe. Lauren opted to have her race kit around her waist, and it looks like she's lost a little bit of time here in T1 pulling it up. She certainly has lost the lead of the race. It slowed her down a little bit. Talk to me about, is that something you practice, or how do you manage your kit when you're in a non-wetsuit swim?
It really depends on the brand of kit you've got. Like, I've had a few different ones in the past, and some I've been able to swim at with it over my shoulders. And ideally, if you can do that, that's great. It's hassle-free. You can really get a quick transition. But some suits that are typically it's more aero if the suit's tight, but then conversely, it's a lot more uncomfortable and harder to swim at if you have it over your shoulders. So it's a bit of, you have to kind of weigh it up. Like, do you want to save a few more watts on the bike, but then you have to try and put your suit on after the swim, which can be quite difficult, especially when you're wet. Like, the ideal thing would be you can swim in it, but especially with a lot of swimmers and the top swimmers, they hate that restriction on their shoulders. Like, Didi, you come from a swim background. I mean, what do you do with the suit? Do you swim with it over your shoulders? Like, I find if you get quite an aero and it's tight suit, it can feel awful. I mean, ideally you want to, but
Yeah, I mean, again, it's something you wear in training and see how much it annoys you in the training if it slows you down. And that's something you can field test in training, definitely. But getting that kit on, I tell you, when you're wet is hard. So then, if you prefer having it down, it's definitely something you want to practice. And it's one of those little details that often we overlook, the opportunity to train something like that. As we take a look at our women across the mount line, it was Caroline Pola, I believe, first out of there, with Lena Meissner in second place. We have yet to see Lauren Brandon across that mount line, Beck Clark in that group as well.
And also, you see Rachel Olsen and Ellie Salthouse. They were the next two out together, and they're at around 51, 54 seconds. Great swimmer. Rachel Olsen, you mentioned earlier, we thought might have tacked on to that front group. But then it's around 1:35 down to Kate Curran, Hannah Berry, among others. But yes, Caroline Pola and Lena Meissner, we're seeing here on that first section, they're getting their feet into the pedals as quickly as possible. And Caroline Pola, this is kind of, I mean, again, she had a big lead out of the swim in Talon just last week, and she's trying to do that same thing here, just get out of sight, out of mind quickly. Athletes like Ellie Salthouse, that's Rachel Olsen right there, just coming out of transition, and Ellie Salthouse was with her. But yeah, at the moment we have Caroline Pola, Lena Meissner, Rebecca Clark fourth, and Lauren Brandon, Rebecca Clark in third, Lauren Brandon in fourth, out of T1.
And as we see Rachel Olsen and Ellie Salthouse getting underway, you see Ellie Salthouse being very aggressive to get past Rachel Olsen. Rachel, great swimmer, not as strong as Ellie on the bike, so Ellie being aggressive to make sure she doesn't get caught in that narrow section that Joe talked about, to not get caught behind her.
And not only that, Didi, coming out of that swim knowing that there's 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, we need to put in a big effort and try and get to the front as soon as possible. The quicker she can have eyes on the front, the better she can settle in and then sort of race against the competitors instead of, chasing all day.
But super interesting too, they actually lost more time in transition. They're a minute down as they got to the mount line there. So work to be done for Ellie Salthouse and Rachel Olsen to reinsert themselves back into that lead pack after getting dropped 30 seconds, as we take a look at all of our athletes now pouring out of T1, taking to the full gas bike course.
Yeah, and saying that's a lot of time, 30 seconds in transition. What were they doing? And it might have been, as you said, pulling the race kit up over shoulders. Although I'm pretty sure Ellie swims with the race kit up, so I don't think that was the issue. But yeah, another just being super quick out of transition.
And another learning moment. I mean, it's something we don't often practice. Practice your transitions. It's really, really, really important. As we take a look at our lead group of men, let's throw it to Joe. Joe, what do you see in here?
I just see them trying to get organized, really. It looks like some riders trying to overtake. It looks pretty messy at the moment, because I think some people are trying to vie for positions. Athletes that might see that others are off the back and haven't came out of transition with them are trying to put the power down. It always seems a little bit of carnage as you start the bike course, like with some people trying to put a dig in straight away out of transition, which I think is a great way to try and shell a few of the people, because if you get a 10-second gap out of transition, all of a sudden they're not getting any benefit from being with you. They're too far to get that draft benefit. So it's a great opportunity. If you can put the power down, if someone wants to try and bridge that 10 seconds back up to you, they have to go so deep that they're going to pay for that. And if they can't do it, then automatically you've kind of dropped them without having to really think about it too much. But I don't really expect that you'll see a massive amount happen at the moment until you get to the climb. If I was in this group right now, I would be thinking, I just want to be in contention before we get to the climb. I want to put in as little effort as possible, but I don't want to let anyone in. I don't want to let the group pull away from me. So I'm going to try and make sure I'm smooth when we get to the climbs. I'm going to try, there's a few little climbs, and I say that they're like 700 meters long at about 4%. So they're nothing much. I'm going to be thinking I want to ride them efficiently. I don't want to be blasting up them. And what you can get with a lot of this group dynamics is when you hit a climb, like you can see now, the guy at the back is coming out of the TT bars because there's this Constantina effect. The guys at the front are going up at, say, a certain pace. Then everyone slightly further back has to go a little bit slower. But then as soon as he gets to the top now, the gaps will open up. As the front guys are already going down the hill, they're probably going close to 60 kilometers an hour, and he's still climbing at 30, 35. So he'll have to put a massive surge in. Everyone will have to surge in power to close the gaps back up. But then all of a sudden you close up very quickly, and then you have to hit the brakes. Whereas if you're experienced and you know that happens a lot, you can ride the hills a little bit easier because you know it's all going to come back together after about 30 seconds of going on the descent. And what you'll see is the people that are further back in the group, they might be saving a lot more energy when it's on a constant piece of road where you're riding at a steady power. But as soon as the speeds keep surging up and down, that's where you end up riding very inefficiently because you're spiking the power a lot more over the top of the climb. You start the climb and you have to hit the brakes, and then you have to put in a lot of power. It's just a very strange way of riding, and a lot of people will be riding, you'll see it, they'll be riding very inefficiently at the back of the group.
Well, there you go. Large lead pack in our men as we take a look at our lead to women getting underway. But before we do that, let's take a look at our top transition times for our men presented by our friends at Morton. It was Maximilian Spurl at 2:35, De Keyser also at 2:35, and Thalman at 2:36. So those were the quickest times in transition for our professional men as we take a look at our lead to women here out on course. Caroline Pola coming off her win last weekend in Tallinn, and Lena Meisner, and they were two of our faster transition times for our professional women, Rennie.
Yeah, the top three fastest transition times for our women. Halter 2:52, Pola 2:58, and Messner 2:59, and we are with the two pro women here at the opening miles of this bike course, full gas bike course. We are about to run away to a break, but the action is starting to heat up. Don't go away. We will be right back. Welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC. We are with the lead women here on the start of the bike course. Didi, actually, who are we looking at? This is not the lead woman. An athlete catching up here to the pro. It might be a pro man. It does look like a lady, but I'm not sure who that is. I can't pick it out just yet.
At the rate with which they're passing, my guess is that might be a pro male, but going past our second place female right now, Lena Meissner from Germany, and our current women's leader, Caroline Pola. She led wire to wire a week ago. Can she repeat? It certainly looks like that's a distinct possibility.
Absolutely. No, yeah,
that's a male.
Male, M16. So that was a male. So the women are starting 3 minutes behind the pro men and were able to pass by a couple of those men as they were making their way through the swim. And this is the lead of the pro men's. Actually, this is the chase pack, the main group of pro men here, just kind of jockeying for position. And you see Race Ranger, we have that in effect today. It always does look like they are bunched up a little bit there, but blue light indicates the athlete is sitting at around 12 to 14 meters in that zone. Orange light, of course, is 14 to 17 meters, and no light at all is more than 17 meters. So you see here that athlete on the back is sitting in that, you know, it's kind of going blue-orange, blue-orange. So he's probably sitting right around 14 meters behind. It certainly doesn't look that way from this camera angle, but the athletes are nicely spaced, and having Race Ranger really does help the athletes police themselves. You know, like it's more now, and you're not guessing. You're like, yep, this is where I'm at. I'm safe. I'm riding clean, and I can be confident that I'm not going to get a drafting penalty sitting in this position.
Absolutely. Not only does it allow the athletes to police themselves, but when you have a massive group like this, I think that I counted nearly 15 men in this pack, and of course we have a marshal riding along with them. It allows the marshal to more effectively gauge distance, because again, prior to Race Ranger, they were sort of, again, assessing distance. But now Race Ranger, if they see a red light, they know, okay, I got to go, I got to go up there. So you can monitor a larger group. It makes it a little bit easier for our race officials as well. But the primary benefit, and as it should be, for the athletes to police themselves.
And again, for those that aren't familiar with the drafting rules, if you do move into that 12-meter zone and you see a red flashing light, the rule is that you will need to pass that athlete, and you have 25 seconds. You can't slipstream up, so you can't ride right up behind them. Obviously, that would be a drafting help. You need to move out around 2 meters to the side of the athlete and then make your way up and pass within 25 seconds. And of course, in a group like this, tactics just come into play, and you can't slot in either if athletes are evenly spaced. So it could be a situation where you have to ride all the way to the front, and I can tell you that hurts the legs a lot. So riding in a pack like this, Joe, do you like riding in a pack, or do you like being sort of a lone wolf out there? Is it helpful to be in a pack, or I know it is slightly a little bit of a benefit, but what is your preference when you're racing?
I would prefer to be off the front solo, but
wouldn't
but
we
no,
all?
Being in a pack, it has its advantages and disadvantages. On when the speeds are staying fairly consistent, it's great. You're saving a lot of energy as long as the people are going the right pace. What I don't like about being in a pack is if you've got someone on the front who's setting the pace and they're very surgy. Like 1 minute they're putting a lot of power in, the next minute they're easing off, and they're not riding in a very consistent way, because I feel like you're burning more matches and you're not riding as fast as what you could. I've been out in swims before where I've got out in the chase pack, and I've made some alliances before the start. So, for instance, like Sam Long, I know he might swim around the same speed as me, Lionel Sanders, and we've spoken to each other before the start, and I've done this with other athletes, and we've said, if we get out of the water together, let's work together. 5-10 minute turns on the front. We all know we want to get to the front of the race, and we've managed to ride really well, really consistently. And when you're in a pack and you're all working really well and you're on the same wavelength, that's great. When there's guys that are riding very inconsistently in terms of their power output, then I don't really like it. I feel like you lose time and you put more effort in. So it all depends. Also on the terrain as well. If the terrain's up and down, changing a lot, then it can be a bit frustrating. But it's very hard to get away from the pack, because you could put a surge in, then someone who's been in 4th place decides to go with you, and then the person that was on the front that is goes behind them, and they save a bit of energy, and it all kind of stays together. It's very hard to break away from a pack once you're in it.
And how do you manage? We just had a camera there on Nicholas Mann, one of our favorites here today. He was sitting about 9th wheel. What's his vulnerability there? If the lead 3 guys, if the 4th wheel lets a gap open up and he's all the way back in 9th, how do you respond to something like that? Is that an ideal spot, or would he likely prefer to be? Where's the best place to be when you have a massive pack like this of 15 guys?
I would prefer to be 3rd to 6th place, something like that. Close enough that I can respond to attacks, but enough that I'm saving some energy. The good bit about being in 9th place is he's going to be saving more energy, but as you can see, it's opening up a bit now. Gaps are forming. He's going to have to make a decision. Do I want to try and close that gap? And then if he wants to close the gap, if everyone's staying at 12 meters, he has to do a huge effort to try and close that gap. He's going to be hoping that other athletes will close the gap for him, and then it will come together, and then he'll be like, phew, that was lucky. But it's very hard to move up. That's why transition was so important, because if he's in 9th place, he can't just move up to 3rd or 4th place, because everyone's riding 12 meters at the moment. So it's either you make a big surge to 1st, and all he's going to do if he did that is he's going to put a massive effort in. He's going to go probably over threshold, because I think the bike for him is the weaker part. He's very good swimmer. He's a very good runner. He just needs to get off the bike in contention. So he'd be doing a huge effort to do that. And then all he's going to do is sit up, let a few people come back round him, and then try and stay in about 3rd or 4th position. But is it really worth it? Because it's 30 minutes from transition, roughly, to the start of the climb. So all he has to do is survive 30 minutes and be there or thereabouts. He's a very light guy. The climb's going to suit him. And that's where you're going to really see a big shake-up. But one thing I have noticed, looking at the splits, coming out of transition, Robert Callan, who's a very, very good cyclist and normally makes the front pack on the swim, lost 1 minute and 31 seconds in the swim. Now, in front of him, he's got Bradley Weiss and he's got Clement Mignon, and he's also got James Teagle. So he's going to catch them, and he's going to be riding very hard on the flat because he's a bigger guy. He's probably fairly aero, looking at how well he does in some of these flat, fast races. And he could end up taking a few of the guys that missed the front split in the swim to the front of the race by the base of the climb, which will really shake things up. So it would be interesting to see how the time split's looking at the 15K mark, because I think he could end up bringing a few people back into the race that the guys in the front pack wouldn't want to see.
Now, it looks like the guys have just gone through 15K. We've got Maximilian Sperl on the front, Jan Stratman in 2nd place, Mika Newt in 3rd, and Magnus Manor in 4th. And then things are starting to spread out a little bit. We're starting to see some little micro gaps grow. Will they grow bigger as they approach the climb? We'll find out after this quick commercial break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Welcome back to the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Miranda Carfrey with special guest Joe Skipper. Our pro men are now through 15 kilometers on the bike. We had a massive pack, but things are starting to spread out a little bit. We've got Maximilian Sperl at the lead with Jan Stratman, Mika Newt, and Magnus Manor. And then things were starting to break apart just a little bit.
And you see Maximilian Spirel putting the arm around. Okay, someone else take a turn now. And it looks like we have a little group of 4 here broken away. So that micro gap you were mentioning starting to grow here. And you
Become
see them
less micro.
Less micro, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And speaking of beautiful courses, as we look at Austria here, another race you should consider. With truly spectacular destinations, stunning course, and electric atmosphere, you can see why the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is one of the world's best. A race where a World Heritage listed rainforest meets the natural wonders of the world, the Great Barrier Reef. No wonder it's known as a race in paradise. Secure your spot and register today. I actually did race. I mean, obviously, I'm from Australia, if you didn't get that from my accent. But
you didn't grow that accent here in Boulder.
Did not. I raced there, and it is absolutely stunning. I have to say, you should put it on your bucket list if you can get to the other side of the world, or maybe you're on the other side of the world already. Most likely, if you're listening, you probably are.
Back to our lead women here. This is Caroline Pola. She won just a week ago at Ironman 70.3 in Tallinn, looking to back that up today. Wire-to-wire winner last week. She started her career as a swimmer, and certainly that showed in the water today. She was not the first out of the water. She was second behind the American Lauren Brandon, but she had a great transition and is now out in the lead of the race. She is joined by the German Lena Meisner, who has had a couple of podium finishes across the 70.3 distance so far this year. So not a lot of surprises in our women's race so far.
It would have been a surprise, although, if we didn't see Caroline Pola race so well last weekend. I feel like she's a relative new name on the circuit, and it was great to see her have such a great race last weekend in Tallinn. And can she back it up today? Yeah, great images of Caroline Pola here leading the women's race. Head down in that tuck position. She's trying to get her head as low as possible. You see her sort of resting her chin on that aero bottle.
It's a great cue, right? I mean, the placement of that BTA bottle, just sort of a reminder, if you keep your chin on it, you know your head is tucked in and you're getting all of those aerodynamic advantages.
And we see here, this is Florian Enger. He is pushing through to the front. An athlete we didn't talk about much before the race, but should have. His race number 47, not indicative of the athlete that he is. Has had a lot of great performances and certainly a familiar name that we've heard plenty of times, but he is now pushing forward to that front of this group of 4. This is a strong little group.
Yeah, very, very strong little group. And actually, I wanted to ask, let's throw it back to Joe. Joe, before the break, we saw Maximilian Sperl sort of wave his arm, and Jan Stratman actually responded. Is that common? Like, if you're sitting second wheel and someone's waving you around, why not let them just sit out there? Why do you go around?
It's in everyone's benefit to ride faster, to stop the guys from behind coming up to the front. And some people might not come around. It all depends where you are in the race and what your strengths and weaknesses are. For instance, at the start of the race, if someone waved me around and I was in a group like that, I would probably come, I'd do a bit of a turn and keep the pace going. However, say you get to the 80-kilometer section, you know the guy's going to outrun you. You know, if then you're not going to come around. You know, it's pretty much simple as that, isn't it? You know, like, he's the better runner. It's in his. It's up to him to keep the pace going on the bike, because I'm not confident that I can outrun him. So it all depends who you're with, what part of the race. Like, these guys, at the end of the day, they want to stay away from the chasers. They don't want to bring people like, I think Jelle Gaines was just off the back starting the climb. And if he was struggling a bit on the flat, which he might well do, because the first bit suits bigger guys, heavier athletes that can put out more raw power, whereas the climb's going to suit Jelle Gaines a lot more. So they don't really want to bring him back in before the climb, when he's going to make them suffer on the steeper slopes of this climb. They're now on it. They're about 500 meters up the climb at the moment. So this first bit is about 6.5% gradient. It's not too bad. Then it flattens out a bit and it suits the bigger guys again. I think it goes down to about 2%. So you can ride that bit on your TT bars. And then you get to a roundabout. And the last 2 kilometers is a solid 10% average gradient. It's very hard. The smaller guys are going to be at a massive advantage at that point. And that's where you're going to get people like Yellow Gaines. If he's back in the mix there, he's going to be putting in a big surge. He's going to split it up, and it's going to wreak havoc in this group.
We've had Mika Newt pretty aggressive there through the early part of the climb, going to the front. Any surprises there, Joe?
No, Mika Newt's a very solid athlete. I think he's really strong at all three. I think with Mika, he doesn't really have a weakness, but he doesn't have one really killer discipline. Like, he's not the fastest runner in the field, he's not the fastest biker, but he's extremely good at all three. So I could definitely see him wanting to go to the front. He wants to keep the pace high. By the looks of it, he's climbing very well on this. So I think if Mika can actually stay ahead of some of the guys and maybe get off the bike with some strong cyclists that aren't necessarily the top runners, he's definitely got a good shot at winning the race. That's for him. He wants to try and eliminate as many of the faster runners as he can, and hopefully get caught by some faster cyclists for the flatter sections towards the end of the bike, because he'll probably be confident that he could outrun quite a few of them.
He looks to be making quite a statement here, don't you think?
Absolutely, and I think here you see him making a little bit of, not only is he putting that distance in the other athletes, but he's making them work. So sometimes if you're super strong over all three, as Joe mentioned, you just hurt their legs on the bike, and then maybe it takes a little bit of the sting out of their run for the run off the bike. But yeah, I think we'll see Mika Newt all day doing this. And right now, that group is around 14 strong. So that's a lot of men still sort of hanging in there. And it might be the latter stages of the bike before we see some real decisive gaps.
Somebody else who's putting the herd on the field is this woman right here. That's Caroline Pola. As the women move through 15 kilometers, she brings Lena Meissner with her, but what we see behind is Ellie Salthouse. She's in 3rd place, so she's moved up 3 spots in the field, but she's losing time. She's at 1:44 back. If you remember, she was only a minute back out of transition, so continuing to lose time. She has bridged up to Lauren Brandon, who sits in 4th. Beck Clark in that group as well in 5th place, and then it drops off to 2 minutes 50 seconds back. So Caroline Pola teaching a lesson here.
Yeah, other athletes that are on the move too, though. Laura Madsen obviously won a couple of 70.3s already this year. She's around 252 back, so still a sizable gap, but she's moved up 8 places. And also Marjolaine Pierre's moved up a few spots. She's now broken into the top 10. So Marjolaine will be good on this, very good on this course, a smaller athlete in stature, but will be great in the climbs and is a phenomenal little runner. So we'll look to her to be moving up all day long.
But take a look at this, Joe. Are you surprised by this gap that Mika Newt has been able to establish?
Yeah, I am. Is quite surprising. He's definitely taken it out very, very aggressively.
How many watts? How many watts is he pushing right now, Joe?
He's got to be over 400. I think he's probably about 70 kilos. On the steeper sections at the start, he was definitely probably pushing over 400. What I did notice was he was out the saddle. You've got to remember this is a longer climb. Like the Strava com on it at the moment is set from Frederick Funk last year of 31 minutes. So you're not really going to be able to go up it any harder than threshold pace. Bearing in mind you've still got 40 Ks to ride afterwards, and you got a half marathon. So if he was riding it out of the saddle, was he going much above threshold to try and make a statement to get the gap on the others? If he was, he is going to pay for that at some point on the climb, because you can't really ride a 30-minute climb over threshold in the middle of a half Ironman and not pay for that. And also, when the gradient does ease off, it does tend to favour the guys in the group, because there will be a draft benefit to save on that. They're going to be climbing at over 30 kilometres per hour in the TT bars. So he could be at a bit of a disadvantage on that point, especially if he can't hold aero. If he's gone too hard on the steeper sections and then can't put out good power in the aero position when the gradient ease off a little bit, he might lose a bit of time there. And then coming down to the last 2K, it really is just a case of whatever you have left in the tank, just getting up it, because the gradients are very high. And a lot of the guys that have got a one-by setup, it's a big thing nowadays, and it's more aerodynamic. It weighs a little bit less, but if you've got a big one-by, you could really suffer on the steep section, whereas 10-11% gear ratios are going to play a big part, because you don't really want to have to be out the saddle for the last 2K. It's 10 minutes, 9 to 10 minutes. It's steep. That's going to really fatigue your legs and your back, and you're definitely going to pay for that at some point on the run.
And when Joe mentions one by, what he's referring to is that front chainring. There's an option now to just have one of the front chainrings. Historically, athletes would have 2 gears in the front, so they'd have like a 53-39 way back when that was the gear ratio. It's all different now, but when you have a smaller front ring, you just have more access to more gears, and so you can more easily pick what, if you want to stay at a certain cadence, it's easier to sort of find that lower gear. But yeah, one by is an option that a lot of athletes opt for, and then, you find yourself grinding at a lower cadence, and sometimes that can tweak the back a little bit. But yeah, it's personal preference.
Back to our women's chase group here. You're looking at Rebecca Clark. Ahead of her is our swim leader, Lauren Brandon. And at the front of this group is Ellie Salthouse. But these 3 women, while riding super strong, are losing time to our lead pair of Caroline Pola and Lena Meiser. Rinny, what's Ellie Salthouse and this group got to do to shut that down? And are they going to bank on they're starting the climb right now. How aggressive do you think Ellie's going to be through here?
I mean, Ellie likes to win races, and so to win this race, though, she's going to have to make her way to the front, and that doesn't look like it's happening right now. She's just going to have to be aggressive and just individual time trial all day. I mean, Lauren Brandon, also a very strong cyclist, Beck Clark, too, very strong, but I think Ellie is the athlete who can run faster than the other 2 women, so they'll be looking to her to sort of push the pace as much as possible. Yeah, I think Ellie's just going to be basically on the front here, just slogging it out, trying to limit that damage to the front, and also thinking about athletes behind, Laura Madsen, Marjolaine as well, coming from behind to protect that 3rd place that she's in right now. Yeah, it's just going to be, one of those. I mean, Ellie typically is in the front, though.
We see here. I'm sorry. I'm laughing a little bit. Lauren Brandon, bless her, more of an Ironman specialist, and this course, as well as the course that the women will tackle in Nice in just 2 weeks' time, takes her out of her comfort zone. So we see Ellie Salthouse getting clearly away from Lauren Brandon's technical skills are something that she knows aren't her strengths, and Ellie Salthouse really capitalizing on that.
I don't think she rides outdoors ever.
She's gotten better. She has gotten better, but it is not something, again, it's just noteworthy.
Give her a straight course any day, and she will ride with anyone. But yeah, as soon as it gets technical, this is where it's important, and new age group races getting ready for Nice, this is sort of what you're going to need to be able to do. Corner, descend, so really important to be able to get out on the bike and just become one with your bike. Really, it should be just an extension of yourself, and yes, riding on the trainer is very good for strength and power, but you do just have so many benefits for riding out. And we're going to pan back and I'm sure see
it's nothing. I only laugh because Lauren said it herself, sort of making fun of herself in jest, saying, check out my descending skills here at ZLMC. So putting on a lesson on how to improve your technical skills. But Ellie Salthouse capitalizing on that. Ellie Salthouse also, again, if we were to define it, a 70.3 specialist, whereas I think the Beck Clark and Lauren Brandon, who have just gotten dropped by Ellie, would be more Ironman specialists. So again, different athletes. It's really hard to excel at both in this day and age with the level of racing, both in men's and women's professional sport here as we look at our leaders. And it looks now like Lena Meissner losing a little bit of ground to Caroline Pola as well.
Yeah, and just talking, go back to Ellie Salthouse for a moment, most likely won't factor in the top 5, 10 maybe in the overall Pro Series standings because she doesn't race Ironman distance. Right. So obviously more points weighted to the athletes who do race Ironmans, and you can score, Ellie could do 5 70.3s and score all 5, but again, that those points are skewed towards Ironman. But we are looking at race leader here, Caroline Pola, and she is trying to sneak another one this weekend. She won Talon last weekend, led wire to wire, had a big lead out of the swim, and I saw a little interview from her post-race after Talon, and she just said, I just believed. I knew it in the morning. I believed I could win. I wasn't scared of Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews, of course, one of the all-time greats, currently sitting pretty well in the point standings, but we expect her to factor for possibly the overall win by the end of the year. And yeah, not being scared of Kat, who's such a force in 70.3 and Ironman racing, you know, and putting yourself out there. Belief is the first part of it. You need to believe it. You need to just have that, you know, mindset going into a race to win, and she clearly has it, and now she's already tasted victory, so she knows what it takes.
Absolutely. Watching Caroline Pola continuing to extend her lead here, putting time into even Lena Meissner, who was the only one who was able to match her pace and out-gapping the rest of the women's field as she gets underway on this climb. Has been a pretty strategic spot in the men's race as well, where we saw Mika Nut putting in a big gap as well. And just a little update in our men's race, we saw that super sort of congested group. There were a couple of penalties issued. Bib number 25, Maximilian Sperl, received a drafting penalty earlier, and will serve that. And then bib number M12, that's Bradley Weiss, getting hit with a penalty for slipstreaming. That's where you ride up behind an athlete. When you enter that 12-meter draft zone, you need to move out 2 meters to the side. And unfortunately, Brad missed that cue and got caught up in the slipstream, so he will serve a penalty as well. But it's Mika Nut being very aggressive through this climb. He's got one athlete coming back on him a little bit, and we'll get a more complete update after we run away to a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back to this full gas bike course.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We are with race leaders, and this Arnaud Guillot, we believe, has just bridged up to Mika Nut, and Mika made that decisive move on the last little hill. And as we look at the athletes here, there's a little bit going on, but Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results. And by precision.
Easy for you to say.
Fuel and hydration. Crush your next race with precision. I can't speak today. Fuel and hydration.
And we are back here. This looks to be men's chase. That's not Jan Stratman. Bib 30. So that's Tom Hug. He was with, we had Arnaud Guillot in that group as well. So these athletes are chasing further up the road to our race leader, who is Mika Nut, who was super aggressive through that climb.
Yeah, we're trying to get some context on who is where. Our last time split was back at 15 kilometers, and there was some shaking up with those positions with that little climb in there. So the athlete's next time check will be around 32 kilometers, so that shouldn't be too far away. But again, a couple of athletes have been issued a penalty.
One of them, Brad Weiss, here on camera, that was for slipstreaming, so that's not going to be great. It's been
5 minutes.
it's been a frustrating year for Bradley Weiss. He's just come up short of where he is. He had that amazing performance at the men's world champs a year ago, and yeah, this is where we're getting. He's notified of the penalty. That was. Oh no, that is not. Sorry, this is our men's leaders because that's Mika Newt at the front. So trying to figure out who this second place athlete is here. But yeah, that was quickly Bradley Weiss who got that slipstream penalty. So another tough break for him.
Absolutely, yeah, just heartbreaking. But, you know, rules is rules. And unfortunately, it's tough when there's such big packs of men. It's hard to, like, sort of find your positioning. You know, you're at threshold, your heart rate's, you know, beating in your ears. You know, it's hard to get everything right. So unfortunate for Brad Weiss to have that 5-minute penalty. But we are with race leader, we believe. Arnaud Guillot was with him, but we
no, Arnaud was back at was back in the chase.
Group.
Yeah, we're trying to get an eyes on that number of the athlete. Let's throw it to Joe. Joe, can you ID that rider just based on his helmet? How good are you, Joe?
I was really trying to see who it was. Like, I was wondering if it was a hoob kit, because I know Yellow Gaines is riding a hoob kit, but I just really couldn't quite see from the coverage. But what I would say is that this is perfect for Mika Newt, because ideally he wants someone with him. There's still quite a considerable distance to go after the top of the climb. I think 55 kilometers. So to have someone to share the workload with is absolutely perfect for at least a bit of it. It would be handy if I actually knew who it was, because to know how good a runner they are, to see how the tactics might play out. If it's Yellow Gaines, I think he'll be very happy or won't be as happy, because he won't want to take him to the run. Ideally, he'd want someone who's a worse runner. No, if they're similar pace on the run, I think they'll be pretty happy to both contribute and just fight it out for the win between them, if they can. That's assuming that no one else manages to bridge up. But I definitely think that you want someone with you at this point in the race. You know, it's still a long way to go, and you're going to be putting in a lot of effort solo out there. That I think you could pay for it. It's very warm here in Zell at the moment. It's pretty humid. It's not going to be an easy run.
And getting back eyes, we believe that's M19, Jonas Hoffmann from Germany, if he is in fact that second rider, bridging up to Mika Newt. Nope, maybe it isn't him.
Nope, this is still Chase.
This is still Chase, sorry. Yeah, so hopefully trying to get eyes on that the number of that second place. So hopefully we can get comms down and have the moto go back and see who that is. But Mika Newt most definitely leading this race. Unknown sitting in second there who bridged up. But again, we're almost at 32 kilometers, so we're going to get a split.
Yeah, that's Yellow Gaines.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure.
So do you think, call it right now, Joe, do you think the win of the race comes from these two?
I don't know. You know, I was speaking to Bart Ennertz in a cafe in town. He's done the course before, and he seemed to say to me, the climb's important, but what a lot of people don't realise is that after the climb, they go so hard up the climb that they have nothing left on the flat, and they really, really suffer. And you can make a lot of time up, he seemed to think, in the last 30K. So he thought the climb was pretty important, but he said the last 30K was more important. So it all depends. But I think that you'll see Yellow Gaines drop Mika Newt on this next bout of the climb. I did the course the other day, and from this roundabout that they're now going to get to, I just rode up at like tempo, 320 watts, and I could see on Strava that Yellow Gaines did a recon the day after, and he took a minute out of that over 9 minutes. So he did upload his power data. You can see it if you're on Strava. I think he averaged 320, 330 watts, but he's probably about 60 kilos, 60, maybe 65 at a push. So he was going up at 5.5 watts a kilo just on a training ride 2 days before the race. I think, interestingly, there's actually a climb in Font-Romeu where I sometimes go for altitude training that goes up from the lake, and you're at 1,600 meters above sea level, and Yellow Gaines has got the king of the mountain on that, and he's averaged 400 watts for 7.5 minutes, which when you think the guy weighs 60, 65 kilos, is 6.5 watts a kilo. That's world tour climbing numbers. Like, this guy is a very, very good cyclist. And on a very steep climb where power to weight, it's all about power to weight. It's really going to suit him. The only downside I see for Jelle is that in the last few races that he's done over the 70.3 distance, I think it's fair to say that he hasn't run to his potential. Like,
Sure.
I think a lot of people were thinking in Oceanside he was going to run a 67, 68 minute run off the bike. And he's done a few other 70.3s, like in Tallinn last week. I think he ran 72 minutes. He hasn't run the sub 70 minutes that we were all expecting. So that does leave him a bit vulnerable. Is he going to be a really fast 70.3 runner in the future, and it's just taken him a little bit of time to get there? Or is that the kind of run splits he's going to do? I mean, I don't know. Like, this could be a breakout performance from him. I don't think anyone would be surprised if he ran 70 minutes or under off the bike, looking at his pedigree from the WTS racing that he's been doing in the past.
Well, that's my follow-up question to you, Joe, is what kind of transition is that? I mean, obviously we've seen, they're riding obviously the TT bike, and that takes a little bit of adjustment. It's a different position. It's a different power source, a little bit more strenuous on the back. The training between Olympic distance and 70.3, not that different in terms of the intensity level, but when you're adding that extra duration, what's that transition like? Like, how long does that adjustment take? Because, we saw Christian Blumenfeld, who also came off an Olympic cycle and then just went and clobbered Frankfurt. So obviously that's phenomenal. What's it going to take for Jelle Hens to sort of get to that level in terms of transitioning up from the draft legal racing format?
I think he's there physically. It's just sometimes it just doesn't click. You can put all the training in and you can be in great form, physically. But sometimes it just doesn't click in the races, and it doesn't happen in the first year. I think I've seen some of the sessions, the runs off the bike he's done, he uploads, and people will always post it on social media as well. And he's hit some fantastic times. But I just think if you were to ask him, he would just say, I haven't raced to my potential yet. I know I can do it, but I just haven't been able to execute it to the best of my ability. And sometimes that can take years for athletes. Some athletes, like Christian, it just clicked straight away, and he did it, as soon as he started 70.3. Same with Gustav Eden, they were able to race to their potential over the 70.3 distance. I think Jelle can be amazing at it. He's just got to get it to click, really, and just do the race that he knows he can do from his training. In the training, he's definitely shown that he's got the potential.
There you have it. Jelle Hens, the one to watch for today. We'll see how the end of this bike plays out, but he's looking fantastic right now. And as Joe said, just took a minute off Joe's threshold time riding up that climb. That is no easy feat, I can tell you. But we are looking at third place position right now in the female race, Elise Salthouse from Australia. We had her with Lauren Brandon a moment ago, and she was able to get away from Lauren on one of the descents, which is no real surprise. As we mentioned, Lauren spending most of her time on the trainer. We are about to run away to another break. We will be right back with more action. Don't go away.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
This is where I wanna be.
Welcome back to the live coverage of See-Kaprun 70.3 Kaprun. We are with race leader Caroline Pola, and she is so far streaking away in first place here. We have Lena Madsen? No. Meissner in second. She's now dropped off Caroline Pola's wheel, and in third, all the top three women riding solo right now. Very different in contrast to the men's race. We have Mika Nut with Jelle Hines in first and second, and then a big group of men sitting in third through around 10th. And again, we still have a lot of cycling to come. We're women just approaching 32 kilometers, but that is F1. That would be, is that F1?
No, that's Laura Madsen.
Laura Madsen.
I believe that's Laura Madsen. F7, perhaps? I'm pretty sure that's Laura Madsen. This would be back at women's. Chase Madsen had moved up, prior to 15K, had moved up 8 slots. So no doubt she is going to continue to press on through the women's field to put herself in closer contention. But right now, Caroline Pola absolutely teaching a lesson.
Absolutely teaching a lesson. I'm not sure if that was a pro male she may have just ridden by. It looked like that athlete was just kind of rolling along, not putting any purpose through the pedals, I like to say. But Laura Madsen, one of the favorites for the race, has won 2 races, 2 70.3s already this year, and very strong on the bike. We expect her to continue to move up. We'll be waiting to see that next time split. And if you look down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see our graphic, and that's where the athletes are on course right now. You'll see that all still on that climb section up to that 35 kilometers, and then the athletes will descend. And as Joe was mentioning, look at that like long flat section. So there is a climb, and yes, it will be somewhat important. Actually, this is Ellie Salthouse. So Laura Madsen now catching up to Ellie Salthouse. So that's third position. That is making some serious moves. Ellie Salthouse is no slouch on the bike. So, but I think this will help Ellie. She tends to race well with others around her. She tends to like be a real racer. She likes to be in the mix. It's typically got a few athletes around her, but phenomenal cycling to bridge this gap up to Ellie Salthouse.
Yeah, and curious to see if Madsen takes a breather or goes straight through Ellie. Certainly at the pace she has been closing down this gap. She has the ability to go through, but is the better strategy to take a pause or to continue on?
Yeah, I think it depends. Do you think Ellie Salthouse is a threat? And I think anyone who knows Ellie probably doesn't want her around starting the run, because Ellie's just a tough competitor. So I think, I would give her the respect that's due, take a pause, and then really attack and try to put her in your rearview mirror. I mean, it's not going to be an easy feat, but look at this beautiful shot here. Again, just stunning pictures here we're getting from the Austrian Alps, and we are with race leader there, Caroline Pola.
And coming back to the men, let's throw it back to Joe. Joe, the men have gone through that 32-kilometer mark. Obviously, Mika Nut in the lead with Jelle Hines alongside. And then it's Jan Stratman, Magnus Manner, Maximilian Sperl, Yannick Schofler, Yannick Stoll, Nick MD in the chase group behind. Any names you're surprised aren't in that chase group? What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I would have thought Robert Callen. I would have expected him to be in the chase group, and Clement Mignon. I thought even if he was lost a bit of time by in the swim, that by that point, the second time split, he would have managed to bridge back up on the climb. So I'm surprised to see him not there. But I'm also really impressed by how Mika Nut rode that steep part of the climb. To actually put distance into Jelle Gaines is phenomenal, really. He's on an absolute flyer, and it's very impressive to see.
So it's 14 seconds as the gap at the top of the climb. Let's talk about the technical skills of both of these riders. Anybody with the upper hand technically as they go into the descent?
The technical part isn't really that big, really. There's probably only about 6-7 corners on this climb, really. And then it kind of got the gradients lower a bit, and it's more like you're on the TT bars just flying down the valley. So I think even if you weren't that good technically, you shouldn't really lose too much time. after this corner, he's probably got one, maybe two more others that you really have to brake for. Other than that, you can just take them all full speed.
Advantage to Knut though, because he's the bigger athlete on the descent. Is that a disadvantage for Jelle Heens?
No, Jelle Heens is really good on the descent. I'm just trying to see how I think Mika Knut's doing, but it's really hard to judge how fast they're going from these camera angles. But I know Jelle Heens is really good on descending. I think also it probably helps a bit coming from a draft legal racing, just riding in a pack. Riding with groups around tight corners all the time, so I don't think Jelle Heens will lose any time on these corners. Once you get to the bit where it's down the valley, it definitely suits a bigger rider. Then it would go into more Mika. It would definitely suit Mika Knut a lot more. So I think if Jelle Heens really wants to bridge up, he has to kind of do it, take a few risks, and do it on these corners here, because once they get onto the faster section, it's definitely going to play into Mika Knut's hand. And to be honest, if I personally was Mika Knut right now, I would be wanting to take these corners flat out, and I would not want to be letting Jelle Heens get back to me, because I don't want him starting the run with me. And I can't imagine Jelle Heens is going to want to do much work on the flat bits, knowing that, you know, he's a decent runner and he's in the mix for the win. So I would definitely be taking a few risks around here. That yeah.
There is you mentioned it. You know, it was a pretty straightforght, but there was
a crash mat on the guardrail.
From this position, I'm like, whoa. You know, like I think, you know, when you're on the bike, you feel much more in control. And as you said, you've ridden this, and Mika's spending it still a few, you know, moments in his bars, but he is having to slow down, grab his brakes a fair amount. So
this bit here.
Yeah.
I actually hit 90 kilometers per hour on my road bike the other day on this exact section here. So on
don't let your wife know that.
56 miles an hour for the North American viewers, but yes, that's flying. Yeah. And wearing nothing more but Lycra. You do not want to come off, but these athletes, obviously professional, spend a lot of time on their bikes, and now it looks like he's hit the flat section, and he will just be wanting to, you know, pedal to the metal, get a little gap on Jelle Heens, and then hopefully not. Yeah.
This bit suits a really fast, really good aero position, this bit as well, because I was wrecking the course of my friend who was on the time trial bike, and when he came past me, it was extremely hard to close the gap to him because the speeds were so high. So if you've got a good aerodynamic position and you do manage to get a bit of a gap starting it, it's going to be incredibly hard to bridge that gap, because he's going to be going at probably 65 kilometers per hour down here, 65, even up to 70 kilometers per hour if he's actually pushing some decent power. So to bridge that gap is so hard unless you're a lot more aero than the person in front.
Yeah, and just looking back at some of the other time splits, Magnus Manor sitting at around a minute back from Mika Knut at the top of that climb, but then it's starting to open up. Jan Stratman at 1:44, Maximilian Spiral at 1:45, and yeah, just going back, Robert Callan down at 2:36. So an athlete we were looking to see if he would move up through the field, but it looks like some gaps is definitely starting to form over that climb. So we'll see at the next time split what that looks like.
And remember, Maximilian Spiral has that draft penalty to serve as well. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, with Robert Callan. Yeah.
Yeah, what I would say with him is this next bit, now he's on the climb, the next bit suits him. That plays into his strengths. The worst bit for him on the course was going to be the climb, because he's a lot bigger rider than some of the others. So now he's got that out of the way. If he's on a good day, I'd expect the time splits to be coming down. If they're not coming down on the next bit, then I don't think it's going to be his day, because that part of the course really suits him now, the next 45 Ks. This is where if he's going to like start taking time back, it's going to be now, because he'll have been pleased to get the climb out of the way. I think for him, he'll be very disappointed he didn't make that front group, because had he been with them, he would have only been about a minute 15, minute 20 down starting the descent, and he probably could have bridged up to the front group. I think he's going to have a tall order doing that, but I would expect to see him start to take some time back.
Absolutely. And Robert Callan, what sort of runner, what sort of time would you expect to see him put down on the run?
Well, looking at how he's been doing in the past, I think probably about a 1:17, 1:18, but which doesn't sound too competitive. But if you go back looking at previous results on this course, it seems that people do run very slow. So I think they tend to overbike. maybe the heat has a bigger factor. Last year, I saw that Frederick Funk won with a 1:16.40. Jan Stratman was second with 1:16.50. Both of them did 70.3 worlds the week before, and I think ran 1:12s, 1:13. So it shows you that it is a lot slower run course than some of the others. The course record's only a 1:11, I think I saw, since the race has been on. So the times generally aren't that quick. With Robert being a strong cyclist, I tend to find that the strong cyclists are very good at running similar speeds on all kinds of courses, because they ride hard all the time. They don't tend to sit in pace lines, and save their energy because they're trying to make a difference. So if some of these guys do run a 1:16 and Robert Callan can run a 1:17, it could be pretty competitive on this course.
And we're getting images of the Chase men's pack here. Nick MD from Germany, M29 there, I think, on screen.
He's in 8th place, so this is the group of Nick MD with Robert Callan and Gregor Payet in there as well. So this would be the group that Callan is in. We'll see, but right now, Nick MD sitting on the front of that smaller group.
And for a moment, I'd love to just run back and look at the women's splits. I saw the last split. Els Visser came through in 3rd place. So Joe's pick at the start of the race moved up 12 places. She's sitting in 3rd at 2:24 down from the lead. Laura Madsen just passed Ellie Salthouse, and then Ellie Salthouse in 5th. But we are going to really quick.
Well, Joe had talked about how hot it was and that this run, isn't often as fast as you think it's going to be. How do athletes anticipate conditions on the day and what impact they might have on their performance, Rennie?
So powered by TriDot, we have a partnership and we're able to now compare race to race. And the race index for today is 69. So Zell MC, a tougher course, non-wetsuit swim. We have a fair amount of climbing and it's a hot day. So that all of these factors are taken into account when we look at, the race index or the hardness of the race. Race 0 would be like wetsuit swim, dead flat, perfect weather, but we certainly, basically never have that. But today's score, again, that's pretty solid, 69. So, from ideal conditions, that would mean for a slower athlete, it'd be about an hour 40 slower today, and mid-pack athlete would be about an hour 19. The elite age group would be around, 49, 50 minutes slower on this race as compared to a absolutely perfect, no wind, flat course. So, one of the toughest 70.3s on the circuit is LMC.
As we come back to our women's chase pack here, at the back of that pack is Rebecca Clark. Imagining Grace Tech might be in this group as well. One thing that I was noting, I'm glad that we have Race Ranger, but some of those athletes, again, camera angles are deceiving, and Race Ranger will help keep them honest. But looks like in this climbing section, some of the athletes getting a little stuck in places they may not want to be.
Another athlete to note, Lisa Norden, she's moved up a bunch. An athlete we haven't talked about, of course, Lisa Norden, silver medalist in London at the Olympics, was the national champ for Sweden on the time trial bike. So we know the woman can ride a bike, but she's starting to make her inroads. She's sitting in 9th place right now. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, you can actually see Els Visser there just at the front of that group. I just had a little look at the tracker, and I'm pretty sure that's Els Visser that you can see. So that's 3rd place that you can see just there. Laura Madsen in the white, I think, in 3rd place in this group. She'll be wanting to get off the top of the climb with Els Visser because those two are very powerful girls. They could take quite a lot of time together, and I think they'll be happy to work with each other as well and take their chances against each other on the run. So this is quite a decisive point because they don't really want to take any baggage with them, as I'd like refer to it, any women that aren't necessarily going to contribute to the chase group that could outrun them. For instance, like Ellie Salthouse, she's a very good runner. I don't think they'd be happy to take her with her over the top, and really they've got to do the business in this next few kilometers before they get to the top of the steep bit of the climb.
I think the most dangerous athlete in that group, though, Marjolaine Pierre, we saw in the back, sitting right by Rebecca Clark. So she's probably the
She's
runner.
a very hard girl to drop. She's very
Yes.
good on the steep climbs as well. So they could really get it if they do manage to get a distance on her. They've done extremely well because she's very good on the climbs.
Well, and Lisa Norden in that group as well. We talk about once they get through the descent, she's the Swedish time trial champion. So when she gets to that flatter section as well, she's one of those athletes that can continue to push the power on the flatter bits as well. So a lot of really strong women in here. So the women's race really taking shape nicely and sort of steaming up, as we can see. We saw a picture of Caroline Pola a moment ago, absolutely dripping with sweat. The athletes talking about how humid it has been here in Zell MC, and that could start to play a role as well. We're going to run away to a break. Don't go away. We're going to come right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Zell MC Kaprun. I'm Marina Carfrey alongside Didi Griesbauer and special guest Joe Skippy, the man. And we are with race leader here, Mika Newt, who has dropped Helligins at last check. And we are now on the flat section for the men. So this will be sort of a flat out time trial back. Again, still a decent amount, not even halfway through the bike for the men. Women are on the climb right now, and a lot of movement in that women's race as well.
52 seconds. Jelle Heens has given up to Mika Newt. Joe Skipper, comment.
Yeah, Mika Newt's just got to put his head down now and go for it. It will be interesting to see if they go back to the men's race in a couple of minutes, how he's riding the next bit, because he's just took a left turn and they go on some smaller technical roads for about 5-6 kilometers. From my recce of the course, you can actually take a lot of the corners in the TT bars and pedal through them, but you need to know the road, because a lot of the corners you can't see the exit route from them. But when you ride it, you're like, oh, I could have took that corner in the TT bars full speed. But without actually recceing the course, you couldn't. So it'll be interesting to see how he rides that, because that could potentially lose or gain him some time on the chasers. I think if you know that bit really well and someone else doesn't, you could probably take 30 seconds back, even in just the case of 6 kilometers, because it is twisty and it does have some climbs. Not massive climbs, but climbs that if you know the road, you can take a lot of speed into them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he has done a recce, how he handles that part.
Yeah, on a technical course, it's always important to get out and check out that course. And, you know, driving it doesn't suffice. You need to ride it in your bike, you know, feel those corners. And, you know, it's not just seconds. It can be like, you know, a bunch of time when the descents are like this. So super important to get out on your bike and be able to practice. Even if you just drive the cars to the top and ride your bike down, I think it is always a smart idea to go and do that in athletes racing knee. So I suggest you get your husbands or your partners to drive you up and ride some of those mountains, because it is super helpful to just know the course ahead of time.
And it's free speed, Marinda, isn't it, as well? You know, you can train all year to try and gain a minute on your bike leg of a 70.3. And this is nothing to do with extra training. This is just purely on knowing the roads, isn't it? You know, carrying the speed, knowing when to brake, leaning. It's no extra training, really. It's just getting out there and wrecking the course in race week a couple of times and practicing on like technical bits, maybe where you live, knowing how to handle the bike. It can save you so much time that would be so hard to get in training. You know, you can train all year to gain the same amount of time that you can do from that. Same with transitions, you know.
Absolutely.
I remember I raced in New Zealand the other year, and I did Ironman New Zealand, but before it, I did the Challenge Wanaka race, and I had a terrible transition, absolutely dreadful. And my wife and my sister were like, "Your transitions are terrible. Like, you need to practice them before the Ironman." I said, "All right." So we had a little thing set up in the house where we were staying, in the garden, and we would practice in them. And they put me away in the first couple of transitions, which is quite embarrassing. You know, I'm supposed to be the professional, and they're like beating me in the transitions. But then I went into New Zealand, and I actually had one of the fastest transitions, I think, the pros in the race. Either the first, second, didn't lose any time at all. Whereas in Wanaka 2 weeks before, I'd lost, I think, nearly a minute in transition. And it was, you look at that, and obviously I'm trying to like keep the deficit as close to the front as I can, getting out the water. But then I'm throwing away a minute, just not putting my shoes on quick enough. You know, it's and it was just so easy to solve. It was just a few nights in the lead up to the Ironman. You know, just do you sit down and put your shoes on? Do you want to stand up and do it? How are you going to fold your socks up? Knowing what you're going to do when you get out of the water, like you said about like how you're going to put your suit up. One of the things that I noticed what Jan Frodeno did was he would swim with his suit down, and I noticed in one of the races he had a plastic see-through bag that he had in one of the arms, so he knew what arm he was going to put through. And obviously a plastic bag goes through, helps you get the suit over your shoulders so much easier than a wet arm. So he would put his arm through, and that arm would go in really easy. Then he would put the plastic bag into his other hand, and he'd put the other arm through, and it took probably 10 seconds, but less than that, and he'd have the suit straight up. Whereas a tight, wet suit, sometimes you really have to force it. You don't want to rip your suit as well. So it's just little things like that, you know, that you can refine and practice that can make a big difference.
That's great. And I know, Joe, you're looking forward to perhaps you're, closing out 2024 and perhaps looking ahead to 2025. And if any of our viewers are doing the same, the 2025 Ironman Europe, Middle East, and Africa race calendar is out. Whether you're taking the first step or building on what you've already started, a transformative journey lies ahead. There's a destination, a course, and a date that lines up perfectly with your goals, and we guarantee you'll find it here.
Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun? I'm the king of this mountain, son, standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion. Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun? I'm the king of this mountain, standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion. I'm the king.
So many races, Rini, so little time. Here we are back with our women's chase, and this is Beck Clark and I believe Kate Curran.
I believe so. And they're on the descent. Once they get to the bottom of this descent, then there's a long straight, as you can see in that graphic, the full gas bike course. Down the bottom, you see that the ladies are in the purple, so they're on that descent. The men are at sort of the bottom. There's still some descending to be had before they're on the dead flat section, but women just coming down this climb. And again, Joe did mention that this was a fairly easy descent. It certainly doesn't look it from these angles, but again, these women spend a lot of time riding their bikes in the mountains.
This next
and
corner here
practicing.
is one. This next one you can take flat out here. Like I've done it. Like you don't need to brake for this corner. So I think if you knew this road, you could take this one. You'd be right on the right-hand side now, leaning it over, and you can take this whole next bit without touching the brakes. Carries a lot of speed into the slight left as well because you go up a bit of a drag. So this bit here. If I was in this race, I'd be full on down here.
I tell you,
And then I'd brake a little bit for this corner.
Hashtag pro tip, if you are coming to a course that is a little bit technical, maybe you're getting ready for Nice or you're eyeing Zell MC for next year, and you don't have a place where you can practice descending of this nature, one of the things that's a great tip, I did Majorca years and years and years ago, and there's a quite technical descent there. Actually hired a driver to drive me to the top, and then I would ride the descent, and then he would drive me back up to the top, and it's an easy way to do it 3 or 4 times. So if you're there with a support crew, get them to drive you to the top, and then you can work the descent without having to turn around and ride back up, because obviously you're not wanting to do hill repeats during race week, but important for courses that have big descents on them to familiarize yourself, because you can get ahead of it a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Back when in 2022, when I did the sub-7 challenge, we had I was out in the car and we went to recce the first 16 kilometers because the course is pretty straightforward. Once you got onto the big circuit, it was like 6K oval loop, you know, just made to be as fast as it could be. But there was 16-kilometer section on the way out, which had a few turns, you know, some 90-degree corners. It had traffic islands, and you know, it was fairly technical. And I remember going out with Alex Dowsett and Dan Bigham. We were in this transit thing, and they were stopping the car on some of the corners, and they were looking at it. What do you think? What do you think, Dan? Like Alex was saying, he'd be like, I reckon first 5 people can go around in the TT bars, 6th place not be able to. And you'd be like, all right, you know, that's interesting. Then like you get to the next corner. Yeah, I don't think anyone will need to brake on this. I think you can pedal through the corner. And they were like chatting amongst each other. I was just sat there for the ride really, because I'm thinking, well, I'm just going to be sat on the back, you know. We'll see what happens. And then we did the recce, and they said we'll take 90 seconds out of Christian's team on the technical bit. I said 90 seconds. I said it's only 16K. He said, nah, we'll take it. We won't brake for most of the corners. We'll be on the technical bit. We'll take a lot of time. And on race day, we took 90 seconds out of them on 16K, and it would have just been purely through the corners. I remember I was just thinking, well, I'm just going to follow the wheel in front, and if he gets around it, I just hope that I do too. And yeah, it was incredible to see them and like how they would like look at the corners. Sometimes we'd park the car up, they would get out of the car, and they'd have a proper look, you know, to see what the run into the corner was like, where we were going to be, and they would like really go through it. And there was so much detail. Like I'd never gone through the corners in as much detail as what they had, but it paid off because it took us probably 90 minutes to do this recce of the 16K, but it saved us 90 seconds on race day. And it was incredible to see them because they've got so much experience from doing time trials. I mean, you know, when they're racing in the World Tour and some of the top time trials that you get, they're only 10Ks, 15Ks long, aren't they? So you literally need to do a thorough recce just to save 1 second or 2 seconds, you know. But being 5 seconds down can lose you 10 positions. So it was so interesting to see the level of detail that they went into. And yeah, it really did make a massive difference. And it made me think after that, wow, like I'm definitely not thorough enough in terms of some of my recce's compared to what these guys are doing.
Absolutely, and I think, yeah, you'd think how hard it is to work for just 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and if you can go and just do a little bit of a recce, spend 90 minutes and make up 90 seconds, and when every second matters, like in this Pro Series, super important. We are with the Chase Pack here. That's Magnus Manor on the back of this trio. We are about to run away to a quick break. We're getting into the later stages of this bike leg, and then we'll come back for the run. We'll be back right after this break. Don't go away.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell and See-Kaprun. We are brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. We're with race leader Mika Newt, and he went through that 58-kilometer time split just a moment ago. We're still waiting on that second group. Hellegien's definitely been put in his rearview mirror at this point. Here we go. It's popping up right now. 2 minutes. Can you believe that? Two minutes. Mika Newt has put the...
Mika Newt absolutely spitting this course, chewing it up and spitting it out to put 2 minutes into Hellegien's is absolutely incredible. So Mika Newt just having quite the day. As we look at our women here, that is Marjolaine, I believe. Marjolaine St. Pierre, I think they're in the pink kit. Our women have gone through 45 kilometers and a little bit of shakeups there. Caroline Pola still at the lead with Laura Madsen now in second. Els Visser with her and Lena Meissner. And then it's 45 seconds back to the group of Grace Tech, Ellie Salthouse, Lisa Norman, and Lisa Pertier.
Yeah, absolutely. Lisa Norden's starting to make her way forward. And as Joe mentioned, once we get down to that flat section, we expect to see Lisa really start to make some inroads on the front. But Laura Madsen and Els Visser, that's a dangerous duo there, riding together. Caroline Pola still sitting out front, and this is Caroline Pola on screen now. She's snuck one away last weekend. You didn't really sneak one away. She won the race in dominating fashion, leading from wire to wire. She had a big lead out of the swim, and then just stomped the bike and finished it off with a great run. And that was a solid field. So Caroline Pola just starting to show us what she's made of, and being able to back it up the second week. Sometimes, I've found that, you feel okay in the swim and maybe in the bike, but sometimes the run starts to not feel so good. But we're going to hear a little bit from Caroline Pola in A Fighting Chance.
Good morning.
Hi,
Caroline.
guys.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
You're out running. You recovered from last week?
Yes, I feel pretty good than I expected. Yeah, last week I was at home. I'm fine in beautiful Zell am See. It's my first time. So, yeah, it's really nice here.
Last week was probably a breakthrough race, would you say?
Yeah, last week I had a phenomenal race. I'm always the underdog. And I love this position, so I can do myself race and can do things and have a good nutrition, and so. But yeah, last week was phenomenal, and every race my plan is to go in front and push the power and push the pace, because it's the only way for me to win races, because I'm a good swimmer, and it's like a rabbit and hunter situation, and I love this very much. And yeah, I try my best this week on Sunday, so we will see.
What do you think about the run course?
I'm really surprised. My legs feel very good. It's really tough because the sun is always burning. You have no trees or something else. So yeah, it could be tough on Sunday.
Yeah,
Well, there you
great
go.
to hear.
She's the rabbit today, that's for sure.
She certainly is. Hopefully not the rabbit, the scared rabbit. I think she's super brave out there, out front, and she said she's going to push the pace all day long. It's just a matter of whether her legs show up on the run after last weekend's massive effort and a super big performance for her, biggest race of her career.
As we take a look at the VinFast performance analysis for Caroline Pola there at the bottom, traveling at some pretty breakneck speeds as we're back here. Oh, there we go, 45 kilometers per hour, or sorry, 56.96 kilometers per hour through the last split. And we will see her again at race time 2:07:23 as we are back to Mika Newt, who is also setting some land speed records here across this full gas bike course.
Yeah, Mika Newt really making some inroads now. Hellegin's now at 2 minutes back. Maximilian Spirel down at 3:18. Jan Stratman 3:18 as well. The athlete we're looking to start coming through, I'm not seeing on the tracker right now. That was Robert Callan. He's the big guy who can push some big watts. Yes, back with race leader Mika Newt. We see him now on the flat section. This will be fairly flat for the rest of the bike. And as Joe mentioned earlier, it's one thing to be able to push up over the hills and put down big watts, but you need to be able to sustain really big watts here. And if you've expended too much energy going over those hills, you could pay for it here, but I don't think that's the issue with Mika Newt. He looks pretty fantastic.
Yeah, like we haven't seen a lot from Mika Newt this year. He wrapped up his 2023 race season with a pretty dominating win at Augusta 70.3. He's been racing elsewhere, so we haven't seen him really on the Ironman circuit. This is his first Pro Series race, but boy, he certainly is making a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. He did do a couple of races. I know he raced in Singapore and didn't have the best day out there, but I hear Mika Newt, they love to talk about how much this man can eat. I think he's vegan or vegetarian, and he can just put down the food. And look at this bike at 58 kilometers. He was traveling at 48 kilometers per hour. That was the average speed for his last split. We're estimated to see him at 2:09, the VinFast performance analysis bike split there.
They've just gone through the town as well. So they're now back. They're now out onto the shorter loop. So the lake was just onto their left as he was riding.
So probably a little bit of support out there on course. I'm sure he will be getting some updates from some family and friends, but the athletes do get to go by town and then do that other loop before finishing up that bike.
Here we are with women's chase. That was Lisa Pertier. This is Lisa Norden with the red shorts on, and then Ellie Salthouse ahead of her, and then Grace Tech. So that's women's chase. This is the first look we've gotten at Lisa Norden. Lisa, extraordinary athlete, silver medalist by a half a hair.
Yes. To Nicholas Spierig.
She jokes that if she had bigger boobs, she would have gotten that gold. She would have gotten that gold medal. But just it came up a hair short there, and suffered some injuries in her transition to long course and did a lot of cycling. Obviously, we had mentioned the Swedish time trial national champion there in Sweden. Did her first Ironman and really just super strong on debut when she made the step from so much smoother transition for her from 70.3 to Ironman than it was seemingly from the Olympic distance to the 70.3. Haven't seen her race a lot this year. She has been pretty vocal about it. She suffered a miscarriage earlier in the year, which is absolutely tragic, and really just came right back into racing and said that's where her heart is and feels herself again and putting that sort of of hurt behind her and has had some great races. Didn't have a super race in Tallinn last weekend, but here doing it this week and having a much better go of it so far.
Yes, it looks like a group of 4 there. This will be 5th through 8th on the women's side. You see some women just dangling back there, maybe 20 seconds back off this group of 4, but we have Ellie Salthouse on the front here, pushing the pace. Lisa Norden right there in second. We also have Grace Tech in that group as well. So
as a Grace Tech might be the one that's off the back there because I don't see her. That was Ellie, Lisa, Pertier. Grace could be 4th.
Yeah. As we pan back, we might be able to take. Grace Tech was in this group, and it is obviously a group of 4. So we'll see as we roll along here. But looking at Ellie Salthouse, she won Boulder 70.3 earlier this year. She was 2nd in St. George 70.3 and 1st in Fortaleza in 2023 at the 70.3 there. So Ellie has a lot of 70.3 victories to her name. No stranger to the top of the podium. She's got her work cut out today, though, around sitting, 2:45 down from the lead and some strong runners up ahead. But by no means, out of this race. And certainly super aggressive here. You see that big gap to Lisa Norden. That's probably 20 meters. And Ellie being super aggressive and happy to just be at the front and pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like she said, like as you had mentioned earlier in the show, she almost raises her game when there's others around her. It's not that she necessarily loses focus, but she certainly gets fired up. She's definitely a racer, not a trainer. And
she's a pretty good trainer.
I mean, she's a good trainer, but she thrives on a race course. Yeah, I think she takes it up a notch, certainly on race day, and is really a citizen of the world. Makes her home in Australia, but she and her partner also spent a lot of time in St. George, Utah, and now obviously at this stage of the season on the European tour.
Yeah, so kind of coming from Australia, you almost have to come and base over in the US or North America for Australia's winter. She's from Brizzy, Australia, which is where I'm from, but and the weather is pretty much great all year round, so training's not an issue down there. It's just more access to races and being on the time zone, and her partner is able to travel with her as well. So that makes things, more fun when you can share the journey with someone else as well. So Ellie Salthouse today pushing the pace, but sitting in around 4th, 5th position, probably 5th position in that 5th to 8th range there with this group of women.
It's a shame this race is so ugly.
Just nothing.
Gosh darn it.
It does look like there's just a poster in the
I
background.
know, it really looks fake. Like athletes have been commenting, I mean, Joe, you're there. Tell us about, what makes this such a distinct race location.
The scenery here is absolutely stunning. You're literally right in the mountains. You can do some flatter roads if you wanted to, but I think the reason you'd come here is to ride all the mountain passes, and the lake is awesome swimming. You're really transparent. You can see the bottom. It's warm. It's just a fantastic place. Loads of nice cafes and restaurants as well. Like I always find sometimes in Europe, you can struggle to get a nice flat white. But there's a few decent cafes out here as well. It's just got it all really, and it's very close to a lot of nice places. So
I tell you, if you're an automotive enthusiast, you might be interested to know that Zell MC was once the residence of the legendary Ferdinand Porsche. The Porsche family had a vacation home here, and prior to the war actually moved some of the Porsche operations here in anticipation of World War II. And Porsche still has quite an influence over the city. So, Joe, you might want to go check out that Porsche mansion as well.
I do love a Porsche, I've got to say.
Anything that goes fast is okay by Joe Skipper.
Yeah. One thing that I was thinking was, with the girls in the chase group behind, I think they really need to speak to each other. I mean, I know you don't get a massive amount of time to chat, but normally if it was me and I was in a group and we were chasing someone down, I would kind of go do a pass. And as I'm riding past, I'd say 5-minute turns or whatever it might be, 10 minutes. I personally don't think you want to do too long on the front, but you don't want to do too short. If you do too short a turn on the front, then it's very surgy and you can't sit right on the wheel. So every time you overtake, you have to put a surge in power. So you don't really want to do like 30-second or a minute turns like you would like you might sometimes do if it was actually draft legal, because you're on the wheel. Because to overtake a 12-meter gap takes an increase, quite a big increase in power. So, but 5 minutes is kind of like a sweet spot, because especially when you've got 3 of you in there, you can break it down. You think, right, I'll ride 5 minutes fairly hard, and then I'll go to the back of the group. Obviously, it's not draft legal, but like as we were saying before, you do save a considerable amount of watts. Like I reckon if there was 3 of you and it was on a flat bit of road, you might be saving like 15, 20 watts if you're in 3rd place. So it's decent. So you can think, right, if we want to catch the leader, we could potentially up it by 15, 20 watts when we're on the front, and then we can do 5 minutes, go to the back, then the next person does a turn. They're 3 very strong riders in that chase pack. Like that Laura Meisner, I think the only reason she lost time was because she lost it a bit on the descent before the climb, and that was where Caroline Pohl pulled away and kind of got a bit of a gap. But on the way to the climb, they were both fairly equal, so I think she's probably pretty strong on the flats. And Els Visser and Laura Madsen are very strong, and I think if they want to win the race, they really need to try and communicate with each other about doing some work, sharing the load, and even if they don't quite bridge the gap up, they could find themselves with a lot fresher legs before they when they start the run, because Caroline's had to do a lot of the work by herself, and she could pay for that. Also, you can then be a bit, when you're at the front, you don't know what's going on behind you. You can panic a bit, not panic through the aid stations, but you can be a bit too quick and hasty, and then you can lose bottles. And when it's a hot run, you could pay for that, you know. So I think they need to speak to each other. If they really want to win the race, they need to communicate, and they need to say, look, we can't afford to mess around. We need to take turns, and this is our only shot we've got to win. Otherwise, Caroline's just going to be putting little bits of time into them. She could start the run with a 3-minute gap, and I don't think they're going to see her again unless they work together.
But if you're looking around, Joe, in your group, and you're like, okay, I'm the runner in this group, do you need everybody to be on board, right? Because maybe if you're the strongest runner in the group, you don't want to do the work because you're banking on the fact that, hey, I can sit here 3rd wheel, not do any work, and run away and finish on the podium.
But then I wouldn't do the work. So say if you're in my group with me and you're the strong runner, and you say, no, I'm happy, I'm the strong runner.
Wait, I'm living out this fantasy. I'm the strong runner in the group. Okay, let me live with that for a minute.
So
just kidding.
There's me, Mirinda, and there's you. We're all in the group, and there's someone up the road in front. And then I say, let's work together to keep the gap down. And then you say, you know, no, I'm happy, I'm the strongest runner. I know I can beat you guys on the run. Then I would just come out the TT bars like Mika Newt is right now, and I would just sit up, and I would say, okay, then if you're the strong runner, I'm not going to do any work at all, and I will sit on the back, and you won't win the race because you're not going to get any help from me, because I know you're going to outrun me anyway. So I'm like, well, I'm going to lose 1 position there, so it doesn't really play into my strengths to help. Whereas you might be thinking, well, I know I'm the best runner. It's going to hurt me a bit on the bike, but I don't really want to try and finish second. I'd rather roll the dice and try and finish first. So I would try and say to you, if you didn't want to do it, I'd probably try and persuade you a bit and say, yeah, but Didi, if you work with me, you've got a chance of the win. Whereas if we don't work together, you're going to be fighting for 2nd place unless the guy in front breaks, blows up. So I'd try and persuade you at first. And if it was still going nowhere, then I'd probably just sit up, and then the pace would come right at it. And either a group from behind would come up, or I would try and attack. So if we got to like a technical bit of the course, I might try and like get a gap on the technical bit. If it was a descent, maybe they're on an uphill, you know, and it would make it really surgy, because I wouldn't be prepared to ride at a constant pace and tow everyone along. But I'd be thinking, okay, I don't really want to run with this. I don't really want to ride with this guy who can outrun me anyway. I was just prepared to ride with them because it's in all of our benefits to catch the leader up. And then I would kind of say, once you catch the leader, it's every man for themselves then. You know, there's no need to work. You know, you could say, I'm the strongest runner. You know, I'm not going to keep working and tow the group along. And you'd be thinking, well, fair enough. You know, that's fine. We're at the front of the race. That's your card to play. But I kind of feel like when someone's riding away from you, do you really want to let them get away, or do you want to work together and have a shot at the win? It all depends what your game plan is.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is a really great place in the course, Joe. We just saw Mika Newt eyeball Jelle Heens on that out and back section. So this section here, Mika Newt can see his competitors, see how much time he's put into them, and it's sort of uplifting for for Mika now to keep the pedal to the metal through the end of this bike. We are just about to run away to another break. We'll be right back for the end of the bike leg and onto the run. Don't go away.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. You are looking at men's race leader Mika Newt, who is teaching a course on how to ride a bike through 73 kilometers, which Mika hit before the break. Jelle Heens, who is no slouch, has just gone through at 3 minutes, 20 seconds back. We've got guest commentator with us, Joe Skipper. Joe, those gaps are getting to be sort of insane. Like, that's got to be surprising, right?
Yeah, it's very surprising. I really didn't expect him to, Mika, to ride away after the climb and put a 3-minute gap into people. I thought potentially if he was riding solo, he might have a minute starting the run. But I thought, to be honest, a few people would probably bridge up and there might be 3 or 4 of them pulling away. But he's really laying down his cards. I mean, like, he's all in now, isn't he, on the bike? I mean, it's just going to be how much is taken out of him and whether or not he can hold on the run, because he can't. He's committed, isn't he? He's shown his cards, and he can't hold back now.
And to your point, yeah, we've now got Jan Stratman, Magnus Manor, Yannick Schauffler, and Yannick Stoll have gone through at 4:41 back, with Robert Callan at 5:04. Looking at those chasers in the top sort of 5, 6, 7 athletes, who's got the run legs that can overcome that kind of run deficit? Obviously, Mika Newt has to not blow, but assuming Mika Newt runs what Mika's capable of, is like, at what point does that gap get so big that this is a foregone conclusion?
To be honest, I think we're pretty close to it now. If he runs what he's capable of, because Mika's a decent runner. Like, on a normal course, he'll run a 1, like on a fast course, he'll run a 1:11, 1:12. Even with an effort like this on the bike, I would expect him to put run under a 1:15. I mean, it's always hard to say because you don't exactly know how much power he's putting in. But just looking at the gaps that he's put into everyone on the bike, he must be working pretty hard. But I would still expect him to run 1:15, 1:16, which in the past has been very competitive. But maybe underestimating how hard the run is, saying that I think he'll run that, looking at previous times. But one thing we've seen in Ironman racing in 70.3s and the full distance lately is the standard keeps going up and up, and times are getting faster and faster. So I wouldn't be surprised to even see him run a 1:13, 1:14 off this bike. And honestly, the only one that could potentially catch him at the way things are panned now, I think, is Jelle Gaines. But he needs to have his best 70.3 run that he's had. Recently, he's been running 1:12s. I think if he runs a 1:12 today, he might come up a bit short. I think he's going to need a 1:11, which historically on this course is extremely fast. He's going to be around course record run pace. But that is the only way I see Mika Nut getting caught, really. I mean, he's riding absolutely fantastically, and he had a fantastic swim as well.
Yeah, Mika Nut really looking like he has what it takes, but again, still a half marathon to come after this bike leg, and Hellegien's no slouch on the run either, so he'll want to put as much time as he can between himself and Hellegien's. But yeah, I think I agree with you, Joe. I feel like Mika Nut is just having a day today, and yeah, it's going to take a pretty phenomenal performance from Helle to
I have seen some races that Mika has done in the past where he has completely blown on the run, and he's lost a lot of time. So it isn't over till it's over, but I think it's very unlikely. I think it's probably a 10-15% chance that he's going to blow up, because you would kind of like to think that if you have supporters on the course or people that are with you, you know, like friends, family, they would give you a good time split, and then you wouldn't be forcing the run. You know, you just run to your, you know, at a nice pace that you feel like you can sustain without risking a blow up, especially for the first 10K, and then assess when you see if there's out and backs where you can see yellow gains and get a time split, see how the other athlete's looking. I mean, that's what you really want to do, don't you? You know, you don't want to go out forcing it and then blow up when you've got a big lead, do you? You want to kind of try and run a bit within yourself and see if the time split's coming down. Do I need to up the pace? And hopefully he's got some supporters with him who have travelled there who are going to be able to do that for him.
Well, I tell you, looking over some of his run splits, you know, since he's been racing the 70.3s, Le Sable ran a 1:12, 70.3 World Champs ran a 1:12, 70.3 Lanzarote ran a 1:16, but of course that's a pretty tough bike course as well, so maybe zapped the legs a little bit there. Still finished second on the day. 1:11 at 70.3 Worlds in 2022, and 1:12 at Augusta 70.3, which is another hot sort of humid venue as we have here today. It's a relatively flat run course these guys have ahead of them, but the humidity is definitely up. So we'll see. We'll see if he's got the goods.
Can I just say, Rinny, how would you plan, like take the run out if you were in the chase group? Because obviously, like going back to your Kona wins and stuff, you've run down some huge deficits into like Daniela Reef. Didn't you run like 16 minutes into her 1 year and managed to win it? So
the legend grows. It was about 14 minutes. Yeah, I mean, for me,
47 minutes.
For me, it was kind of like, I had to just run balls to the wall. That's what my old coach used to say. from the guy, you didn't hold anything back. But speaking of fast run splits, in Oceanside, Hellegien's ran about a 1:11 off the bike. And speaking of Oceanside, such a season where the sun shines and the beach breezes greet you at every turn. This laid-back community is your perfect racecation to kick off your season. Lined with palm trees and sunsets, Oceanside is a whole vibe. From the stunning beaches to the thriving downtown area, athletes can walk from the hotel to the venue to the beach and everything in between. Find adventure for every wavelength. This course features swimming in the Oceanside Harbour to biking through an active military base. This unique course offers a once-in-a-lifetime race experience. Athletes will love the top-rated run course along the Pacific Ocean, ending at the famously festive finish line on the Strand. That was race one of this Pro Series. It feels like a lifetime ago.
I know. So much has happened.
So much has happened between then and now.
Really, what would your mindset have been though? You know, when you said, I know you said like you just ran like balls to the wall, but like how did you keep positive when you were so far down off the bike? Because that, I find that would be the hardest bit. You know, it's all well and good putting the effort in, but still believing and being able to get the best out of yourself, knowing that the other person's 15 minutes, because it almost feels like the ball's in their court, isn't it? It's down to them to mess up, but you did it multiple times, ran big deficits and managed to win. Like, how would you stay positive when you get off the bike? Would you be telling yourself beforehand there could be a big deficit, so don't panic if it is? Or like, what would be your game plan like with that?
Well, while Rinny explains that, just so you know what you're seeing on your screen, our camera guys are going through what will be meeting the athletes in T2. But Rinny, go ahead as we preview T2.
Yeah, so Joe, I think for me, that year that I was super far behind Daniela, I was pretty deflated because I was defending champion that year, and so I felt like I'd failed as I ran off the bike. But then I started the run and I knew I'd looked after myself. I'd paced myself well on the bike. And I said, you know what, let's just see how fast you can run. And for me, it was always about how fast can I be on the day. And yes, you want to win the race. And yes, you want to, get on the podium. But when I just brought it back to that, like me against the course, it became, much more a positive experience. And for me, I'm like, okay, I'm in 8th. I was 8th off the bike that year. How far up can I get? Can I get in the top 5? Okay, top 5 is respectable.
Wasn't that when your coach told you you're right where you want to be?
Yes, my coach also did, and I thought she was smoking drugs. But she, the half a mile in was like crouching tiger on the side. You are in the perfect position. And I'm like, what? This wasn't in the plan. We didn't talk about
positivity,
this.
right? Positivity.
But yeah, I think just racing yourself and getting the very best out of yourself at every moment. But we're going to go away. We'll come back with the run, so don't go away. This race is getting more and more exciting.
Process, they're speeding now. Hey, Chris, come and watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Back to the action here. We've got 2 dominating performances going on in both our men's and women's race. On the men's side, it's Mika Newt, who has a nearly 4-minute lead over his next competitor, Jelle Heens. On screen now, you're looking at our women's leader. She was not first out of the water, but she was first onto the bike and has put together a 1:43 lead. This is Caroline Pola, of course, over her next chasing competitor, who is Laura Madsen, who's riding alongside Els Visser. Els and Laura actually are out riding Caroline, but Caroline holding on to the lead as things tend to are sort of getting shuffled behind. So Caroline Pola in the lead with Laura Madsen, Els Visser, and Lena Meissner chasing. And then there's a group of 4, Ellie Salthouse, Lisa Pertier, Lisa Norden, and Grace Tech at about 2:40 back. But dominating performances with athletes out on their own at the front of each of the races.
Yeah, some super dominating performances, and just trying to look and see like who would have the run legs. I'll throw it over to you, Joe. In that women's second chase, first chase, I should say, Laura Madsen, Els Visser, Lena Meissner. Who do you think has the legs to challenge Caroline Pole?
I think all of them, to be honest. I mean, we haven't been seeing who's been doing the bulk of the work. We see them every now and again, so it's hard to see, like, really how. Like, is there one athlete that looks a lot stronger than the others and someone holding on? But I think they're all fairly similar runners. So I wouldn't like to bet on just one of them. I know Els Visser has she seems in the past to be able to run well off a hard bike. She's done it like time and time again, and she seems pretty consistent. She doesn't often have a bad race. You know, she's normally around the same level. So I think that she's could run really well, but I think all the girls are a similar ability, to be honest. I think it could be very close. I think they could be running together for a long period of time. And I'm looking at how Caroline ran in Tallinn. she's not the best runner, but she's very good. But she's also going to have spent a lot more. She's going to have burnt a lot more matches on the bike trying to stay away. So I think the women's race is shaping up to be very exciting. I wouldn't like to bet on one athlete out of them. And also, looking at the chase group behind, Ellie Salthouse is looking very good as well. She's a phenomenal runner, and she's only 45 seconds off the chase group. So I definitely wouldn't be counting them, those guys out. Grace Beck, she's a good runner. She's only 50 seconds down as well. So the women's race, I really think it could be anyone's. Like whoever's got the best legs on the day. I know that sounds like a terrible answer to say, but it does really seem open. Whereas the men's race, it seems like at the moment, unfortunately, it's turned into a one-horse show.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a super exciting race. And yeah, as you mentioned, not only that chase 3, but then Ellie Salthouse, Grace Tech, also a very good runner. Looks like Marjolaine Pierre's slipped down to over 4:30 back now. She's a great little runner, but losing time. I think she, yeah, you never know. I wouldn't completely count her out for, sneaking onto the podium. But I think that podium's going to come from someone in that, top 8. Second chase, first chase.
Looking at the pro racing, and earlier I said, standards keep going up and up over the 70.3 in the Ironman distance. How have you found it? Because obviously, Marinda, you were racing before I started racing as a pro, and I kind of started towards the end of your career. But did you find that when you started as a pro, the standards were going up and up all the time? And same with you, Didi. How did you guys find the evolution of Ironman and 70.3 racing through your careers?
Yeah, I think it's the evolution of nutrition, the evolution of the shoes, and just the competition. I mean, there's more opportunity for athletes to make a living as a professional, and so that's just going to breed more competition. And I think we're seeing it from the Olympic distance all the way through to Ironman. Just times are just getting faster and faster. I think the shoes is a big one. I think that bringing the super shoes in has enabled athletes just to be able to train harder, train more, back up those miles, those harder sessions in training, and then also back up races. So I think there's a lot of different facets or factors coming in. Didi?
The one thing that I would say that is different now, I think throughout my career, we often had sort of these once-in-a-generation kind of athletes. We had a Paula Newby-Fraser. We had because I'm going way back, but that's who was racing when I started. It's been that long. But then we had a Natasha Bodman. We had a Chrissy Wellington, a Marinda Carfrae. We had these once-in-a-generation athletes that everybody looked to all of a sudden say, oh, wow, that is possible. And then everyone starts chipping away at that standard. But I think what we're seeing now is a real renaissance where it's not just one athlete who is sort of this once-in-a-generation type athlete. It's this entire wave of multiple athletes at once, all raising the game so that the level of competition, it's not just a bunch of athletes chasing a generational great in pursuit of what's possible, but this entire wave, it's a renaissance of racing, and maybe that is due to race opportunities, et cetera, but I've never seen, and I've been around a long time, so many athletes really just breaking through seemingly all at the same time, and the level of competition is just, it's historic.
Well, I think we saw it last year we're speaking obviously more towards the women's side, but we saw it in Kona last year. There were 7 women on that start line that on their day could have won, and I can't think of another year where we've had more than sort of 3 or 4 women who they could win. There was yes, podium potential, but there were 7 legit title contenders on the start line, and I think that was sort of unprecedented, and as you mentioned, just so many women racing at that top level. And I feel like, Joe, I was sandwiched between Chrissy Wellington and the great Daniela Riff, who just retired recently. So I feel like I snuck in between 2 of our sports greats there and snuck a few titles. But I think it's just evolution of any sport. You see athletes do something, and then that's the new standard, and then you go away and you chip at it, and that's what you believe, and you believe it, you achieve it. And so I think that's the evolution of the sport. But we are just looking at Mika Newt now. He's coming into the end of the bike, you see him undo his bike shoes. You'll see him pop his feet out of those pedals. So he'll sort of place his feet on top of those bike shoes, and then he'll have to hop off his bike before the dismount line momentarily.
And again, if we're looking at this performance that Mika Newt has put together today, seems pretty dominant. If we look at course fastest times, we would go back to just last year where Freddie Funk rode 2:04.27. No one had ridden faster than that. As Mika Newt hits the dismount line and gets himself into transition, we'll see whether or not he was able to post a course best out here today. Certainly seems, based on the way he has dominated this race, that is a distinct possibility.
And just looking, we're getting some information that Clement Mignon has received a blocking penalty. And also, I'm not sure if we mentioned, but Magnus Manier, who was in that chase pack, has also received a drafting. So a fair few penalties being given out. And when it's super competitive like this, it's just hard for the athletes to find their positioning. And so, yeah, we've
tight
seen
roads as well. Yeah.
Tight roads as well. So, yeah, athletes getting some penalties, but we're looking at race leader Mika Newt, and we're looking
the ponytail has been released from the helmet, and as we take a look at Mika Newt's bike split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Bolt, 2:02.11. So that will be a course besting 2023 bike split of Freddie Funk at 2:04.27. Joe Skippa, if you had been out there, what do you think? You'd have been right there with him?
To be optimistic, there's nothing wrong with a bit of optimistic thinking, is there?
No.
It'd be nice to, but yeah, that is a really exceptional bike. Like, honestly, like after riding the course and seeing what Frederick Funk did last year with a 2:04 something, a 2:02 is exceptional. Like, I would say that's probably one of the best 70.3 rides I've probably ever seen. You know, having ridden the course, I mean, the climb's 13.5 kilometers long at 5%. You know, so to do that, to have a climb like that in the race and then average 44 kilometers per hour is extremely good riding. You know, it's exceptional. If he was to move up to the Ironman distance and be racing Nice next year, I would be thinking that he would be a serious threat for it.
And you're new to the broadcast, Joe, so we in the booth like to call this the judgment zone, where athletes both dismount and then head out on to the Hoka run course, and we immediately judge their run form and how they're looking. What would you say about Mika Newt here in the judgment zone?
He looks great, doesn't he? Like, I was hoping that he was going to be coming out with a bit of a limp or something to make it like seem a bit exciting. Like, I was thinking, I hope he gets off the bike and looks a bit ragged, like, you know, he's overbiked a bit, just to make it look a bit exciting. But he actually looks really smooth. He looks like he's got good turnover. Like, honestly, I couldn't really fault him at like getting off the bike to start off with. What about you guys? Like, do you think he looks good?
Totally. He looks super bouncy, energetic. He looks like he hasn't ridden a 2:02 bike split, that's for sure. And speaking to that 2:02 bike split, we used to only see that from flat courses and the Uber bikers. I mean, Mika Newt, again, he's kind of solid across all three. Very strong biker, swimmer and runner. But you used to only see that from like maybe, you know, one or two guys were able to sort of put down those bike splits. But, you know, now, as we mentioned, the level's just getting better and better, and these men just keep getting quicker and quicker.
And I will say he sort of made that 180-degree turn out of transition, and his foot speed, like, I mean, he was looking good running, but now he is really hitting speed, and his foot speed looks good. He looks composed. You can see he's settling himself a little bit. He definitely worked hard on that bike, but man, he's built himself what may end up being an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, I think he's looking super great. Now it's time to, as you mentioned earlier, Joe, to relax into it now. You know, this is kind of his race to mess up. You know, you want to go out at a solid pace, but not a breakneck pace. You kind of want to protect that lead. You don't need to set any records on this run. You just need to be strong and steady and just do enough to win. You don't need to, I mean, points come into it for sure, and athletes behind him will be looking to get as close to him as possible if they're looking for the overall points. But yeah, we're still sitting and waiting for the second place. We believe Yellahins to come into transition, and we haven't seen sight of him yet. But Mika Newt, right now, he's looking really great at the start of this run.
Well, I tell you, because every second matters in this pro series, I can tell you that names like Arnaud Guillot, Bradley Weiss, Robert Callan, Andre Lopez, all within the top 20 in the point standings who are looking to move up. They're going to be cursing Mika Newt because with a 4-minute lead, again, it matters how close you are to the winner, and none of those guys are going to be all that close to the winner today, so not as many points because of this dominating performance. And this is the first Pro Series appearance for Mika Newt as we watch Jelle Heens come in off the bike. The deficit for him to Mika Newt off the bike, 4:45. Just even in the last 10 kilometers, another 45 seconds. So tall order for Jelle Heens if he is going to run down Mika Newt. What's the probability? If you had to put a probability on it, Joe, crunch some numbers for me. What's the probability in terms of a percentage? 0% chance, 2% chance, 50% chance?
I'd say a 2% chance, probably 2-3% chance. I mean, if you were doing the numbers in your head, like if I was Mika Newt, like knowing what he's run before, you'd be like, if someone gave you a split as you were coming out from the 80-kilometer bit, which was the last time the tracker was there, it'd be 4 minutes. You'd be like, right, that's 240 seconds. If I run at 3:30k pace, they've got to take basically 10 seconds, 12 seconds a kilometer out of me to even catch back up. So he would have to run 3:18 kilometer pace, which is 1:09. It's a 2-minute course record just to catch back up. But a 3:30k pace would be pretty cruising. That wouldn't be too difficult for Mika Newt to start off at 3:30k pace. You know, he could probably build on that if he wanted to. So it would be the only way really he's going to lose it is if he blows up, if he didn't get his nutrition right and he starts to fade, if the heat gets to him, or if Jelle Gaines does actually happen to have an absolute blinder run. I mean, like you said about judging people as they run out, he's definitely going for it, isn't he? You can tell he's moving fast. You can hear the foot strikes on the floor. So I don't know. Could it be one of those days? I'd be surprised.
Well, Joe, we chatted with Jelle Heens before the race started here in Zell MC. Let's see how he assessed his own chances against this field.
Hello, I'm Jelle Heens, and besides swim, bike, run, I like to make coffees and spend time with my daughter. So last weekend I raced a 70.3 race in Tallinn. Still a bit of soreness in the legs, but actually I'd say it's definitely not worse than I expected. I was really struggling on race day with the hamstrings. I would thought they were gonna be so tight and tired after the race, but actually it was okay. I think they were just a bit crampy, but then once I stopped running, it was fine. Definitely still in the recovery phase, but I think it should be fine for Sunday. I was looking for races after the Olympics and also for big races, Pro Series races. That's what I like. I like to, especially now, like I'm still very early in my middle distance career, so I want to see where I stack up against like the best in the world. So these two races were a great opportunity, and after this I take some recovery and build up towards Taupo. I'm not sure if I will do a race in between, but for sure Taupo is the main goal after this one. I think what's good for me this week compared to last week is that it is a more demanding hilly course, so I will have a bit more time out of the TT position. Like in Tallinn it was dead flat and it was 2 hours in TT position, which I think really hurt my hamstrings. So I hope with a bit more time out of the TT position will be good to have a proper run. And last week I really tried to be like conservative and smart on the bike, where I think here with the big hill there is maybe some opportunities if I have good legs to try and see what's possible and play my strengths, which I think is the watts per kilogram rather than the pure power. To be honest, I didn't know much before I signed up for this race. I obviously knew it was in Austria and I knew there was a big lake. Just looking at pictures actually, because I'm here with my girlfriend and my daughter, so for them it's also a bit of a holiday, so I looked up like what there was to do and I saw it was like super pretty here. So we've been enjoying those 1.5 days we've been here already so far.
Well, there you have it from Jelle Heens. His friends call him Jelly Beans. He is in second place all on his own. We have the chasers now in off the bike. Jan Stratman, Yannick Stoll, and Magnus Manor. Yannick Schaffler at 5:54 back. Magnus Manor has to serve that drafting penalty, so we won't see him out on the run course. But Jelle Heens off in pursuit of Mika Nut. Can he chase him down, Rennie?
Yeah, one thing we failed to mention, which he mentioned just now, is he's coming off a race last weekend as well.
Yes.
So, you know, that I wonder if you have the run legs to then run like a crazy fast run
when you
split.
haven't done that many 70.3s, period, and now you're backing up back-to-back. This has to be the first time he's done back-to-back. Let me check that. But so this is a new experience for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does look really great. So, you know, you never know. He might have, you know, not been able to race to his potential last weekend. So maybe he didn't completely like empty the tank. And this week he'll you know, hit the taper well and be able to really get a hold of this run. But yeah, I think backing up halves, you know, week after week, and you know, just coming off the Olympics, I believe too. So a lot of racing in a short period of time.
And emotion too of the Olympics,
the big high of the Olympics and being all a part of that. So I don't know. I still feel Mika Nut has the big advantage. Jelle Heens definitely looking fantastic running, but yeah, I think Mika Nut. And then then you go back. Who has the legs to, you know, to get that minor position on the podium, the third place? There's some fast guys coming off the bike now as well.
Yeah, anybody, Joe, to your mind, in that chasing group, that group with Yannick, the two Yannicks, Gregor Payet there, any of those guys with the potential to run into even Jan Stratman, or do you think this podium is spoken for?
It's going to be a tall order, like, because Jan Stratman's pretty solid, like on the runs. Like, if anything, I could see Jan potentially catching Jelle Heens for second, like if he has a great run. So for someone behind to catch him, it's going to be a tall order. But I definitely think it's possible after a hilly bike, because the temptation is for so many people to overbike, especially up the hill. If you're trying to stay with 4 or 5 others and you're actually going over your threshold power, you're going to just really pay for that at some point. And on the run is where they're going to notice it, because they could kind of get through it a bit on the bike with like sitting at the back of a pace line. But then when you try and run, sometimes if you've really biked hard, that's when you notice it, isn't it? You know, you just have no spring in your step. And a half marathon's a long way to go. It's not like you can really blag it, is it? You can be okay for 2 or 3 miles, but you can't blag 13 miles on the run.
Blag, I haven't heard that word before.
That's a new one. And the other thing about this course, as we are trailing Mika Nut through the opening kilometers, there's no straightaway, right? So Mika Nut is out of sight, out of mind, right? Potentially. It's not like you've got long straightaways where you can have eyes on him, certainly through this section through town. Now, we are going to get out by Lake Zell, where there will be some more straightaways. But at this point, the advantage of the chased is that optically you're gone. You can't see someone, you can't target them and have that added motivation.
No, but I think ideally if you've got people there on the course, like Jelle said, he had his girlfriend there, and if he's got some friends there as well, who he knows, like I know Hayden Wild's in town as well. They'll know each other from like ITU days. I think Hayden's girlfriend's actually racing in the pro race. He could be getting splits. So I think Jelle's tactic has to be take it out hard. You know, he has to go above what he thinks he might be able to hold and just see how the time split comes down after the first 3-4K. And if he can take 30, 40 seconds back and he's got people on course giving him a split, that's going to be a huge boost for him and really motivate him to come up. If it doesn't come down in the first 3K, then I think it's in his head, it's like, okay, right, first place is probably not going to happen today. I'll make sure I get second place, you know, and then it's a race for second. But if the time does come down in the first 3K, that can really motivate you, you know, and that could encourage him to push on. He's going to have people there. He's going to have friends there that will give him time split. So even though he can't necessarily see him, if he's getting regular feedback, I think that's just as good. And then once you start, if he did get it down to a minute, that's when you'd start to see in the distance. But by that point, when you know you've taken 3 minutes out of someone, you're already on a high, you know, and they're going to know that you're coming.
That's great stuff, Joe. Before we come back with an update on our women's race, I wanted to update the viewers. A lot of questions on the feed about Nicholas Mann, who disappeared there off the tracker, one of our pre-race favorites, coming off some big wins so far this year. He is not feeling well. He is with the medical team. He is okay, just a little bit under the weather today. So that's the update on him. We're going to run away to a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
They're speeding now. Hey, Chris, come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. God ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Welcome back to the live coverage of IRONMAN 70.3 Zell, See-Kaprun. We are in the late stages of the bike. The women have about 5 to 10 kilometers left of cycling, and then they will be out on this half marathon, the Hoka half marathon. The men already on the run. We have Mika Newt leading the way. Helle Heens, he is in second place at this current moment, and then a big group of men sort of strung out from third onwards. But we are now looking at the women in the late stages of the bike, making their way to T2. And then we have Carolyn Pola sitting in first place right now. Laura Madsen sitting in second, around 1:58. Alongside her is Els Visser and Lena Messner. And then back in 5th to 8th, we have Lisa Norden, Ellie Salthouse, Lisa Pertner, and Grace Tech. So some movement in this women's race, but
yeah, as our women get to the end of the bike leg, our guest host Joe Skipper is actually going to get out onto the run course and run himself as part of a relay, I believe. So, Joe, you want to come in and say your final goodbye? We really appreciate you joining us today. I don't want to give you too much credit, but honestly, it was a great job, and we really enjoyed having you.
Yeah, cheers. No, thanks for having me on here. It's been great to be a part of the coverage, and I'll try and not get in the way of any of your coverage out on the run course.
Yeah, give us a wave if you get a camera. Yeah, definitely give us a wave, because we're going to actually get a camera on you so we can put you in the judgment zone.
Yeah, if I see a camera, I'll give you a little wave.
Okay, awesome stuff. Joe Skipper, thanks so much for joining us. Great to have your insights. Get out there and run the legs off as we come back to our men's leader, Mika Newt. He looks labored. He definitely looks like he is tired, but he built such a lead on the run, on the bike, that it doesn't look like he's going to be threatened, but he's definitely got to manage the effort, I would say, based on how he's looking.
At almost 3K in, he's only lost about 15 seconds to Helle Heens, so Helle need to make a lot more of a move to try and keep up. But at this point, if you look at both of them in the split screen, it definitely looks like Mika's slowing. He looked much better at the start, but now maybe he's just now protecting his position.
Yes.
I wonder if he's just trying to stay steady and strong. And see, by contrast, Helle Heens, he is really on the attack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he would have to be, right? Like, if he has any shot, he's almost going to have to run the risk of sacrificing second to go after the win. He is definitely not trying to protect second right now. He is definitely trying to go for the win. And in doing that, he runs the risk of blowing a little bit, particularly coming off a race last weekend. He's never done back-to-back 70.3, so that's a bit of a risk. But optically, yeah, he is definitely on the attack, whereas Mika Nut, he really looks like he's laboring a little bit and working harder certainly than Jelle Hens, although Jelle is, certainly attacking, but he looks a little bit more collected than Mika Nut, who looks a little bit stressed.
Yeah, again, is that just Mika protecting his position, or is he hurting? So that's the question only Mika knows.
I hope he's hurting after a 202 bike
202
split.
bike split. I mean,
it'd be insulting if he wasn't.
He looks in control to me. I think he's just protecting that first place, knowing he has 4:30 on that second place. I think he's looking really good. But we have to run away to another break. We will be right back on the other side of this commercial for the finish of the women's bike, and more of the run for the men. Don't go away.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. You are watching our women's race leader. This is Caroline Pola from Germany, who is coming off a win last weekend in Estonia at the 70.3 European Championship, backing it up with a great performance here today through the last segment of the bike. Her lead was down to 1:45 over some chasers that had moved through the field in Laura Madsen and Els Visser, but she put a little bit of time back in, so she now was 2 minutes up at 80K. We'll see where she's at as she approaches the dismount line, but a great performance. She was not first out of the water. That was Lauren Brandon from the United States, but she was first out onto the full gas bike course through transition and has held that lead throughout the entire course.
Absolutely, yeah. She had a little bit of company at the beginning of the bike there, but she was on the front and pushing all day. And we got to catch up with her with the Fighting Chance video, and she just basically said, yeah, I have to be pedal to the metal. I'm the rabbit, and they are the hunters. So she is now the rabbit out on the run, and run, rabbit, run.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we are looking again at historic times, course best, we go all the way back to 2013 with Eva Vuti from Austria, who put together a 2:18:21 bike split. Will Caroline Pola best that today? She has had quite a performance, especially on tired legs. It looks like that actually will not be the case. Still a very respectable 2:21:47, which we will get up on our graphic from our friends at Wahoo. But unofficially, until it comes up on the screen, it's not official till it's on the screen. But 2:21:47 for Caroline Pola as we look at our Wahoo Element Bolt first off the bike split as she racks her bike and runs towards the gear bag. She's looking pretty good, Ren.
She looks great, yeah, and she came off that bike so fast, you know, into that dismount line. She definitely got off before the line, but she was moving, and yeah, she is not wasting any time in transition here. She'll go grab her bag, put the helmet in, get the shoes out, and she will be off onto that run. And we'll see what that split is. It seemed like she was sort of losing a little bit of time, maybe lost some focus, or maybe that chase back really was pushing. And then the later stages of the bike, she sort of picked that pace back up. But super quick transition here. You see her cooling herself off. You saw Mika Newt do the same thing. Probably had some ice water. Hopefully it stayed cold, sitting in that bag in the sun. Throw that water over the head, try and cool down off the bike, and get everything cleaned up. Make sure you don't leave any mess in transition, and then off she goes. She looks great. She's nice and bouncy, but we'll see what that split is now to the second, third, fourth. We believe those three women are still riding together, but we will see that momentarily. It was around 2 minutes at last time split at 80 kilometers, so 10 kilometers ago. We will see what that is now, and then we'll make our judgment.
Yeah, she makes her way out onto the Hoka Run course. Again, it's a two-loop, 21.1 kilometers. As you see on the right of screen, that's Laura Madsen coming in off the bike. She looks, she's got company in Els Visser, who's just a handful of seconds behind. You can see Els there in the background as Laura Madsen comes off her split 2:21:20. So unofficially so far, well, Els Visser with the fastest split of the day so far at 2:21:19, but all of those women within 30 seconds of each other split-wise. But now these women have 2 minutes to gain on Caroline Pola if they want to topple her as she makes that 180 roundabout and gets herself out onto this Hoka Run course. The course is flat, Rinny. There's not a lot of elevation to it, but the weather on the day could be the feature. A lot of the athletes commenting pre-race about how, not the temperature itself, but the humidity. The air is just very, very heavy.
It says flat, but I think that's super deceiving because there are like little punchy
rollers,
climbs.
yep.
Yeah, like little, you saw Mika Newt go up and
through the
come
town
down
section.
Through the town section. So, you know, it says flat, but once they put the graphic up, you'll see, you know, at 2.8 kilometers, there's that little spike there and there's some others. So, you know, they're not, by any means, we're not climbing up any mountains, but certainly not a flat course that they're racing. And also, if anyone's tuning in from New Zealand, Hannah Berry DNF'd. She had to pull out. She had a penalty and she decided to pull out. And again, we were saying earlier, probably thinking towards Ironman Nice in 2 weeks and trying to get a good performance there. So with a 5-minute penalty, probably not going to get a great score.
Yep.
And Hannah Berry looking to score for the overall. So she has decided to pull out and save it for Nice.
At a different point in the season, knowing Hannah Berry, she would have, you know, stuck it out and said, hey, I'm going to race this. But with the World Championships just a couple of weeks away, not worth putting the fatigue in the legs if you're not going to put up a score that is going to help you in the Pro Series points standing. So too bad for Hannah, but she will regroup and set her sights on the Ironman World Championship just in a couple of weeks' time.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're looking at Caroline Pola trying to go back-to-back. She won last weekend in Estonia, Tallinn 70.3, and looking very good at the start. Now we've got vision of Ellie Salthouse. This is a second chase pack. We have Ellie Salthouse in that group. Also, Lisa Norden should be in there. Lisa Pertner, Grace Tech as well should be in that group with Ellie Salthouse. They were just entering transition, not too far behind the group of Els Visser, Laura Madsen. It looks like, oh no, actually it blew out. It's around 4 minutes now between. So basically, you know, a 2-minute gap from Caroline Pola to Laura Madsen, Visser, and Lena Messner. And then another 2 minutes-ish to Norden, Salthouse, Pertner, and Tech. So very exciting racing to come.
You know, we talked about this, Rinny, before Joe signed off. How exciting this women's race could be. I mean, Caroline Pola coming off racing last weekend, doing that double. Els Visser also doubling. I believe Grace Tech also doubling. So a lot of women with fatigue in the legs. Lisa Norden raced last weekend. I believe she might have been a DNF. And so, women coming at this from different stages, but from an ability perspective, super strong runners out of all of these. Grace Tech, super strong runner. Ellie Salthouse, we know she's got the fight. She's a good runner as well. Els Visser, we tend to think of her as being more of an Ironman specialist, but she's no slouch across 70.3. So the podium really up for grabs here.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some movement happening in those, top three. I mean, Caroline Pola by no means has this in the bag. I think it'll really just depend on how her legs are after that big win last weekend. Laura Madsen, I like the look of Laura. I think she, has what it takes to, to sneak a win here, and she's already won 2 70.3s this year. And we're actually looking at Laura right now on screen. She does look like she's running a little gingerly. Maybe the quads maybe a little sore, but she's still moving very well. And we'll see. As we get through, that first 2.5K. That's Mageline Pierre coming into transition, Beck Clark coming into transition. And so this is sort of the third chase. That's one of the pro men as well, or possibly an age group men catching up to the tail end of the pro women's field.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at run times between Laura Madsen and Caroline Pola. Caroline Pola's pretty consistent 1:22 splits. She was a bit slower at the 70.3 Bahrain in 2023, but the conditions in Bahrain are pretty unique, pretty challenging. Overall, slight nod to Laura Madsen, who's posted a faster, 1:19.31 at Les Sables, which was about 3 minutes faster than Caroline Pola. So, I mean, Madsen's got it. She could run her down, absolutely, no question about it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm always eager to see those opening splits. I think they're really telling, like a couple of K in, okay, yes. Some athletes look terrible coming out of transition, and then they get into their stride and they're running great. Other athletes look great, and then they don't really run that fast. So as soon as we see that 2.8K split pop up, I think we will then maybe be able to make some predictions. But Laura Madsen on screen right now, she's looking pretty good. She's looking very focused, and she looks like she is running away from that group that she was with. So she was with Lena Mesner, Els Visser.
She's looking down. It could be the camera angle, but to me, I'd like to see her head come. There she goes. I was going to say, I'd like to see her head position come up a little bit, just to bring that chest up and forward a little bit. She just appears to be looking at the ground immediately in front of her, and I've always thought more of a 45-degree angle out in front. So
yeah, she did.
Only
seem
thing
to
I
be
noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I was always told to sort of look, just ahead, a few feet ahead. Don't look all the way up the road. You want to sort of be in a aggressive forward lean position. And as we look at the Morton top three transition times, we have Caroline Pola, 2:33. She was very quick through transition. Laura Messner, 2:40, and Laura Madsen in 2:41.
Look at this strategy. She's running with her plastic baggie, which has her sunglasses in it. I'm curious if she holds on to the baggie and puts ice in it on a hot, humid day to grab a cup of ice and fill that up so that you can keep ice on the skin. Wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Didi. Fill it up, put it down the sports bra, or even just hold it in your hands. Well, we'll see. Maybe she'll just discard it. But a lot of athletes now opting to put all of their nutrition and their glasses in a smaller baggie. They take it out of the big plastic bag in a smaller baggie, and they can kind of put it on as they go. You see, she's probably a kilometer in before she's decided, okay, I've gotten my breath, I've gotten to my rhythm, and now I'm going to put my sunglasses on. real quick and, continue on. Now we can't see what her eyes are doing. We won't be able to see if she's looking up or down, but it was sort of interesting to see that, yes, she was. That's Grace Tech there on the back, the shorter in stature athlete, and that's...
Quick little turnover.
Quick turnover, and that's Lisa Norden to her right. I believe that's probably an age group man right ahead of those two women, but Grace Tech, a very good little runner. She's moving past Lisa Norden. Lisa Norden, more slower loping stride, obviously a taller in stature as well.
Just an update in the men's race to let you know that a couple of DNFs. We've got Clement Mignon had a crash. We understand he's okay, but he has pulled out of the race. And bib number 9, Steger, also a DNF on the day. So just some withdrawals there on the men's side. We wanted to keep you abreast of. If you are cheering, tuning in to cheer those athletes, they are out. So unfortunately, bad news for them, but there's always another race.
Always another race. And you see here, this is the hilly section we were talking about, like the short, sharp uphill, and then the come back down. But we see Caroline Pola making sure she hits all of those sponges through transition. Again, the athletes started at 11 a.m. local time, so mid-afternoon now for them, and I'm sure it's very warm. So back at race leader Mika Nut in the men's. He is looking great, sitting 4:20 at 7.5 kilometers. So Helligins, while looked like he was really running a lot faster than Mika Nut, they're basically running the same pace.
Yeah.
So Mika Nut, certainly, we kind of guessed earlier or inferred that maybe he was projecting that first place, but he actually is running very quickly. He's just a taller athlete in stature, and so I think his stride length a little longer, and so he just got a split. How many minutes am I? 4 minutes. You saw him put up the 4 there. So yes, Mika Nut, you have a very good lead. Just keep doing what you're doing, and this title could be yours.
Absolutely, and behind some surprises. Jelle Heens running very well, and then behind him, Gregor Payet has moved up 2 slots, outpacing Yannick Schaffler and Jan Stratman as well. So what a performance from Gregor Payet here today.
Yeah, super impressive from Gregor from France. Moving up there, running, looks like at the last split around 14 seconds quicker than the men behind him. So really moving quickly. He still sits, around 2 minutes behind Helligins. So maybe not a threat there, but definitely moving fast.
Yeah, Gregor Payet, 29 years old, out of Luxembourg. No athlete event history, so he's a new name to us. If you are, related to or coach Gregor Payet and want to give us an update on, some of his background, go ahead and drop it in the chat. Let us know. But great performance here on debut across the 70.3 for Gregor Payet.
Yeah, for sure. And if he can snatch a win here, I'm just looking. He did one race in Mallorca in 2021 is the only race I can see, and ran around a 1:22:37. So not so fast then, but this is 3 years on, and I'm sure a lot of hours of training have gone in between then and now. So we'll try and get some more information on him for you guys, but we are about to run away. More action on the other side of this break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
athletic it is.
She's funny.
Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun is brought to you by Hoka. Fly, human, fly. And by VinFast. Boundless together.
We're back with second place there. The first place back now. That's Mika Newt. We were just looking at Helle Heens in second place, and those two men sitting around 4:20 apart. But I'm just looking at the women's times right now, and Caroline Pola is actually putting time into Laura Madsen, running a little quicker. So that's big news there. Elsvis is sitting in third, around 2:41 back, and then Lena Messner just 2:47. So that's a battle there. And then we'll just see how that second pack are still around 2 minutes behind this group. But if anyone's making any significant inroads at this first time check. But
yeah,
the big news is Caroline Pola.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got that quick shot of Grace Tech going by Lisa Norden. So Grace Tech wouldn't be surprised to see her move up, but Ellie Salthouse was also in that group. So we'll see how those two are moving, see if either one of those ladies could make a statement for themselves for the podium. But yeah, Caroline Pola, boy, the story on the day for her, especially coming off the wire-to-wire win just 1 week ago in Estonia.
Yeah, riding on a high and looking to go perfect score from last week and this week. So we have Caroline Pola on screen right now, running very well and very much looking like she will maintain this lead. But again, we are early in the run, so still a fair amount of running, and you know, the fatigue may not set in until sort of that second 10K where you're like, actually, now I'm feeling it. So we'll see, but right now she does look very good.
She's doing all of the things, taking care of herself, looking after that core body temperature. We saw her sort of dousing herself at the aid station. She had that bottle of ice water in her T2 bag that she poured over herself to try to bring that core temperature down. You know, she's wearing the headband that has cooling properties. It helps bring the heat away from the head. We know that that's where the body both holds heat and loses heat from when it's cold out. So that headband that she's wearing, those little cooling devices on them help bring the heat off the forehead and out of the head. So can really help cool the body down. So she's doing all of the right things. And for someone who started her athletic career as a swimmer, good for her, does not have runs like a swimmer disease, like some of us, you know, do.
Or swims like a runner, other of us have. Not talking about anyone specific. This is Els Visser here. She's looking really good, and she's sitting in third right now, but this is a battle here between Lena Messner and Els Visser, but Els looking really good there as we saw her running by. Yeah, I think there's, you know, some racing to be had for the minor placings. I mean, even this Caroline Pola certainly doesn't have it sewn up, but she does look like she's, you know, slowly inching away from second place and still has, you know, a handy lead right now. But again, still a fair amount of running yet to go.
She certainly is. She's the fastest on course through the first 2.8K, with a very close second being Lisa Pertier, but she's all the way down at 4:35 back in 7th position. So a lot of our top women, as we expected, pretty comparable pacing. Caroline Pola being at 3:54 Ks. To our slowest moving is actually Lena Meissner at 4:06 Ks. So all of our top women running right in and around that 4-minute K pace. But Caroline Pola really absolutely getting the job done.
Yeah, I think right now running away with it. But again, still looks like Ellie Salthouse sitting around the same pace. Ellie's sitting in 5th right now, running a little quicker than Els Visser and Lena Messner. But Grace Tech running really quick in that last little time check, around 3:51 per kilometer pace.
There you go. Yep, absolutely.
So
She is the fastest mover. Yep.
Yeah, Grace Tech is the mover there, but again, lots of racing yet to come, and we are still in the opening stages. So everyone looking pretty solid though. No one like completely blowing up. Everyone really just running super solid. It'll just be a matter of who can hold it together and run well at the latter stages.
Well, particularly in this heat and humidity, this is Lena Meissner. Again, you can see the look isn't necessarily the fatigue, but you can just tell the air is a bit heavy out there today. The humidity, the temperature itself, not super hot, but athletes have been commenting that it is unseasonably warm for this region at this time of year, just with the humidity. So that is going to be a battle for these women, not necessarily in the opening 10K, but certainly the closing 10K. So the battle is really going to be, can you hold pace and can you keep the core body temperature down?
Yeah, absolutely. And in past years, we've actually had to cancel the bike one year because there was snow on the mountain.
So cold.
No such issue today. The athletes are well and truly heating up with the weather, and 11 a.m. start makes for some warm afternoon racing. But Lena Messler, you see her, mouth just gaping open a little bit there. Like, yeah, it's hot. It looks hot. It feels hot just looking at her running here. So that really comes into play when you're running a half marathon off the bike. Nutrition, obviously, very important as you get up over, the 2-hour mark of racing. But also just keeping that core body temperature in check. If you go into the red zone and the heart rate skyrockets, then it really is hard to sort of recover and bring it back down. So these athletes riding that line between, too much and not enough, and just trying to find that sweet spot that they can, hold on to for the whole half marathon.
Yeah, Lena Meissner so far this year was second back in April at the 70.3 in Valencia. Unfortunately, suffered a DQ in Mallorca, but was also on the podium at 70.3 Switzerland in June. She is making the step up to middle distance racing after a career at short course racing. So some good success in the early stages of her career.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking down the line. Lisa Pertner as well, running very well. She was around 3:55 per K, right behind Grace Tech. Lisa Norden sitting around 4-minute per K pace. Marjolaine, she's around 7:10 back, so not going to be a podium day for Marjolaine, unfortunately, but we have some great racing on the other side of this break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Now speeding now. Hey, Chris, come and watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
All right, welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We are with race leader Mika Newt, and it looks like Helly Geens is still sitting around 4:30. So Helly Geens now losing a little bit of time to Mika Newt at the 11.9 kilometer mark. I mean, I feel like it's a foregone conclusion. It kind of was at the start, but we didn't know if Helly Geens had something up his sleeve, a 109.
I think what most, as I say, what most were probably hoping was that Mika Newt overbiked and was going to explode massively on the run. But sorry, fellas, he's putting together just a burner of a day, just crushing it. So outstanding performance. This is the first race in the Pro Series, his first 70.3 of the year. He came off a win at 70.3 Augusta a year ago, and now he's back dominating even more so. So good performance from Mika Newt.
Yeah, great performance. And one athlete we are keenly watching, Gregor Payet. He is the fastest on course, running around a 3:24 kilometer pace. He's a ITU guy, so he's coming across from the 70.3, which is why we don't have a ton of results. Now we're seeing pictures of Lena Messner really struggling with the heat. We mentioned earlier that she looked like she was breathing a little heavy, getting a little hot. And yeah, this is where, you know, it's important to like cool down that body temperature. You know, you kind of feel like you're redlining. You're like, if I don't stop, like I'm going to pass out. And as we look at the Roka weather here, it's 79 Fahrenheit. That's 26 Celsius. A little overcast, but it's, you know, humid. It's like 62% humidity. Not much wind at all.
I was going to say no breeze, so they're not getting cooled. They're down there by the water, so that humidity really zapping them. She took a full stop there for about 20 seconds, getting all of the ice. Again, making stops like that, it's an investment in the second loop of the run. In the short term, yes, she's giving up a little bit of time, but she is investing in the back half of this half marathon, hoping that if she can keep that core body temperature down, that she will not fall off the paces too badly. It's unlikely that any of these athletes really negative split in a 70.3, but what they're trying to do right now is protect the decline, right? They don't want to fall off the paces, and so if she can do everything she can at those aid stations to keep that core body temperature down, that's an investment in the back half of this race.
And again, this is Lena Messner. She's currently in 4th place, so she sort of got off the bike, you know, with, you know, 2nd and 3rd places, Laura Madsen and Els Visser. But then she has Ellie Salthouse at 4:25 down, so she needs to keep moving. If she wants to protect this 4th place position, she has some hard charges in Grace Tech and Ellie Salthouse charging behind. And, you know, she can't be making 20-second stops, you know, at every aid station. But also, as you said, Dee Dee, you know, if she doesn't stop, then maybe she doesn't make the whole race. You know, maybe she's walking for a big chunk. So sort of you figure out, you know, the path of least resistance or the best option for you to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible. But if she wants to hold on to 4th place, I would like to just tell her maybe just jog slowly through those aid stations. And I still, you know, a minute 30 at last time check. I think that's going to be coming down significantly, especially with that stop at next time check at the 7.3 kilometer mark. So she needs to keep moving.
Yeah, she absolutely does. Caroline Pola continuing to look super steady and strong. Real nice, even. Not a powerful runner, but steady and strong, absolutely. She is at 2:16 up. That's a pretty stale data point, though. So she's approaching that 7.3 kilometer mark. It's going to be a good ding-dong there between Ellie Salthouse back in 5th and 6th, between Ellie and Grace Tech, who are running comparable speeds, a couple of seconds. Grace is outpacing Ellie, but Ellie's going to take the bait if Grace runs up on her shoulder, and those two will definitely battle it out. But the way...
both Aussies, too.
Yeah, and honestly, like, faster moving than the other women on the course by about 5 seconds per K at the moment. But Els Visser, a full, what's that, 120 ahead. So it'll be, 220 ahead of Ellie and Grace. So they're going to have the work cut out for them if they want to fight for the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, yeah, I feel like Els Visser and Laura Madsen just need to keep running steady, strong. They don't need to do anything crazy. That, you know, as I said, it's 5-10 seconds per kilometer. If you look at Grace, and that was at opening, I think we need to wait for the next time split to really make any predictions. You know, the opening few Ks, people go out hot. Some other people sort of build into it. But at that 7 kilometer mark, I think we'll get a better picture of what everyone's doing.
Super mindful there, getting the nutrition on board. That might have been a salt tab. She just chucked down the hatch, washing it down, making sure that those electrolyte levels stay up. It's not just about getting the water on board. You got to make sure that sodium balance remains, you know, in balance, so that the muscles continue to work with humidity like this. Certainly cramping is a possibility, especially when you're dealing with some fatigued muscles from a race a week ago where you led wire to wire. So good to see her with the focus on the nutrition.
Yeah, and this is Els Visser, currently in third. You can see the biker biking behind, so as not to give her any advantage. Not that you can really draft off the bike, but yeah, the bikers do ride behind the women.
Well, any little carrot you can get right ahead of you, right? Like to set the pace. If they're rolling just ahead of you, it sort of gives you something to focus on. Much like when you have an athlete right in front of you, you just focus on their back and try to hold that shoulder and just say every step they take, I'm going to match it. And so when you have the cyclist riding ahead, it just gives you a little bit of a pace target. But in this case, the escort cyclist rides behind. They are there for the safety of the athletes on a 2-loop course as well. If things get a little bit more congested, he may blow a whistle so that some of the age group athletes know that the podium is coming through and they can yield and not impact the professional race, which is awesome as well.
So it's super important, yeah. And Els Visser, certainly an athlete that we're looking at for the overall standings. Chatting with Matt Lieto earlier this week, I actually called out Els Visser as a possible for a podium in that overall standing. So throwing that out there, and I like the look of her right now. Obviously a better Ironman athlete in my opinion. I think she races very well over the Ironman distance. She races very well, as we're seeing right now, over the 70.3, but she's a really strong Ironman athlete, and I think will be a contender in Nice. And if she can bank some good points today and get as close as possible to the lead here, and then bank some big points in Nice, I think she will move way up the standings.
Yeah, well, what she's dealing with here, I mean, despite like the 47 races that she's already done this year, I'm being sarcastic, but Els Visser is an athlete who races an awful lot. She only has 3 scores on the board in the Pro Series. She's got 2 full Ironmans and just 1 70.3. And last weekend was the 70.3 on the board, and she only finished 10th place. It was a bit of a letdown for her. It wasn't a strong performance, and so she's just adding points here, right? She's not subbing out points. You look at some of the other athletes who are looking to defend some of their top positions within the Pro Series, and their points gains are incremental because they maybe had, 4,000 points from a 70.3, and they do a little bit better and they get 4,100. So that's not an incremental change. In the end, it's going to matter in terms of how the bonuses are paid out. But for Els, she's going to chuck a whole bunch of points on the board with this, because she's going to get the full benefit of all of the points she earns today. It's not just swapping out a score.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we are chatting there, we see them go through that 7 kilometer mark. Laura Madsen is 2:23 back, and Els Visser 2:55 back. So Caroline Pola really running super well here. She's putting a little bit of time into Laura Madsen and then more time into Els Visser, but Els Visser wanting to hold on to that second. And also, as we're talking about points, get across that finish line as close to the lead as possible.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the VinFast performance analysis on the run for Caroline Pola at 3:56 average per kilometer. So estimated clock at the next split would be 3 hours, 39 minutes, 14 seconds. So Caroline Pola looking very focused. The crowd's out there giving her some cheers. No change in expression. She is laser focused on what's ahead.
Yeah, I mean, she's looking fantastic, and you know, we wanted to see that time split, but honestly, right now, I can't see like, all of a sudden Laura Madsen running, you know, 15 seconds faster per kilometer, which is probably what it would take for her to, maybe not 15 seconds, but you know, 10 seconds faster a kilometer. It's just not going to happen. Everyone's sort of into their stride now and into the pace that they're probably going to try to hold for the remainder. Yes, there's going to be a little bit of drop off, but I think if inroads were to take place, we would have seen some of that already. And now we see Grace Tech come up, and she's now at 4:14 behind, so she's only 1:20 behind Els Visser. So again, Els will need to keep pushing to protect that third place position, and we see Ellie Salthouse dropping back now. She's in 6th place. Lisa Pertner sitting in 5th at 4:41, and Ellie actually running right with her at 4:42. So Ellie now running around 5th, 6th position, but Grace Tech making her way forward.
And watching Els Visser, we had a chance to chat with Els in our A Fighting Chance series before the race. Let's check in with Els Visser.
I'm Els Visser, I'm from the Netherlands, and besides swim, bike, run, I like to spend time with my training mates in St. Moritz. I think I've been like just super consistent in my training over the last couple of years, months. So I definitely think, yeah, you really need like that really like stable level of fitness, and yeah, actually I'm just like pleased how I recover after each race, but also I think I get like stronger out of each race, and yeah, in the end we are triathletes and we are here to race, right? So why like sitting and training all year instead of racing a lot. Third time that I'm in Zell am See, and I think it's just like a super stunning location, a very unique place to race, and it's also like close to my training base in St. Moritz, so quite easy to travel to. And having like the World Championships ahead of us on the 22nd of September, I think this course is also a really great preparation towards that like big race in September. I definitely like come out with like some gap behind the swim. There are like some incredible swimmers in this race, so you won't like see me in front of the race like soon, I would say. But I think it's good that there is a climb coming up on the bike course pretty soon, and I think that I can hammer it up there and maybe like close the gap a little to the girls ahead of me, and yeah, just focus on my own race. It's half distance, so another like long race, a long day, and yeah, maybe I also like have to just like push hard on the run, but I gain like confidence on my running as well, and yeah, I think I just have to give my best there as well.
Back to the action here. We are with Mika Nut, who continues to dominate this men's race. Definitely feeling the hurt a little bit now, but running incredibly well and holding off all of his chasers. Just want to make a little correction. Newsflash, I misspoke when we were talking about scores and points and swapping out points, and I said something about a 4,000 point score for 70.3. Obviously, I misspoke. That was an Ironman score. These 70.3s are worth 2,500 points with 3,000 points up for grab at the 70.3 Worlds. My apologies for making a mistake.
We will make many mistakes, but thank you for helping us get the facts right. Yes, 2,500 points up for grabs, Mika.
It was a hypothetical.
Hypothetically. Yeah, so, you know, these athletes are looking to add to those scores, and Els Visser, definitely one athlete that is in the running for the overall and wanting to score maximum points here at the 70.3s so that she can, you know, then capitalize when she goes to Nice in a couple of weeks and races there, because there's 6,000 points up for grabs there. So if she can finish around the front, and again, you heard her in the soundbite bite, she likes the mountains, she likes the climbs, and I think Nice is going to be a really good course for her. Again, she just raced back-to-back weekends, and it's only 2 weeks till Nice. So.
Well, and that's the other thing. That's where it comes to be a benefit for Els, because she's used to. I mean, I would have to add up. I mean, she's raced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ironman races and other branded races as well. So, I mean, I think she probably has over 10 starts so far this year. she's used to that volume of racing. So to back up Talon to Zell MC and then go 2 weeks in is not an unusual schedule for her versus some other athletes. It might be unheard of, and they're just sort of throwing a Hail Mary to get as many points up on the board as they can. For Els, it's actually strategic. She had raced so hard in the early part of the season, and actually we hadn't seen her for, I don't know, a month, which for her is a long time to go without racing, but sort of did a mid-season reset there with her training squad in St. Moritz, and yeah, tackling the second half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's the beauty of the Ironman Pro Series. It's the athlete who can be consistently solid all year long.
Yep.
Like, not win one race, not like, be a flash in the pan and win, 1 or 2 races, but be solid all year long. And Els Visser is an athlete who can race a lot and therefore, has a better probability that she'd have great scores across the board. And I think the athlete that wins needs 3 Ironman scores, racing 3 Ironmans a year and then being consistent enough to race well over the half distance twice. That's a special athlete.
Yeah.
And I think Els falls into that category.
Yeah, certainly to be that competitive in any field, even if you're not winning, to be close enough to the win, to be chucking up as many points as you can. And that's, I think, why a lot of these athletes were so excited about this series, because it doesn't reward the superstar single, like, one-hit wonder performance. It is consistency over time. We're going to run away to a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be back with the conclusion of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun race. And I am Marina Carfrey. I am joined by Didi Griesbauer here in studio. And we are looking at the women's leader. She won last weekend in the 70.3 Talon event, and she is looking very good to back it up this weekend here in Zell MC is Caroline Pola.
You could see at the finish line just a week ago in Estonia how much that win meant to her. I mean, she's not a new name. She's had some great success across the 70.3 distance, but I think in that field at a European Championship event, it's one thing to win a 70.3 or to be on some podiums at 70.3 races around the world, but when you show up to one of the regional championships and you're able to put together the kind of performance that she did, where she literally just dominated the field. They didn't even, she was gone.
Mm-hmm.
They never even got a whiff. Yeah, I think it was incredibly meaningful, a very emotional finish for her. And then to regroup and come back and do it again, maybe not wire to wire, but pretty darn close. Super impressive. And Hopefully she gets a little bit of a break and then dives into preparations for the 70.3 World Champs, which are still quite a ways away. I mean, we're talking, first, second week in December there. So a lot of time for these athletes to maybe hit the pause button, take a reset, and then build back, just to make sure they do it right and they're not fried by the time they get to World Championship. It's a long season, especially with this Pro Series for a lot of these athletes that are, not speaking of Caroline Polak, because she's not doing Ironman races necessarily, but for athletes that are dabbling in both to be able to perform consistently, you have to time sort of some recoveries in the middle of the season, which isn't always easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely have to, plan in that downtime, plan in that, week off or, few days off between races and kind of reset. Even it's important to lose a little fitness for, a week or so and then sort of just get back into it mentally, physically, just really important when the season lasts that long. And athletes may have decided to start their season later because Topor is so late in the year. December is very late to be racing and such a big event. The 70.3 Worlds have been earlier in the past couple of years, and now to have it in December, athletes will have to plan accordingly. But
well, and it's it's great for the athletes that really are targeting the series, because we have Ironman World Championship events September 22nd, men's at the end of October in Kona, and it gives those athletes who are targeting the overall series a chance to regroup, refresh, and be prepared. In the past, we've had 70.3 Worlds in close proximity to the Ironman World Championship, and it was always tough on those athletes that really did well at both, because it was hard to peak for both. But now with a little bit more time and distance, with Topor being so late in the calendar year, that those athletes who perform well at Ironman World Championship events have a chance to sort of recover, refresh, and go again. So yeah, it's great the way the schedule is laid out, but it's hard as an athlete to take those pauses with so many race opportunities, both with the series and other races around the world. It's really hard to say, okay, I'm gonna sit this one out, and that's hard, particularly when you have the momentum going. It's a hard thing to do, but it's oftentimes the right thing to do.
And that's Laura Madsen sitting in second place there. Didi, do you think athletes next year will tackle the season differently after seeing a Pro Series season this year? Will they look at who did well and sort of try to mimic their road to the victory? Or do you think people will just keep doing what they're doing?
It's so hard with so many moving parts to it, because there's no single strategy that's going to work best. We know you have to race a lot. And so you have to consider your own physiology and how much do you need to spread those races out. Can you do a big race block, take a break in the middle of the summer, and then do another big race block, kind of like Elsvisser, although it wasn't that large a break in the middle of the summer? Or do you just want to be sort of steady all year long? And then the really exciting thing that we talked about at the start of the race was now it becomes like a chess match, right? You not only have to consider where you're racing, but the people that are around you in the series. If you want to break into that top 10, who else is who's in 9th, 10th, 11th? How many points do they have on the board? How many races, comprise those point totals? And where are their names on start lists? And how do you defend? And how do you be aggressive in putting more points on the board? And it really becomes not only about your races, but sort of playing chess and defending and, against the people that are in and around you in the points, because this is a lot of money up for grabs. And that's where it's going to get interesting in terms of making good choices. Are you better off throwing points up early and then defending, or do you want to have sort of a sneak attack at the end of the year, kind of like Elsvisser, because she didn't have a lot of points eligible races at the start because she was racing non-series races. And so she's going to be a sneaker here in the end of the season. So different strategies, but then you've also got to consider what courses are you good at. If you're an excellent time trialist, this might not have been the course that you thought you would pick up a bunch of points. So you also have to score the points where you excel as your own individual athlete.
And you say, Didi, you've got to race a lot. Only 5 races count. 3 Ironman races is a lot of racing.
Yeah.
Then you've got to be fast enough to race 2 70.3s. But do you back yourself in the World Champ events? Do you say, I'm going to do 2 Ironmans and then back myself? So then, you're basically racing maybe early season and then preparing for the championship season like we always have. Like maybe that's...
And I think the sneaky thing in, somebody in a room at Ironman is pretty darn smart, because you can't, I don't think you can be competitive in the series. And yes, you can be somewhere 10 to 50 and get a payout. But I don't believe you can be competitive for the top end, the podium positions in the series without excelling at the World Championship. So you have to back yourself to be able to rise to the occasion at a World Championship event as well. So while we've been talking about how great the series is and it rewards consistency, you also have to show up on the day, on the biggest days, at the big ones, and not shy away and be able to put down great points, not necessarily win them, but be competitive against those that do. And so it's both, right? It's consistency over series races, as we see Mika Nut lapping there, Els Visser.
And I just want to say, Mika Nut has let his hair down.
Yeah.
He's been able to let his hair down because he has an almost 5-minute lead on second place. And look at him, yep. It's all you, my friend. That
he's
is
starting
a
to enjoy it
phenomenal...
now, I was going to say, as well he should. But anyway, to wrap up that point, like it's great and, also evil at the same time, that you also have to be consistent, but you have to be great when it matters as well. So lots of factors to consider. But yeah, I think they'll be learning from this year, because it's the first year of the series, and athletes may sort of look at what their strategy was and choose to tweak it in years to come. But again, new athletes coming through every day, so what works this year might not work next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And the dates, sort of move around. The women then will be moved to racing a little bit later in the year. 70.3 Worlds changes dates as well, so the season just will be set up differently, just in terms of race dates for the championships as well. You see Mika Nut here. He is leading this race. He has daylight between him and second place, Helle Geens. He is around 5 minutes back in second, but Mika Nut now coming towards the finish line and starting to enjoy the crowds here. I love the European races where the crowds are so close. Like the chute down to the finish line is always nice and close. You can see everyone coming up to greet the champion here today.
I tell you, as Mika Nut takes his moment as well he deserves, Jelle Geens pretty safely in the second place position, but there is a battle brewing with just 30 seconds between Gregor Payet and Tom Hug. So keep your eyes peeled to that tracker. Things are getting good, but your men's champion at Ironman 70.3 Zell, See-Kaprun, Mika Nut from Germany.
What a great performance. 2:02 bike split, just incredible. And then what is that run? Let's see. Once it pops up here, we'll be able to share with you, but I bet it's pretty quick. Again, not the fastest run course here, with a lot of crushed gravel, a couple of little short, sharp hills, but Mika Nut, 1:14.09, very, very respectable on this course. Look at that overall time, 3:46.04. We'll have to see how that measures up with past years, but a phenomenal all-around performance from Mika Nut. Super impressive.
Yeah, for a guy we haven't seen a lot on the Ironman circuit, he's just made it clear that he hasn't gone anywhere. He's just been racing elsewhere. Outstanding performance from him today. 1:14.09 run split. Again, not the fastest. There have been faster times. But that overall time, 3:46.04, is actually a course best by 2 seconds. Not even joking. 2012, Alessandro, I struggle with this name so many times, the Italian Degasperi, posted a 3:46.06. So Mika Nut at 3:46.04. Unofficially a course best. Courses get tweaked, weather conditions, et cetera, so we don't put that much stock into course records, but unofficially course best. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive. Mika, hope you are going to turn your attention to Topor in December. Another super solid bike course out there. chip seal on the
Nothing
on those
comes for
roads.
free.
Nope, nothing comes for free out in those New Zealand, Australian roads. But I think, oh, this is just a lapped athlete.
Yeah, that's an
age
age group
grouper.
athlete. Yep, age group athlete. But again, we expect Jelle Heens across the finish line in second place, but Gregor Payet and Tom Hug having a bit of a ding-dong there. About 30 seconds separating them. That was back at 16.3 kilometers. So Tom Hug was moving through and moving really, really well at about 10 seconds per K faster. So if I do the math, yeah, I mean, Tom Hug could overtake Gregor Payet. So keep your eyes peeled there. That will be a battle for third place on the men's podium. But back with women's leader once again, Caroline Pola.
She's still out there. It's just a repeat of last week, but just going back. Oh, yes, I was hoping we'd be able to get some footage of second place. That's Helle Jens. He is coming up to the finish line now, but hopefully we can get a view of that battle for third place again as the athletes go on their second lap and age groupers get out again. We have around a little under 2,500 athletes racing here today, so a little bit hard for the motos to get out there with the cameras on this second lap and cover all the action for us. That's Marjolaine Pierre. Helle Jens, he looks happy. He raced last weekend as well, so he
He heard you say that.
Yep, he's feeling.
And he's saying, Rinny, I wouldn't do it again.
Yeah, this was a bad idea.
This was a bad idea.
It was a good idea. He finishing second here today. I think he'll be really happy with this performance.
I think he will. And again, he had his focus on the Olympic cycle, and so he didn't have a lot of 70.3s to his name. And let's keep in mind, to be competitive in the series, you need to race the Ironman events. They're bigger points. But a lot of athletes that are super, super strong across 70.3, they're going to get a bonus if they can put, 5 good 70.3s on the board. He may run out of time to do that, but he can get 3 or 4. And if he has a great race in Topah, he could earn himself a bonus check. So it's not only a great series for athletes that can do both, but even if you're just a 70.3 specialist and you're a really great 70.3 athlete, you're gonna earn a bonus.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it pays down to 50. So, there is prize, pool bonus money for athletes all the way. Yes, it's not, the big 200,000 or 130,000 for a second, I believe.
But hey, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye.
Yeah, it's a nice little extra carrot for these athletes, and I think this is what these athletes have been looking for. And as you see up in the top right corner, you'll see the points diminishing 1 point at a time. So now 2,207.65. That is what the athlete Helle Jens will receive as he crosses the finish line. So he'll be just under. Yeah, around 2,175, 2,176 points for Helle Jens. But again, he's not really vying for the overall. He doesn't race the full distance, just coming from Olympic distance. But still,
he's fighting to get in the top 50. He was 68th before he crossed the finish line today. So he is going to add, I didn't see the exact score,
here we
but
go. Here's the third
2180.
place guy. This looks like we don't see a number.
His number's flapping in the breeze, and he has no logos and no name on his kit. Thanks for helping us out, buddy. But great race today, looking over the shoulder because it did come down.
I think this probably is
quite
Hug.
a battle. Yeah.
But we'll see as soon as he crosses the line, his time pops up on the tracker.
And of course, neither one have a photo in their profiles either. So it's.
I'm sure you guys know who he is. I'm sure there's a lot of
rumbling right now. Yeah.
Out there. It is. Give it to me.
Not refreshing. Help us out. Gregor Payet. Gregor Payet. Yeah, he held on. So again, we should expect Hug across the line. They certainly were in a battle, and you could see he was looking over his shoulder, so we knew he was coming. But he was able to hold him off. But we knew that would be exciting. And there he is across the line, just about 20 seconds back. So not quite enough time, but what a race for third between Gregor Payet and Tom Hug.
And some new names and new faces now. We didn't get to see Tom Hug, so we still don't know what he looks like.
Tom, give us a profile picture for the website.
Yeah, please. Send in some photos.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the men's race wrapped pretty much. We still have men coming in. Obviously, top 4 are in, but let's run over to the women's race. And it is
Shocker.
the same.
Caroline Pola.
Caroline Pola. We've seen a lot of Caroline. I hope she has some great sponsors because she's getting tons of airtime last week and this week. If you haven't signed Caroline Pola, you should. She is an athlete to watch for the future. And I think, obviously, when she can hold on, I don't know if we need to say if anymore.
Yeah.
She holds on for another victory here. She'll be an athlete that we are definitely following come Topor in December.
Jan Stratman across the line there in 5th place. Solid performance for him and some more points on the board. Probably not the day he had hoped for. And I think probably he's raced here a number of times and has won and been on the podium several times. So probably a little short of his hope and expectation for the day.
See, does not look happy.
He tried to bend that leg. I think he cramped. I think he got a cramp.
He was like really mad, and then he got a cramp. Yeah, I mean, this is racing. It's so competitive, and athletes now kind of having to race a little more than they maybe normally would.
Yep.
And so, you're not able to just go and pick and choose where you're going to race now. There's the Pro Series. There's more to race for, and there's more guys turning up and girls turning up at every single start line. So it's great for the sport.
Yes.
But it's hard work. These triathletes have to work for every single second, and it always has been that way. But there's just more on the line now.
Well, there's more people that are able to compete on the day, and you show up to a race and you think you know what's up, and Gregor Payet and Tom Hug show up, and you're like, wait, who? Where'd you guys come from?
Yeah.
A lot of these athletes are smart athletes, right? They'll study the start list. They'll know. They'll know who's showing up and how that might impact race dynamics as they consider it. But let's go down to our men's champion, Mika Noot.
Mika Noot, what a race. Nice to have you racing in Europe, but you've absolutely destroyed the points for all the other guys because every second matters. It was 4 minutes.
Yeah, true. I actually wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, just kept my own rhythm to the finish line, and yeah, that's it. Super happy.
You're looking fresh. Just give us a quick summary of your amazing race today.
Yeah, the swim started okay-ish, I'd say. So I had a medium start, but then we had a nice long way to the first buoy, so I could position myself quite okay. Around the buoy, I really realized we had a small gap to the leaders, but I decided not to push on and just to chill in the legs. So yeah, the swim was fine. Out on the bike, the first few Ks were a bit messy with all the guys, and I was a little shocked how close like 10 meters or 12 meters are. So yeah, I relaxed for a bit, and then I went towards the front, and at the bottom of the climb, I just set my own rhythm. I didn't have a Garmin on my computer. I also didn't have a power meter, so I had no numbers. I just wanted to go by feel, right hard up the hill. And with 2Ks to go, I just had yellow on my wheel, like 20 meters behind me. And I was a little worried about the last 2Ks because I had like a one-by setup, like 58 in the front. So I had to really grind up that last bit. But I was in the French Alps just before in the training camp, so I'm used to steep hills now. And I could drop him on that last bit, even though he's way lighter, so I was quite glad about it. Took it quite cautious down the descent. And yeah, then I just set my own rhythm. As I said, I didn't have any numbers, so I just rode to speed, right to speed. Yeah, and I felt quite relaxed. I really enjoyed that course. I think it's the best bike course I ever had. Like the small roads, then some straights. Yeah, such a nice rhythm. Great spectators, and yeah, on the run, I started out like I heard that I had nearly 5 minutes. I had great supporter team around me. I had updates all the time. Then I have to say the volunteers were amazing. They gave me so much ice and water. I think I drank like half a liter during the run just from those small cups because they were so good here. Yeah, really enjoyed it. But I was still a little worried about the last 5K because that's my longest run since last October, where I had to crawl the last few meters. So yeah, I kept it quite conservative, but I heard that Jelle didn't come any closer, so I could somewhat relax, even though I was still a little worried. But with 2Ks to go, I was quite sure that I'm going to make it and could enjoy this finish line. It was amazing, all those flags. Yeah, I mean, of course I'm from Germany, but it feels like second home to me, and those mountains here are amazing. So yeah, I can only recommend to race here, honestly.
I don't think he went fast enough because he's still got so much energy. Thank you for all of that. Mika, if you can jump out, we're going to get Jelle Jensen here. Mika with a 2:02 bike and a brilliant sub-4 run. Jelle Jensen, Belgium, congratulations. What a race.
Yeah, it was tough. Yeah, I know, like, you would think like the main part of the race is that climb, but then you come on the top of the climb and you think, oh damn, it's still a long way, and yeah, it was a long way.
And even the run is not flat, but you were so strong, so consistent.
I really had to pace myself. I think last week I started too fast on the run, so I really was conservative, and it was needed, I think. Yeah, I know it doesn't seem like a very hard run course, but when you do it, like, it's never really flat. Like, it's a little bit up, little bit down, gravel, corners. So yeah, it's hard for sure.
A fantastic second position. Congratulations to you. We're going to chat to Gregor Payen, feliciteerd, and congratulations from Belgium, from Luxembourg. Not a country we bring onto the podium very often, but Gregor, so good to have you here. I was watching the coverage and we were Googling you like crazy, like, who is this guy? But you won a middle distance race just the other day. Congratulations on your podium here in Ironman Pro Series and a race like 70.3 Zell, See-Kaprun.
Yeah, first, thank you. Thanks to all you guys watching. Thanks to all my partners, also when it's not too much until now, but I think for now it's my third middle distance, third place, and first Pro Series race, Ironman 70.3. So I'm really stoked with third. And I mean, behind Mika Noth, who's like, top level, behind Jelle Gaines, who finished on the podium last week in Tallinn. I mean, yeah, I couldn't imagine more. So, I'm pretty stoked, and we will see what's next.
A huge congratulations. Remember this name, Gregor Payen from Luxembourg, third here. What a race we've had. Now let's check out our women's racing. They're about to arrive.
Thanks so much for that, Paul K. What a great podium. Glad that Gregor Payen wasn't too upset with us for not knowing who he was, but a lot, I mean, again, as we look over the top 10, so many new names, guys coming up from, finishing out their Olympic cycle and taking a bid at the middle distance and with great success right out of the gate, and very, very exciting for the future of the sport as we come back to, once again, Caroline Pola.
But just going back to your comment, a lot of new names. It was exactly the same. I was in the booth 2 weeks ago for Frankfurt, and there were so many names that were just brand new to us. And I think that just goes to show, athletes that are trying to race a little more, like some of these favorites maybe are a little over-raced and not able to access their full potential. And then it opens up the door for new names to come in, which is also really great to see more athletes. It's just like, it's so competitive. There's just one guy. It's like the next man up. We see Caroline Pohl here really taking a minute to.
I thought she was going to get in.
Yeah, she's like, let me just hop in the ice bath for. I've got a couple of minutes, so maybe 30 seconds. But yeah, she really wanting to make sure she stopped there, and that just tells you when you see athletes stopping like that, you see it in Kona, like a lot. But when you see athletes in Austria stopping, like, okay, this is really unseasonably hot here, and athletes are just trying to keep that internal body clock, in check. But we are going to run away to another break here, and on the other side of this one, we will see the women's finish. We'll be right back after this short break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Process, now speeding out. Hey, Crash, come and watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. If you're having a double take and watched our coverage last week, this is not a repeat. This is just Caroline Pola.
It is a repeat.
It
It's
is
not,
a repeat.
but it is.
It's not the same race, but it is the exact same thing
Outcome.
that happened. Yes. Caroline Pola was second out of the water, first onto the full gas bike course, extended her lead and had over 2 minutes as she got to T2 and continues to build that lead. She currently sits 2 minutes, 34 seconds ahead of the Dane, Laura Madsen, and Grace Tech has moved into third place, 3:11 back.
3:11, yes, and Carol, the VinFast performance analysis for the run at 16.3 kilometers for Caroline Pola. She was running around 4:11 per kilometer there, and we're expected to see the next split, which will be the finish around 4:16.58. So, but yeah, Grace Tech moving into third place. So Els Visser now relegated to fourth. Grace really moving through the field now. But again, what are we, 3:11, 2:34. Laura Madsen needs to keep moving because this is going to be a hot finish for those two women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 seconds is the difference in average pace at the last check between Laura and Grace. And right now at 16, that's 5K to go. There's only 40 seconds in it.
If y'all could see the smoke coming out of Miranda Carfrey's ears right now, doing quick jock math.
Yes.
It's not easy, folks.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. But yeah, great running by Grace Tech, who has put herself in a podium position. She has gone past Els Visser, who unfortunately at the moment just doesn't seem to be matching pace. Doesn't look like Els will be able to come back on Grace. So great, steady all day and superb run, as we would expect nothing else from Grace Tech. But yeah, Laura Madsen, yeah, she's got to fight for it to hold off Grace as well.
It looks like Ellie Salthouse now has moved up to fifth position. She's 4:48 back. So Els Visser by no means has that fourth position on lock. She'll need to, really keep at it. Ellie Salthouse running about 14 seconds per kilometer quicker than Els at this point. But I think the big
that
race,
gap is a minute, and at 20 seconds with 5K to go, Ellie's very much still in it.
Absolutely, yeah, and Grace, and yeah, I just think there's a lot of movement. Here we go back to Laura Madsen, and I hopefully we can stick with her for a little bit because we may see some movement. It actually might take another a few K before we see Grace Tech coming up on Laura Madsen. But
well, and this is where it gets tough too. I mean, we talked about this is the one section of the course, like through the city, we said earlier, you can't get eyes on. And now on the second lap, it's also hard to get eyes on. You have the bike, so that's helpful. If you're Grace Tech and you're searching, where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
Yeah.
Can I get her? Can I get her? It's hard when there's so many bodies on the course because you can sort of run and hide a little bit, but the bike is usually the telltale sign.
yeah, so most definitely. And as an athlete that never was leading unless it was maybe at the very end on a good day, seeing those cues and being able to see that lead biker is such an uplifting moment. If you've been chasing all day and then all of a sudden, oh, I can see third place. Okay, now she's moved into third place. Okay, now where's second? Where's that second place bike? So on these narrow roads, it just makes it hard to, see very far ahead. It's very windy. But I can tell you Grace Tech will be looking out for that biker.
I'm going to have to take your word for it on that because it's one thing I've never experienced in the history of racing.
You got to experience leading races, though, which is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, good stuff. Caroline Pola, again, what a celebration she has earned herself. Back-to-back wins, both at Talon at the European 70.3 Championships 1 week ago. To regroup after an emotional win like that and put it together and do it again in this kind of field. I mean, you've got some of the best at 70.3 racing. Lauren Madsen has been absolutely on fire. Els Visser, always tough. Ellie Salthouse, always fighting for a podium position. Just her performance to stand up and do it back-to-back weekends, just can't say enough positive things about what that means for the future of her career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure how young she is, but I have no doubt that she has some exciting racing in her future.
And the look to me on Laura Madsen's face says that finish line cannot get here soon enough.
Absolutely. And as I said, I think the big factor in this, yeah, that's a great
comes
shot
to, yeah.
of Grace Tech, and just that turnover. She's, you know, she looks the same as what she did at the start of the run, so she is not slowing down by any means. She is only smelling blood in the water and just doing everything she can to sort of claw back every second as she runs through these last few kilometers of the run course. She looks great, but will there be enough real estate?
Yeah, it's gonna be tight, but she's an athlete that she knows well enough to never, ever, ever give up. She is not gonna settle for third place. She's probably gonna get some feedback out on the course. The spectators are great in that way, and they might not always be the most accurate, and somebody will say, oh, it's 40 seconds, and somebody else is gonna be like, oh, it's 57. You're like, well, which one is it? But over time, you get a sense of what the trend is, and she will be getting information, whether it's from people she knows or just fans of the sport lining the course, giving her that information that time split is coming down.
She'll be getting a lot of, she's just around the corner.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
she's right,
she's right there. And of course, they're telling Laura Madsen, you're almost there.
Yes.
You're almost there. She's like, not soon enough.
Yeah, yes.
There's no worse position to be in than being chased down when you're literally, when the tank is literally on empty and the light has been flashing for a couple of Ks now. And to know that, you know, someone's coming for you, it's a tough place to be. She had to sort of give up on the hope that she would be able to chase down Caroline Pola, but now she's got to contend with Grace Tech, who's coming for her, and those Ks don't melt away quite as fast in the closing Ks as they did in the early stages, and yeah, she's having to dig deep.
Yeah, right now, or she wants nothing more than to be able to be secure in that second, right? Like, no, I'm not going to win, but can I be just secure so I can just so ever so slightly, you know, take my foot off the pedal and relax. But knowing that Grace Tech is chasing, she's like, nope, I have to go straight into the hurt locker, lock myself in there for the rest of this run, and hope it's enough.
Well, and honestly, it's great experience for these women, Laura Madsen, in the current moment, because when they get to Topah, there's going to be 16 Grace Techs coming, and you're going to have to withstand that stress and that pressure of what's coming from behind, as well as what you're chasing towards. So anytime you can put yourself, yeah, you don't want it, but in retrospect, it's good experience so that when she does get to the bigger stage at the 70.3 World Championship in December, you know, she can stand up to it, because it's stressful. It's stressful.
Absolutely, and truly, I think I'm trying to just look back and see. I think I can see Grace Tech's bike back there, but maybe it wasn't. I thought I saw a biker roll through in the background there. But and honestly, truly, there's no better. You know, you remember the hardest battles. They're in the moment. They are the worst thing in the world, but those are the ones that in your future you'll remember. You'll remember that time you had to absolutely go to the well.
Yep.
You overcame all of those demons and pushed through and you know, won or lost or had a sprint finish. Those are the races that really stick with you. And as much as I mentioned, they're super uncomfortable. 19 kilometers there for Caroline Pola, so 2K to go before she gets to hold that tape and stop the pain. But yeah, I think, you know, these close battles are the ones that you remember and the ones that you learn the most from.
So with 2.1 Ks to go, again, Caroline Pola looks pretty strong and bulletproof. Barring disaster, she will be your women's champion in about 8.5 minutes time. But Laura Madsen, Grace Tech, there's a lot of hope still for Grace Tech.
Oh, yeah. Grace Tech is really just building confidence. And I think with every athlete that she passed and hopping onto that podium is a big deal. Like, nobody remembers who was fourth.
Yeah.
So, and being able to hop up onto that podium, it's just a big deal. So she's already moved into that position. So her momentum is positive.
Yes.
And so when that momentum sort of swings, you kind of like, okay, now what else can I do? Like maybe there's an option for second place. And so yeah, she's running on adrenaline, excitement, but again, Laura Madsen knows she's back there and she's got her pedal to the metal too, and she does not want to give up this position.
The only thing that's going to derail Grace Tech right now is a corgi on the side of the course. If you follow Grace's social media, she charts her weeks. Every week she does a summary of, swim miles, bike miles, run miles, donuts eaten, and corgis petted. She's a huge fan of the corgi, and so if anybody has a corgi on the side of the road, she might actually stop and pet it. But at that point, yeah, she's definitely got momentum on her side. And I'm taking nothing away from Laura Madsen. I mean, she's a fierce competitor, but it's not fun at this stage to be the hunted. You'd much almost rather be the hunter.
Absolutely, and remember, Laura Madsen has won 2 70.3s this year. She ran Les Sables and Valencia. So she has 2 victories already to her name. And I think that's the bike. Yep, that's Grace Tech in the background. I do see a bike. It is painfully close. And I mean, I can't see Laura being able to hold on with, Grace Tech that close and still
looking
2K to go.
Yeah, still looking that good.
Over a mile left. Yeah.
If she can engage, like sort of just
a corgi would be the only thing that
a corgi is the only thing that's going to help Laura Madsen at the moment. But if you're Tor Bendix Madsen, who is Laura Madsen's partner, unfortunately he's just crossed the finish line. So for him to double back and try to help her out and give her some love and encouragement and will her to the finish line ahead of Grace Tech. Yeah, I mean, that's right now Laura Madsen just thinking, get to the finish line, get to Tor, get to sit down, get to cool off. But boy, Grace Tech on a mission.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at her. She can see her mixed accelerating now. Like she sees Laura Madsen, and it's just a foregone conclusion at this point. I don't see Madsen being able to respond to Grace's pace. Like it is just night and day between the two.
Tell me, when you're the hunter, because I've never have been. Did I mention that? When you're the hunter, how hard is it to, like, she can't necessarily, she can see her now, but you can't. You've just got to keep running the same pace. You can't really accelerate. Like this late, you could cramp. You could things could. If you try to overdo it to catch her sooner, it can backfire. So how do you keep yourself calm, but obviously your foot's on the gas, but how do you not overdo it blow?
I think knowing the course is super important for the hunters, because you just need to know, meter your effort. Like, okay, I want to go as fast as I can. Yes, you're doing that all day long. Okay, now I see Laura Madsen. I want to make sure I continue to, slowly, make up time to her. I don't need to catch her in the next 500 meters. I need to catch her before the finish line. And I think for me, it was always about, okay, running up onto their shoulder, or maybe into a position where they can't necessarily hear me breathing or running. Take a minute, and then run by with authority and make sure
Plot
that
the assassination.
Absolutely. You don't want to give them absolutely don't want to give them, a glimpse or a glimmer of hope.
Yep.
You make sure they know that you are much faster than them and you are feeling good. So you want to make sure you go past with authority. And I think Grace here will sort of hang for a second, and then she'll make her move, and it'll be decisive.
There you go. You heard it. How to attack. Yeah. Again, here she comes, up on the shoulder.
You see her.
She's so little, it's hard to see her.
Where is she?
The disappearing Grace. But yep, she'll run up onto the shoulder, and it'll be telling. Like, can Madsen answer?
This is the move. Yep, see that?
Yeah,
surge?
this is the turnover. Yep.
That's much quicker than she was.
No response from Madsen.
No, Madsen, you can tell.
A little bit. She's trying, but Grace is moving too quick.
You can tell Madsen's been on the ropes for a while, and I think Grace now is 100% redlining. She is like, this is everything she has. If Madsen had anything and was able to even just come back to her shoulder, it might be enough to crack Grace. But I just don't think. I think Madsen's been sort of on the ropes for a little while here. But Grace Tech, see, she's looking back. She's like, okay, now I've put in that big effort. I need to bring my heart rate back down. Have I created some space? Am I safe? But really, it's really just sprint all the way to the finish line now.
She's running so fast. It's like her feet are outpacing, her body's stacked on top of her. It's like her feet are out in front of her. She's running so fast.
Yeah, she needs to, just take a breath here. Oh, yeah, see. She has she's made a that's she's already got 15 seconds.
She just apologized to the guy. He got in her way, but she's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah. She's like,
maybe she barked at him a little bit and then felt bad about it in retrospect. But again, all of these athletes, it's so hard when you're that fatigued. The finish line is in sight. And the pros love sharing the course with the age group athletes. It is a privilege, and I think every pro feels that way. But it's hard, and you have to be prepared for things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to respectfully move through, but sometimes mean words come out of your mouth because you just move out the way. I am in so much pain right now, and you're impeding my route. But look at this. Caroline Paula, can she believe it? Look at her. She is elated with this victory, going back-to-back. Just sensational racing, Didi.
Unbelievable. Here she is on to the red carpet. She was your champion in Tallinn at the 70.3 European Championships 1 week ago. She will take the tape again today.
Yeah, that she will, Didi. And she just looks like, wait, what? What happened the last 2 weeks? Look at her. Yes, take a bow, Caroline Paula. Enjoy that finish tape. You earned it. What a massive 7 days you have had, young lady. And I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us for the future.
You know what's interesting? I saw they played back. I watched the playback of her finish in Estonia a week ago, and it was so full of emotion. It was almost like she couldn't believe it. And today, you see the shift in confidence. She was like, I'm here. This is mine. Just the change in mindset. One big breakthrough performance at a regional championship events, and all of a sudden the expectation there is the belief is there. Mm-hmm. And now she can toe the line in just about any field, including coming up in Topa at the World Championship, and be like, hey, I got a shot at this.
Yeah, some big names on this start line that she was able to, some big scalps, and then also Kat Matthews. There's some other athletes that she raced last weekend. These are not by any means soft fields. These are pro series races, big fields, the top women in our sport. So I think she should take a lot of confidence from this even, and now she's a legitimate contender for the 70.3 World. So she needs to go back to keep doing what she take a little break for sure after 2 weeks, but keep doing what you're doing because it is working.
And here across the line from our drone shot, we're going to get Grace Tech from Australia across the line. What a great performance from her. She kind of was in there all day and really shone through on the run. She will take home second place, Grace Tech.
She definitely emptied the tank there at the end of that run. She's pretty smashed, but totally worth it. Second place here today. And as we look at the Wahoo Element rival run time from Caroline Paula, 1:24.45 from the female champion here today. Laura Madsen crossing the line in third place. Straight to the ground for a little rest for her.
Yeah, I was going to say that tank was empty a few Ks ago, so the fact that she even propelled herself to the finish line, she did all she could. She made up so much time on the bike, and maybe just took a little bit out of the run legs. Very respectable run time, 1:24.45. 42. Grace Tech with a very, very fast 1:21.43. So your women's podium, Caroline Pola from Germany, Grace Tech, Australia, and Laura Madsen from Denmark. Going to give our women's podium a chance to regroup, catch their breath as we follow Ellie Salthouse here. Will be 4th across the line. Great performance from Ellie. I know she'll be a little bit woeful that she didn't quite get the podium, but a really, really good performance for her. If she can, take that momentum, get another race or two under her belt, going to Topop, build that confidence. Ellie's yet to have that breakthrough performance at a World Championship event, and if anything, she sort of underperformed. Maybe the stress of it, who knows? But the more big performances Ellie can have, the better off she's going to be going into World Championship season, to really believe that she can be on the podium at a World Championship event. A little bit off today, 4th place, but a super solid performance from Ellie Salthouse from Australia.
Yeah, and also being in New Zealand for Ellie, closer to home.
Yep.
Ellie is used to racing, late season, early season, so that's not uncommon for her to race in the late season. As we look at the men's podium here, that's Mika Nucht taking 1st place, top of the podium, Helle Geens and Gregor in 3rd. And they're going to enjoy that. Well, they'll enjoy maybe a sip of that athletic brew, but most of it goes over the head of their competitors. Yes, nothing better than a post-race brew, I can tell you. And a post-race brew shower, champagne or athletic brewing.
On a hot, humid day, there's things I'd rather smell like.
But I wouldn't mind. I mean, hey, I don't think any of these athletes would mind that everything smells like beer. Going home, I think that's the sweetest smell of victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also sort of shocking, the damage you've done in terms of chafing when that hits the skin. But we're going to take it down to Paul Kay with our women's podium.
Our women's champion, who's had probably the best.
Like last week, I don't know what happened today, and yeah, I'm super proud of myself because it was my first back-to-back racing, so we have no experience about how my body reacted, and yeah, but I felt very, very good today, very strong and confident about last week, and yeah, I don't know how it happened. My parents are here and they surprised me. Yeah, I'm super happy.
You must be extremely happy. European champion, now TLMZ champion, and in terms of Pro Series points, oh my goodness.
Yeah, about today it was yeah, I'm absolutely speechless. The season was a real roller coaster. In Samorin, I collapsed 800 meters before the finish line. So I'm always focused and stay calm and by myself, and yeah, it works.
It worked indeed, Carolina Paula. Thank you so much. We're going to get Grace Tech here in the hot seat. So nice to have our athletes from the Southern Hemisphere joining us here in Europe too. Grace, from Australia, let me get that right. Well done. I mean, I actually said when we were watching you coming down the finish line, it looked like you'd stolen something and the police were chasing you. Where did you find that other gear?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I felt better and better the more I got into the race. So I was just scared that Laura was going to repass me. So I just had to, not look back and sprint all the way. Hope that I secured the 2nd place.
And some crazy crowds down that finish line.
Yeah, the spectators out there were fantastic, especially coming through town twice. It was just electric and so much fun to be racing here.
So good to have you with us, Grace Tech, with our 2nd place. We're going to get the young lady from Denmark, Laura Madsen. I think the legs are still working. Yes, they are. Congratulations. She's got a smile. Telugu Laura, congratulations. It's been an unbelievable 2024 so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's amazing to be able to get podium in almost every race. It's something I really appreciate.
Just talk us through those last few kilometers on the run. I hate to bring it up, but we want to hear about it.
Well, I know that Grace is a super strong runner, and out on at the U-turn, I could see that the gap wasn't that big. So I knew that she would probably come at some point. And yeah, I tried to keep her back as long as possible, but yeah, in the end, I couldn't push more.
Well, there we go. Keep an eye out on this young woman from Denmark and watch her in Topol for the 70.3 World Championship. From the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, what an incredible race we've had in See-Kaprun.
Great interviews there from Paul K. As always, thank you for that. Really great to hear from Grace Tech, the mindset as she was coming to pass Laura Madsen. And she just said, yes, we saw it in her face, that urgency, trying to get past people.
Yep.
I just had to sprint. I didn't know if she could repass me. Laura Madsen just having a rough end to that run. But we're heading out to a break. We will be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. Our podiums in the professional men's and women's race are across the line, but our age group athletes are still out there battling. What a day it was, Rini.
An amazing day, Didi. Solid performances across all three disciplines for Caroline Pola. And then the men's race, Mika Newt, just incredible. That 2:02 bike split and then a 1:15. A race best time overall. He just was unstoppable out there, but we are just moments away from the women's podium presentation presented by Athletic Brewing. We have Grace Tech there in the background waving with a big smile, and Laura Madsen. Laura Madsen in third place. She swam 27:41, biked 2:21:20, and ran a 1:24:42 for third place. Solid performance all around from Laura.
And in second place, we saw her in the group all day long. Strong swim, solid bike, and in the run, she really came onto her own and was able to run her way up into second place all the way from Australia. It's Grace Tech.
Yeah, super performance from Grace. I think she'll be really happy with that one.
Yeah, Grace.
And ahead of New Zealand too, a real good confidence booster.
Yeah, Grace swam 27:39. She biked 2:23:27 and ran a blistering 1:21:43.
And your winner for Zell See 70.3 Kaprun today, Caroline Pola. She swam a 25:23, a 2:21:47 bike, and a 1:24:45 basically wire-to-wire victory. Your champ today, Caroline Pola. Back-to-back victories for Caroline. And as we keep saying, this is only the start for her.
I was gonna say, this is definitely a pinch yourself moment for Caroline Pola. Definitely a strong athlete, has had some great performances, but never a regional championship win, and has, as we heard her say in her post-race interview, never raced back-to-back, but I think it works for her.
The formula works, so or whatever you've been doing, you should keep doing it. The ladies now enjoying their athletic brew. We'll see if it goes over the head. Like
they're debating.
The men's.
See, you can see
they're like,
you know, Grace is like, I'm not wasting this.
No, there we go. It only takes one person to flick a little beer, and it's all on. But phenomenal racing here today. Race round 15 of the Ironman Pro Series, and our women's podium.
Well, that's it, Rennie. We're getting down to the business end of the season. Strategic points earned for all of our athletes today. We're going to take a moment and recap some of the point standings and where we go from here. Obviously, Women's World Championship, Ironman World Championship, VinFast, Ironman World Championship, Nice, France, just a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. But let's recap this men's race from today here in Zell MC.
We got underway, actually, I won't even say early this morning because it was an 11 a.m. start time, but a massive men's field full of talent. It was hot and fast off the start line.
Yeah, we had some phenomenal swims here. Non-wetsuit, as you see, beautiful course here in Zell MC. 900 meters out, swam across and then basically straight back in. So a nice straightaway for the athletes. We had about 4 men come together at the start of the swim, and then it
was Martin
went down to
Demuth,
2.
Magnus Manor. Jan Stratman ended up getting dropped from that lead group, but came out of the water in 3rd place with Florian Engert in tow. A lot of the chasers then about 30 seconds back. That was a massive pack as the athletes made their way out of Lake Zell and into transition. They had a bit of a run getting into transition, and that allowed for that massive chase group that you see coming out of the water to gain ground on the leaders. So really, by the time they got on to the full gas bike course, Rennie, they were really all together.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Martin Demuth out first, Magnus Manor. Those were the 2 men out together at the start. And then we had those other 2 men, Jan Stratman and Florian Engert, out right behind. But yeah, as you see, a big pack at the start of this bike.
Yeah, it was Maximilian Sperl who would lead the group out through the first 15K. There was a lot of out and back. We saw Jan Stratman battling at the front, but a lot of back and forth. A few penalties assessed for drafting. Again, they just really tight roads. A couple of blocking penalties, again, would hit some of these athletes and impact.
Slipstreaming as
well.
well.
Yeah, slipstreaming as well. So a lot of penalties there. So our race technical officials working overtime. Stratman moved himself into the lead, but that would be brief.
Yeah, certainly. We had then Mika Newt come to the front at the start of this climb, and he just put the hammer down. The only one that was able to go with him was Helle Hines, and he was able to stay with him on the uphill section, but then it was all Mika Newt.
Yeah, from then it really was all Mika Newt. The rest of the men's field would sort themselves out throughout the rest of the full gas bike course. As you said, Helle Hines put up a good battle up the climb, but Mika Newt just absolutely too strong on the day. There we see Helle Hines getting the thumbs up as he is the only one that can answer the call of Mika Newt in the earlier stages through the climb. But on the descent, it was Mika Newt who let it rip.
He absolutely let it rip on this descent and dropped Helle Hines. But then on the flat section, he was just taking minutes out of the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. The men would give chase through the rest of the climb, but they had absolutely no answer for the German. He had it his way through the rest of the bike split, and when all was said and done and the dust settled, he entered T2 with a 4-minute and 45-second lead over Helle Hines and over 5:47 over Jan Stratman Florian, Yannick Stoll, Magnus Manner, and Yannick Schofler.
Yeah, 2:02 bike split there for Mika Newt, just flying through that bike and, you know, not a fast bike by any means, but he got into the run, and from the outset, he just looked great.
Yeah, he really did. Through the judgment zone, we said, hey, did he overdo it on the bike? Is he going to cramp? What's going to happen? But he settled in, and I will say, you could tell he was working, right? The expression on his face said, told the story of how much work he had done on the bike. Jelle Heens would be second off the bike. Again, 4:45 down. He would transition and head out of transition like a man on a mission. And as much as it looked like he was battling, Mika Newt was just too strong.
Absolutely, and we saw those opening splits. Those splits weren't changing, and this is the main pack of men coming in now. Just a massive group of men coming in from fourth onwards.
Yep, but it was Mika Newt who would continue to drive the pace and actually extend his lead on Jelle Heens throughout the course of the half marathon. Jelle Heens threw all he could at Mika Newt, but Mika was just too strong.
Yeah, and it was late in the run that we saw Gregor Payet come up and into third position, a new name to us, but Mika Newt was the man of the moment, taking that title with a race best time, finishing in 3:46.04. A phenomenal performance from Mika.
Blonde locks blowing in the breeze.
He let his hair down, for sure, in the end of that run, and enjoyed that victory.
Absolutely. Jelle Heens would secure his second place finish, losing another 20 seconds. And then, as you said, it was the new man, the new name, the new face, Gregor Payet, coming in, rounding out the podium. He had a battle with fourth place Tom Hug, but would secure that third place on the podium. So as we take a look at our overall results, Mika Newt, Jelle Heens, Gregor Payet, Tom Hug, Jan Stratman, Itamar Ished, Jonas Hoffman, Yannick Schofler, Florian Engert, and Bart Arnault would round out the top 10.
And as we look at the Ironman Pro Series standings, we see Arnaud Guillot move up 8 spots, a massive mover. Also, Bradley Weiss moving up 8 spots into fourth. A couple of the guys moving down. Also, Robert Callan coming up 5 spots into 8th. So a few movers and shakers in that top 10 after today's performance.
And again, it's only going to get better as we move into World Championship season with those points shuffles. As we know, every second matters, and some big movers as a result of today's competition. But more of that, much, much more of that still to come.
Absolutely.
And here we are, finish line, as the rest of our age group competitors continue to stream across the line. We're going to run away to a quick break so we can get our bearings and come back and recap our women's race as well as our women's overall point standings for the Ironman Pro Series. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Well, welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. It's been quite a day of racing. Rini, we had a dominant performance from Mika Newt in the men, and quite a different race for our professional women.
A dominant performance from Caroline Pola as well, I would say, for the women. So Caroline going back-to-back after winning Tallinn last weekend. But we're going to look at the race recap and take you through what went on today.
Just like the men, 3 minutes later, our professional women got underway here at Lake Zell, and no surprises out of the start. It was swim superstar Lauren Brandon who took the lead, but this time she had a little bit of company.
She had a little bit of company, absolutely. Caroline Pola also right there with her. We had Beck Clark in there as well in that front group. We had Lena Messler as well in there. Rachel Olsen only a few seconds back at 50 seconds, and Ellie Soltas around 50 seconds back as well. But a dominant performance as always from Lauren Brandon.
Lauren Brandon in the swim, but once they got onto dry land, it was Caroline Pola who actually would outrun Lauren Brandon, who had a little bit of trouble getting into a race kit. She would relinquish the lead through transition. Caroline Pola would seize the lead, and Rini, she never looked back.
Yeah, Lauren Brandon opting to swim with that race kit down. That always takes a little bit of extra time in transition, as you can see. Struggling to get it up over the shoulder. You got to get that zipped up nicely before you hop out onto the bike. But Caroline Pola making quick work of transition. I think she had the fastest transition time running out onto the bike. And then she was joined by Lena Messner.
Yeah, Lena Meissner would be the only one to join Caroline Pola through the opening kilometers. The two would ride together through the opening 15-ish kilometers. But little by little, Caroline Pola extended that elastic, and eventually it snapped, and she was on her own at the front of the race.
Yeah, she was just on a winning performance, and that's what she did the weekend before in Tallinn, but this weekend she was just moving. We had Ellie Salthouse pushing really hard through the middle stages of the bike, and she was joined by a few other athletes, Lisa Norden, Lisa Pertner, and also Grace Tech.
Yeah, the chasers would try to get organized, but Caroline Pola continued to extend her lead throughout the bike. Laura Madsen would join that chase group as well, and they did all that they could. And for a while, they brought the lead down to just 1:45, but eventually through the closing stages of the bike, Caroline Pola was able to extend that to just over 2 minutes by the time she got back to transition. As we take a look at some of her descending skills, pretty key here, and athletes taking advantage of those technical abilities here as we look at the chasers as they got back down into the valley in the flatter section, with Ellie Salthouse leading the charge with Lisa Norden, Grace Tech as well in that group. But it was all Caroline Pola.
All Caroline Pola. We had Lena Messner, Els Visser, and Laura Madsen in the second chase, but this is the third chase with Ellie Salthouse leading the charge. Grace Tech sitting in there as well. Lisa Norden, as we know, a super strong biker riding along in that third group.
Yeah, Lisa Norden would try to use some of that bike strength and insert herself into the conversation in the late stages of the bike. Would she be able to run? Time would tell. But Laura Madsen also very, very strong on the bike as well, trying to put herself in contention to possibly run down Caroline Pola should anything have gone wrong.
Absolutely, yeah. She was within reach, but Caroline Pola, super strong, coming off the bike. Looking great at those opening miles of the run too, up on her toes, bouncy, just looking super strong.
Yep, into transition, she would be in and out, and behind her, Laura Madsen trailed by 2:02, Lena Meissner by 2:14, Els Visser by 2:24. Els putting together a much stronger performance than she did a week ago, and then the rest of the chasers, Ellie Salthouse, Grace Tech, Lisa Pertier in there, Lisa Norden as well.
And then we had Lena Messner here. She was struggling a little bit with that heat towards that middle stage of the run. You saw her stopping and having to walk, but Laura Madsen also holding on to second place, running very well, but also struggling with the heat today.
Yeah, a lot of the athletes, they've been talking pre-race about how the heat and humidity had surprised them here, but didn't seem to be a problem for Caroline Pola. bolstered by the confidence of that win a week ago in Tallinn in Estonia. She was just too good on the day, and by the time she made it to the finish line, Grace Tech ate into her lead, but it was too little too late, and Caroline Pola would take the tape for the second weekend in a row.
Yeah, phenomenal performance by Caroline Pola. And then we have Grace Tech running into second place in that last kilometer of the run, and Laura Madsen holding on to third place. Happy to be done with the day, I think.
Absolutely. It was an epic battle for the women. As we take a look at our top 10, it was Caroline Pola from Germany, Grace Tech in second, Laura Madsen in third. Ellie Salthouse would finish fourth. Els Visser faded to fifth, but still a great performance for her, adding 2,255 points to her points total. Lisa Pertier in sixth, Daniela Kleiser in seventh. It was Marjolaine Pierre in eighth place. Lisa Norden would fade to ninth, but added 2,093 points to her point total. And Kate Curran from Great Britain rounded out your women's top 10 with a 424.58.
And then we go over and look at the Ironman Pro Series standings. No change in the top three. We still have Jackie Herring sitting on top with 14,487 points. Danielle Lewis, also from the US, in 13,915. Maya Sage Nilsson sitting in third, 12,672 points. Then we have Els Visser moving up four, and we're going to be looking to Els Visser for in a couple of weeks in Nice as well, moving up to fourth place, 12,445 points. Kat Matthews slipping down to fifth. Alice Alberts also slipping down one to sixth place. Kylie Simpson slipping down in seventh. She's at 10,900 points. Daniela Blymel, unfortunately cramping today and unable to finish, but she slipped down a slot to eighth. Then we have Erin Schenkel sitting in ninth from Canada, and Fenella Langridge rounding out our top 10 from the UK, 9,971 points.
And I love seeing in there, Rennie, the fact that Els Visser and Kat Matthews are neck and neck there, because they will be women who will certainly contend.
And Jackie Herring.
And Jackie Herring as well at the Women's World Championship on September 22nd in Nice, France. As we take a look at a preview of our women's field, we'll just highlight some of the names, some of our contenders. Lauren Brandon, who's been racing a ton by Lauren Brandon standards on her European tour, will do her third race in 4 weeks. Look for her to lead the swim, although Lucy Charles Barkley deciding to race in Nice, qualified at Ironman Nice, so she's gotten a good preview of the course.
Yeah, also Annie Haag, haven't seen her a whole lot this year, but she has been racing very well. Crushed it in Lanzarote earlier this year. Just a phenomenal performance there, and looking to see what she can do in Nice. And then we move over. Jackie Herring, a big one. Obviously, she is leading the point standings. Kat Matthews, another one we're looking to. Fenella Langridge, all of these women. We see Daniela Riff up there. Obviously, she just retired from racing. She had an injury that sort of cut short her dream to race in Nice this year.
We also see Sky Munch, but she's got another project on hand. She is expecting her first child, so she will not be racing in 3 weeks' time, but did qualify for the privilege of being able to compete. Erin Schenkels, again from Canada. Kylie Simpson will be towing the line in Nice as well.
And Didi, who's your dark horse? Do you have a dark horse pick for Nice? Are you ready to start talking Nice now, or you need a few more moments to...
I think I need a few more moments to catch my breath, but I'm looking forward to seeing how the Women's World Championship in France is going to impact our overall standings for the points series, because it's going to be. We didn't even mention world champion Chelsea Sodaro,
sitting down there,
who, by the way, she's made a lot of changes this season. New coach, new bike, and I think she's got a big plan for the VinFast Ironman World Championships in Nice.
Yeah, I think there's just such an unknown. It's a new world championship course for the women, so there's just so many athletes you look at. Or maybe she could be the one, maybe. So anyway, we will talk more about that in the coming weeks, but this concludes our coverage. Oh, we're gonna speak now about 70.3 Topor. We have that race as well coming up in December. That obviously 70.3 World Championship. There'll be 3,000 points up for grabs in Topor, and we will have a lot of these women backing up and coming to Topor. And I think the beauty of the World Champs being in Nice, Here we go, the pro men's race in Topor. Sorry, we're going to talk about the men for a moment here, but here are the pro males that have qualified for the 70.3 World Champs. We have Josh Amberger, Igor Amorelli. We got Sam Appleton from Australia. We got
Christian Blumenfeld coming off his Olympic bid and absolutely trounced the field.
Rico Bogan, last year's 70.3 World Champion.
Yep. We've got Freddie Funk, Jelle Heens, who we saw today. He's going to come back and have a shot at the 70.3 World Championship. Nick Heldlorn, a young name that we're going to see a lot of in the future. Again, Sam Long will be towing the line. Nicholas Mann, who unfortunately wasn't feeling well today, he had to pull out.
Also, a sneaky little name on there, Gustav Eden.
Yeah.
Also on that list. So, definitely some exciting racing coming up late this year. Justin Rial, Hayden Wild as well. Silver medal at the Olympics just a couple of weeks ago. So definitely some exciting racing in Topor to come.
And if our men weren't exciting enough, let's take a look at our women's field. Erica Ackerland moving up to the 70.3 distance, primarily a draft legal racer, but she will be towing the line in her first 70.3 World Championship. Paula Findlay, no doubt a favorite as we look to Topa.
Ashley Gentle as well, a very good athlete over the 70.3 distance.
Taylor Knibb, Danielle Lewis. We've got Laura Madsen, who was so strong today. Jeannie Metzler will be back at another 70.3 World Championship.
We'll have Ellie Salthouse as well. Imogen Simmons, very strong over the 70.3 distance. Annie Reichman as well as Erin Schenkels. Laura Phillip there as well.
Yep, Chelsea Sodaro, and then Grace Tech, who was your second place finisher here today. So just as exciting a field for our professional women in Topa as our men. So that is all to come.
Yes, and that includes our coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for Outside Plus today. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Pro Series broadcast will be Sunday, September 22nd, the VinFast Ironman World Championship Women's Race in Nice, France. Coverage will begin at 5:15 a.m. Central European Time. That's 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time on September 21st. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada. Globally, you can watch on proseries.ironman.com, DAZN, and L'Equipe Live. For our entire team, alongside Didi Griesbauer, I am Marinda Carfrey. Thank you for watching.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.